Mankind, in its present state, has been around for 250,000 years, yet only a small fraction of that has been of any significance. So what did we do for nearly 250,000 years? We huddled in caves and around small fires, fearful of the things that we didn't understand. It was more than explaining why the sun came up. It was the mystery of the enormous birds with the heads of men and rocks that came to life. We called them gods and demons, begged them to spare us, and prayed for salvation. In time, their numbers dwindled and ours rose. The world began to make more sense when there were fewer things to fear. Yet the unexplained can never truly go away, as if the universe demands the absurd and impossible. Mankind must not go back to hiding in fear. No one else will protect us, and we must stand up for ourselves. While the rest of mankind dwells in the light, we must stand in the darkness to fight it, contain it, and shield it from the eyes of the public so that others may live a sane and normal life. We secure, we contain, we protect. The Administrator.
Secure, Contain, Protect. This video is an analysis of SCP Containment Breach, the indie survival horror game based on the works of the SCP community. Before I continue, I must quickly state that this video is not on SCP Secret Laboratory, which is a widely popular game inspired by Containment Breach. If you clicked on this video looking for one about that game, this isn't it. That is a good game though. This video is on the SCP game considered by many to be one of the best, if not the best SCP game. It's also the most popular SCP game out there and considered a classic indie horror game. If you don't know anything about SCP, this is also a good place to start. I will be mainly discussing the game, but I will also introduce the basic concepts of SCP when needed, so those less familiar with the works are settled in. I acknowledge this video's length, so if you wish to pause and come back, feel free to comment a timestamp and edit it when needed, as YouTube typically doesn't track it well on its own. This obviously helps the engagement of this video, so we'll be helping each other out. The video has a clear outline both in the description and on the timeline of the video. If you want to refer back to something during the video, it's there for that very reason. Or if you are interested in a specific part of the video, it's there as well. Let's hope that YouTube doesn't appreciate this feature for no reason one day. Either way, the timestamps are in the description. Because these videos take literally hundreds of hours to complete, I am also going to plug my Patreon in the description of this video. To those that have just rolled their eyes, I know this sounds scummy, but I do this on my own and any further support you may give me is massively appreciated. Most of my time goes into research and editing, but also recording. To prepare myself for this video, I completed this game on every difficulty, including the permadeath mode. My point here is that these videos take time but offer a large amount of catharsis to me. I love doing this, but at the end of the day, they take ages to complete. Anyway, this video is written to refer to the main character as you or the player, depending on what works best. It is, after all, written as a tour through the game from beginning to end, and the best way to do that is to put you in the position of the protagonist as much as possible. Due to the nature of SCP, the script of this video contains a lot of secondary research sourced from the fictional writings of the SCP Wiki. SCP documents are written to be real, and I of course cannot take credit for the creativity of the SCPs featured in Containment Breach. I will also read some tales from the wiki that I think will help with extra context and immersion. I must state that this is an analysis and not necessarily a critique. I do voice what sort of critiques I have at the very end of the video, but this is one of the greatest horror indie titles out there in my opinion, so I don't really have much to say in that department. No, I am not biased. In fact, before I decided to make this video, I hadn't played this game in years, and I haven't done this much research related to SCP since my days within its community. I essentially fell back in love with the whole thing, being the game and the works as a whole, whilst making this video. Nostalgia is a hell of a drug, and it does sometimes make you think certain media, or anything, was better than it actually was. I am happy to say that this isn't the case here. I genuinely believe this game has aged pretty well, especially in the way it uses the connotations of horror. If you are new and curious about what a channel with around 2,000 subscribers is doing, making one video that is just over 2 hours long, and this one which is around 5 hours long, hello, I am Dogma. My goal here is to introduce you to cool pieces of media, or to at least occupy you and draw additional appreciation from you about said media. I don't stick to one genre and go with what I want to do the most. I specialise in analysis, but I delve into critique and will delve into general gameplay in the future. Alright, let's get right into it. Like and subscribe if you wish. This is SCP Containment Breach.
This place seriously gives me the creeps. Let's get this over with quickly.
When I think of this game, I think of this soundtrack. The grinding, metallic ambience echoing through my earphones instantly takes me back into the site's hallways, especially heavy containment. This soundtrack is the first thing you hear when you boot up the game, ignoring the very loud credits that play before. My first experience with Containment Breach was back in 2017, and it was filled with absolute terror, being introduced to the game like many, through YouTubers playing the game. It was this spark that led me to become completely embedded within the SCP community for a very long time. I was absolutely in love, and I still am. SCP, to me, is the pinnacle of proof as to what people can do with their imagination. It is an amalgamation of what the human mind can do when it comes to making horror unique and impactful. That being said though, not all SCPs are scary, some are outright cute or hilarious. For those unfamiliar, SCP, which stands for Secure, Contain, Protect, is a website dedicating to fictional writings that make up the SCP multiverse. I say multiverse, but it can just be a universe. You make your canon because there isn't one canon that can be sourced from if you are talking about SCP. It is quite literally impossible to declare one canon as the main one, because of the multitudes of stories and creations on the website that could, very easily, break other canons people have made if they are introduced within it. The term head canon applies here, a canon each individual makes for themselves. Most, however, do not even do this. They are there for the cool stories, organizations, and SCPs, and to talk to others about them. This is what makes up the core of the SCP fandom. At the time of writing, there are almost 9,000 SCPs. That is a lot to research and a lot to be excited to delve into. A comparison people make to SCP is commonly creepypasta. Whilst yes, at a base level they are the same in what they are, SCP is simply more moderated and therefore better written than creepypasta, and it isn't even close. SCPs also each follow a general trend with how the in-universe documentation works, unlike creepypasta. Some may make the argument that this is restrictive, however, I think it is necessary to make a sense of familiarity with the universe, and therefore immersion, as continuous motifs exist. If you know what safe, Euclid, and Keter mean, you will know the base containment procedures taken for specific SCPs upon reading an SCP document. You are rewarded for knowledge, as the fulfillment of becoming more familiar with the works is indeed a thing, as it makes your experience with the game and the universe more satisfying. SCP's origin is quite simple. In late June of 2007, the 4chan user Moto42 posted the first SCP file with the original image of SCP-173 alongside it, making 173 the first ever written SCP. This image is a structure made by the Japanese artist Izumi Kato, originally titled Untitled 2004. In recent years, however, the design of 173 has been revised due to copyright issues with the depiction. Containment Breach, however, retains the original design. This 4chan post alone would eventually result in the ever-growing multitude of other SCPs. On the topic of 173, let's look over its document to get familiar with the formatting and terminology that commonly occurs through SCP documents. Before we get into this, I think it's important that I mention what redacted and data expunged means in documents. These are essentially hyperclassified pieces of information that remain undefined in documents and purposely made up to interpretation. If you hear the following noise, this means that information is classified. In writing, redacted information is often blackened letters, simple. The item number is the number of the SCP. Each SCP is included in a series, which is a group of some thousand SCPs. At the time of writing, there are 8 series, and every time a new series is released, authors may find a newly released number and request to have their piece fill it. The object class designates a rough indicator for how difficult the SCP is to contain. A common misconception is how dangerous the SCP is, but this simply isn't the case, although some arguments could be made that they go hand in hand. The most common object classes are Safe, Euclid, and Keter, with the less frequently used ones being Thaumiel, Apollyon, and Esoteric. There are also object classes given to understood SCPs such as Neutralized, Explained, and some more. You're now most likely asking, but Dogma, what do these words mean? Trust me, I know. Allow me to quickly explain them in their most easy to understand definitions. Remember to come back here during the video for reference, since I'll be using some of these during the video quite frequently. Safe means an SCP that is easily and safely contained. They often are SCPs that have been researched well enough that the containment does not require significant resources, or that the anomalies require a specific or conscious activation or trigger. Remember though that object classes are about how easy they are to contain, and not how dangerous they are. Safe does not mean that handling or interacting the SCP is in any way, safe to do. Euclid SCPs are anomalies that require more resources to contain completely, or where containing the SCP isn't reliable. Commonly, Euclid SCPs are not sufficiently understood or are inherently unpredictable. Euclid SCPs are, in fact, the most common type of SCP, and is considered to be the standard object class, as many SCPs fall here, or they don't fall under any other object class. Keter class SCPs are exceedingly difficult to contain consistently or reliably. These SCPs' containment need constant surveillance and/or maintenance. A lot of the time, these SCPs are designated as such because the Foundation doesn't have a solid understanding of them or lacks the technology to properly handle or contain them. A further reminder that Keter does not mean that the SCP is dangerous, just that it's simply very difficult to contain. Although it could go hand in hand, you can have Keter SCPs that are also very deadly. These are the 3 most commonly used object classes. Ahead are the lesser used ones. Thaumiel SCPs are SCPs the Foundation uses to contain other SCPs. The existence of these SCPs is classified at the highest levels of the SCP Foundation. Apollyon are SCPs that simply cannot be contained, are expected to breach containment immediately, or some other similar scenario. These are often associated with K-class scenarios, also known as world-ending or similar events. I will go over these in more detail later, because they are quite interesting. Neutralized SCPs are, anomalies that are no longer anomalous. This could mean that they have been intentionally or accidentally destroyed or disabled in some way. Explained SCPs are anomalies that are completely and fully understood to the point where their effects are explainable by mainstream science, or they have been debunked or falsely mistaken as an anomaly. Esoteric are object classes that do not fall into the other ones, and are generally only used once, and are created to further a narrative in a particular SCP. To be honest with you, you could, for now, largely ignore this object class, but it certainly does exist. An example of an esoteric object class is Archon, meaning that if the SCP Foundation were to contain it, it would cause major issues and maybe even an end-of-the-world scenario. Decommissioned SCPs were used in the past to delete unwanted articles on the SCP Wiki. This object class is not used anymore. SCPs that fell under this object class were also used as examples of how not to write SCPs. There are a number of other object classes, such as Megiddo, meaning the SCP has already ended the world in a certain scenario. These object classes are incredibly scarce in use though, compared to the others. Alright, moving on from object classes. The Special Containment Procedures parts of the SCP documents explain the methods the Foundation uses to contain and study SCPs. A common connotation of Special Containment Procedures is the description of the room the SCP is stored in, if it is a room, as well as the dimensions of such. Sometimes the containment procedures describe the material the containment is made out of. For example, our friend 173 is stored in a locked container with no precise material listed. Within the Special Containment Procedures, there may also be instructions regarding how testing must be conducted. 173's document states that no fewer than 3 people may enter at any time and the door is to be locked behind them upon entering. A common motif in documents, too, is the required clearance level to access the SCP. These will be expanded on later. The description of the SCP explains its anomalous nature, its potential origins, its appearance, and maybe even its location, whether it is in or out of containment. To give a further idea of what descriptions look like, 173's description is the following. Origin is as of yet unknown. It is constructed from concrete and rebar, with traces of Krylon brand spray paint. SCP-173 is animate and extremely hostile. The object cannot move while in a direct line of sight. Line of sight must not be broken at any time with SCP-173. Personnel assigned to enter the container are instructed to alert one another before blinking. Object is reported to attack by snapping the neck at the base of the skull or by strangulation. In the event of an attack, personnel are to observe Class 4 hazardous object containment procedures. Personnel report sounds of scraping stone originating from within the container when no one is present inside. This is considered normal, and any change in this behavior is to be reported to the acting HMCL supervisor on duty. The reddish-brown substance on the floor is a combination of feces and blood. Origin of these materials is unknown. The enclosure must be cleaned on a bi-weekly basis. So essentially, SCPs are anomalies that are either observed, researched, or contained by the SCP Foundation, which is a fictional secret organization. The SCP Foundation does so to find more about the anomalies, as well as to protect the wider world from them. Some may ask what the point of all this is. Simple: to share your creativity with others in a common setting. In-universe, the SCP Foundation's priority is to secure SCPs, contain them, and protect the outside world from them, not to destroy them. Many SCPs could be destroyed, but the Foundation simply prioritizes understanding them and will not destroy them if they do not need to. So let's go back to the game at hand. SCP Containment Breach was developed by one Finnish developer, Jonas Regalis Rekonen, who, under the studio name Undertow Games, released the game on April 15th of 2012, being periodically updated after this point. The game's latest version is 1.3.11, which was released on July the 29th of 2018. At the time of writing, the game hasn't been updated in over 5 years, as development on the game has stopped. Thankfully, the game has a large modding scene for those who want a little more from the game. On the game's website is the following answer to a question asking if there will be any more official updates for the game. Quote, SCP Containment Breach has not been in active development for years, and the developers who worked on the game have long since moved on to other things. We thank you for your continued support through all these years. Even though there most likely will not be any official updates to the game any longer, the legacy of the game is still going strong. Since the game is open source and under a Creative Commons license, there have been various projects that build upon and expand the original game. End quote. Eunice's first SCP game wasn't actually Containment Breach. It was a much simpler game called SCP-087-B, which is based on the SCP of the same name. After that project gained popularity, he began to work on a game that was larger than that, one that incorporated many more SCPs. SCP Containment Breach was developed using the Blitz 3D engine, which Eunice chose due to his familiarity with the engine. SCP-087-B was also created with this very same engine. During development, he focused heavily on creating an immersive atmosphere, with environment design and sound being a priority to enhance the horror experience he was aiming for. SCP Containment Breach features random map generation and events, which keep the gameplay tense and unpredictable, something that he was very much aiming for. The game also has plenty of scenarios where you will be jump scared, which to some may be cheap, but it does keep the tension even higher than it would be without them. After Containment Breach's success, Eunice went on to pursue education in game development. He has since become the lead developer and director of the popular survival horror game Barotrauma. SCP Containment Breach has many versions that lead up to the modern day final version, 1.3.11. Before the release of version 0.1, Regardless, which is the alias Eunice uses, regularly released screenshots and demonstration videos of the game, showing different aspects of Containment Breach. Of course, these videos contain many differences from the released versions. These versions are referred to as in-dev, meaning in development, versions, and Regardless has stated that he does not have access to them anymore. Upon release, the game had 9 SCPs, which were 173, 106, 079, 420J, 513, 789J, 895, 914, and 990. For reference, SCPs with the letter J next to their number stands for joke. These SCPs are memes, meta jokes, not meant to be taken seriously, or all three. As for the SCPs themselves, I will go over them in their respective section and how they work. Don't worry if you forget their numbers either, because a lot of SCPs have their own names. For example, 173 is often referred to as the Sculpture, or, which is more of a funny dig at his former design, Peanut. 106 is also known as the Old Man, 079 the Old AI, and 682 as the Hard to Destroy Reptile. Just a few examples. After continuous updates over 6 years, the game reached its current state. This multitude of updates added extra SCPs, endings, music, sound effects, items, and of course bug fixes. Major updates featured cool splash art to market them, shown on screen now. At the time of the game's final version, it features 33 SCPs. Many of the SCPs featured in Containment Breach were handpicked due to how iconic they are amongst and outside the SCP community. 173, for example, is very well known not just within SCP but outside of it. It is also considered the main antagonist of Containment Breach, as it is the most active and common SCP in the game, simply because it stalks you throughout most of the game. If you wish to play the game blind, I recommend you do so via the download on the SCP Containment Breach website. I strongly do not recommend the SCP Containment Breach remastered version of the game on Steam, as it is riddled with glitches, crashes, and weird changes. Even though Steam is mighty convenient, seriously, just install the game from the website. It is free and easy and takes up no space at all. Alright, onto the game itself.
Remember to report all suspicious activity to your supervisors. Not even you are exempt from scrutiny. Stay paranoid. Stay vigilant.
The main menu of Containment Breach matches the aesthetics of the overall game. The black and white is shared across the in-game computers as well as the documentation you come across. The environment itself is also heavily desaturated. This, however, is absolutely not a critique. It matches the tone of the game, and the, at times, depressive atmosphere outright makes the immersion. The UI is very static, with simple sounds signalling input. It isn't under-designed by any means. As mentioned, it fits the game massively. The inventory you get access to is simply 10 black squares waiting to be filled by items. Nothing pops up in your face to disrupt the flow of gameplay. It is there when you need it, and it just works. Using an item is quite simple. Double click it and the inventory will close for you as you use it. Dropping an item too is the simple act of dragging, which is also how you make items in your inventory interact with each other when you drag them atop one another. Whilst being greeted by the prior mentioned metallic soundtrack featured in the main menu, you will see 4 options that are quite common amongst most games: New Game, Load Game, Options, and Quit. Choosing to start a new game will give you 4 difficulties to choose from. Safe allows you to save in any location. Euclid only allows you to save on monitors scattered throughout the game. Keta disables saving entirely unless you save and quit, and increases the spawn rates of several SCPs, which is a setting called Aggressive NPCs. Custom allows you to enable and disable certain aspects of difficulty, including permadeath and aggressive NPCs. Custom mode also gives you the option to enhance the speed of specific NPCs and SCPs. Before the final version, the only difficulty settings in the game were Euclid and Keta. Euclid difficulty at the time acted much like the safe difficulty now until it was eventually changed. After picking your difficulty and generating a map seed and, well, loading in, you'll immediately notice the heads up display. 2 bars in the bottom left corner. The top bar is constantly depleting, whilst the other depletes when you run. These are your blink and stamina gauges respectively. When the blink gauge runs out, your character blinks, and it fills up again before depleting once more. The importance of this is for your many encounters with SCP-173 as well as a few other niche encounters. SCP-173, of course, as we know from its document, moves when it isn't observed. As well as these bars, the player may turn on an FPS counter in the top left. The UI is really the definition of simplicity. You have what you need right here. There are no objective markers in this game, although there are specific items that add to your HUD when you have them equipped. These will be expanded on in the items and equipment section.
Attention all Class D personnel. Please enter the containment chamber.
We passed up on the stair. We spoke of was and when.
Oh, sorry, the wrong game. You find yourself waking up in a white cell, with a piano melody filling your ears. You are a D-class personnel, meaning disposable class, an expendable test subject used on SCPs by the Foundation. D-class are unwillingly recruited by the SCP Foundation worldwide, typically from death row or a similar sort of place. Civilians may also sign up to be a part of the D-class program at the Foundation. They are commonly dressed in orange jumpsuits, with Containment Breach's depiction featuring the SCP Foundation's logo at the top left of the chest. D-class are essentially test dummies, and will more than likely die during testing, especially with more dangerous SCPs. You play as D9341, of course being your designated number as a D-class. Containment Breach takes place entirely within Site-19, one of the many facilities worldwide where containment, research, and testing takes place. These sites can range from small outposts to huge complexes with thousands of personnel. Much of the time, these sites' locations are known by the public, but are disguised as simple government or corporate areas. These sites, though, are still very much remote. There also exist facilities known as areas, which are clandestine facilities. Civilians are not aware of their existence at all, as they are built far away from civilization and contain highly dangerous anomalies and extreme fail-safe measures, such as nuclear warheads. Site-19, the location of Containment Breach, is described at the time of writing to be the largest site and one of the most important within the Foundation. On the wiki, not the game's depiction, it holds hundreds of SCPs that fall under many object classes. Another note within writing is that the staff of Site-19 are, quote, notorious for their casual approach when it comes to low-risk anomalies. Site-19's location isn't known, but it is more than likely based in the United States. On the table in your pitch white cell is a simple note reading the following. On behalf of the SCP Foundation and our staff, we welcome you to an exciting 1-month working period in one of our top-secret research facilities. Unfortunately, the exact details of your upcoming work assignments are highly classified, but please read this document carefully to make your stay as safe and pleasant as possible. Each of the Class D personnel has been given a numerical designation. Your designation is D9341. Please memorize your designation, as the staff will use it to refer to you from now on. During your stay, you will be taking part in various testing procedures. Some of them can be extremely dangerous if appropriate precautions are not taken. This is why we need your full cooperation at all times in all circumstances. Our highly trained researchers and scientists know how to minimize risks and ensure the safety of the personnel involved in testing. If you fail to comply with the instructions you are given, you will be sent back to your term in death row. If everything goes as planned, meaning that we have your full cooperation, you will be released at the end of the month and you will be granted an absolute pardon for all of your previous offences. After a short chance to read the document, you hear a muffled voice outside requesting access to your cell.
I need a request to open up cell 311. Hey, they've got some work for you.
It soon opens and you are met by a security guard. These guards act as defense against possible containment breaches and ensure that Class D, such as yourself, comply with orders and don't attempt to escape. They are often equipped with tactical armor, including a black riot helmet with a yellow visor which obscures their faces. Their standard issue firearm is a P90 TR submachine gun with an ACOG scope. This weapon is also used by a more notorious wing of an armed force, the MTF, also known as the Mobile Task Force, which is featured later in the game. The guard outside your cell door, Agent Ulgrin, tells you that they have work for you, and orders you to step out of your cell. If you refuse to do so, the guard closes the door and the gas valves in the cell are activated, gassing you to death. An overreaction maybe, but you're nothing to these people. You are a lab rat. After complying, you are escorted by this guard and another. He offhandedly threatens you as you walk through the monochrome hallways that if you disobey his orders, he'll have to shoot you. As you walk, you hear the PA public address system go off, which will be reoccurring throughout much of the game to announce what is happening within the facility. The two guards talk amongst themselves, with the one in front, Ulgrin, being more experienced than the one behind, based on the conversation.
So, how's it going?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, who do you think I'm talking to? This guy here with the punchable face? Of course I'm talking to you.
Oh, I'm just a little surprised. I think this is the first time you've ever spoken to me.
Well, yeah. It's your first day working here.
Actually, we've worked together now for about 5 months.
Really?
Remember to report all suspicious activity to your supervisors, not even you.
Ulgrin finishes escorting you to a containment chamber, reading SCP-173 on the side of the door, which has a photo of it and indicates the object class as Euclid. Ulgrin is kind enough to hand you 173's documents so you know what you are in for before being used as a human guinea pig. The document highlights that, quote, the object cannot move while within a direct line of sight. Line of sight must not be broken at any time with SCP-173, end quote. Alongside 2 other D-Class, you are ordered to enter 173's containment chamber. Refusal to do so, once again, results in death. This one, however, is much quicker. Entering the chamber with the 2 other D-Class, you are ordered to approach 173. However, the door behind you malfunctions and does not close. The man on the intercom tells you this and orders you to maintain direct eye contact with 173. It is here that the lights flicker and the facility shakes violently. Due to the flickering lights, 173 moves to the D-Class closest to it and snaps his neck, before moving to the other while it has the chance. Fleeing outside the containment chamber, you will see 173 now standing on the walkway overlooking the entrance to its containment chamber. A security guard on the walkway panics and fires at 173. His attempts are futile, however, as the lights flicker once more and he is the third victim of 173's attack. As the lights dim completely, you hear 173 shuffle through the vents, and you are free to move through the facility without fear of what may happen if you disobey orders. From here on out, you are on your own. The entire facility somehow has become a victim of a massive containment breach. 173's door malfunction was just the beginning of such. You hear the intercom shout that multiple Keter and Yuka class SCPs are now loose within Site-19. Your objective? Well, get out of the facility amidst a site-wide containment breach.
The hell was that? Oh no.
One of the first things you notice in Containment Breach is the absolutely stellar sound design. It was, after all, one of Regardless's priorities during development, in order to deliver an immersive and horrifying game. The start of the breach is where you will, obviously, hear a lot of chaos around you from other floors of the facility. Screaming, begging, gunfire, SCPs, and the intercom and PA system. However, one of my personal favourite details in the game is that these sounds slowly, over time, fade away. This simple detail is so insanely terrifying that it makes the situation of the containment breach feel so much more real. Many people die, even those who are armed with weapons. The SCPs triumph because that is why they are contained in the first place. They are powerful and unpredictable, and much of the personnel on site that work there don't know what is truly locked away within Site-19. Even those who do, such as scientists and researchers, aren't armed and trained to alleviate the SCPs. Submachine guns don't stop these things. The guards are equipped more so to deal with D-Class and not SCPs. As for those who are, being the MTF, they are yet to arrive. The breach has only just begun after all. Containment Breach's soundtrack is short but sweet, and is mostly made up of royalty-free music. Some tracks are edited by Regardless to fit his vision better. Regardless did a good job with both picking and editing these tracks, as they fit the game massively. Here, take a listen to these previews. No music is out of place, except maybe the ones on the radio item you can find in-game. These, however, are jokes and not meant to be taken seriously. The multitude of sounds that act as feedback in the game work too. Simple error sounds that echo through the halls, for example, tell you don't have the correct keycard level. Nothing is distracting and everything is simple and fits the game. Of course, there are certain things in the game that do blow your ears out. These are either related to jump scares or choices based on written lore. After going back to the bridge you were escorted across by Ulgrin on the way to 173, you see him at the bottom of the stairs to your right, guiding a researcher out of the room, telling the researcher when to blink. The lights soon go out, and 173, as well as the other two, are now gone by the time they come back on. Outside of this room, the map is randomly generated. However, there are different sections of the facility no matter what is generated. These are the light containment zone, the heavy containment zone, and the entrance zone. You begin the game in light containment. It is followed by the heavy containment zone and then the entrance zone after that. This zone, light containment, is mostly used for storage alongside safe and Euclid SCPs such as 173 and 914, or 914, whichever you prefer. Light containment has a high roof and concrete architecture with exposed pipes and vents here and there. Let's go over the SCP containment cells here, as well as the SCPs themselves. I will describe those as we go. SCP-205's containment chamber is divided into 3 rooms: an L-shaped hallway, an observation room, and the containment chamber itself. The door between the hallway and the observation room requires a level 3 keycard to open. Inside the observation room is a large window, allowing you to see the SCP-205 pair facing a projector screen on the opposite wall. On the other side of the observation room is a readable monitor and a door leading to the housing chamber, which is locked. On the readable monitor is the following. There's something strange going on here. The cycle seems to have sped up significantly. One of the horned figures has already appeared and is currently having dinner with her. When the horned male silhouettes begin appearing against the lit wall, the door to the chamber will open. Entering the chamber causes all 3 of the figures to look up at you and stare at you, moments before the lamps turn off and the door closes. After this, you are attacked. There isn't an actual document featured in the game for 205, so I will instead refer to the wiki itself. Just a quick preface that if a site is mentioned where an SCP is stored, feel free to ignore it. This is because the SCPs written on the wiki are written to be outside of the game, as the game is based in Site 19. Item number SCP-205. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-205-1 and SCP-205-2 are contained within Chamber 52 at Site 23, under regular observation via the adjoining observation room. SCP-205-1 and 205-2 are to be supplied with power and face the white projection screen on the wall opposite the observation window at all times. Chamber 52 requires monthly maintenance to ensure the contained operation of both SCP objects, their power supply and remote activation controls. Replacement parts and bulbs are kept on hand in the chamber. Maintenance is suspended during the final month of the SCP-205 cycle, occurring in April and October of each year. Should power to Chamber 52 fail, it is to remain dark and sealed for a period of 30 days, before local security enters to re-engage power for continued observation and containment. During maintenance, it is critical that only one of the SCP-205 pair is ever turned off at a time. Should both objects lose power or otherwise cease normal operation, the chamber must be sealed for a 30-day period before local security may enter to re-engage power and retrieve the remains of any personnel lost in the chamber. Pending O5 review, testing and observation is to continue before SCP-205 is to be moved to a permanent storage. Description: SCP-205 is a pair of flood lamps used in photography. The light emitted by each lamp behaves in a unique manner to SCP-205 and passes completely through any surface that is not coloured white. Once the light contacts a white surface, it scatters and reflects as normal and loses any unnatural properties. If the light continues uninterrupted through any matter, otherwise casting no shadow, each lamp will display an unidentified young woman's shadow upon any flat white surface, such as the projection screen in Chamber 52. Whether or not this shadow corresponds to anyone living or dead has yet to be determined, although the shadow appears to reenact a specific series of events leading up to the woman's death. Even if the lamps are slightly moved, the shadow remains distinct and does not lose focus or move along with the one lamp or the other. Only one shadow is cast, although a physical person standing before the 2 lamps would actually cause 2 shadows. When supplied with steady power and maintained, the SCP-205 pair will go through a 6-month cycle that ends on April the 30th and October 31st of each year. Neither the inclusion of an extra day during a leap year nor intermittent operation failures change these dates. Thus, SCP-205 cycle appears to be tied to the standard calendar rather than a set passage of time. SCP-205 will shut off at midnight at the final day of each cycle. Any persons entering or already inside Chamber 52 when the lamps are both turned off are violently assaulted by forces unseen in a manner consistent with the fate suffered by the Shadow Woman, regardless of any other light sources in the room. If the lamps are shut off at the end of a standard 6-month cycle, they can be remotely activated to immediately end the danger and begin a new cycle. If the lamp cease operating for any other reason, Chamber 52 will remain dangerous and must remain sealed for at least 30 days, regardless of the status of SCP-205 itself. During a dangerous phase, any equipment in the room is often ransacked, but although SCP-205 itself has sometimes been moved, the lamps are never actually damaged. On 2 occasions, were carved into the walls. This strongly implies that displaying an awareness of current containment procedures. Moving on to 372's containment chamber. This one is composed of a cube of plexiglass, a control panel with 372's document, and a shelf with a radio item on it. Within this room is also a surveillance camera monitoring the chamber, as well as the readable monitor, which reads the following. Hey, you were at the security meeting this morning, weren't you? Don't tell me you skipped it again. And now you tell me to give you this week's store code. This time it wasn't entirely my fault. I hadn't received my new personal code for some reason, and I had to get up there and get it myself. You have no idea how many hoops they made me jump through before they finally gave it to me. I can imagine this new security protocol is even more of a clusterfuck than the one before. Tell me about it. But anyway, the code, I don't want to go through the maintenance tunnels again. Don't tell me you actually went through the maintenance tunnels just to get past that security door. Yeah, I did, and I don't want to do that again. That place is a maze, and whoever designed it should be fed to 682. So, the code? Actually, we're no longer allowed to send any security codes through the intranet, which you would know if you had been at the meeting. I'll stop by in an hour and tell you the code. This is getting ridiculous. Franklin apparently isn't familiar with the concept of encryption. I mentioned it at the meeting. He said, we are not going to take any chances until this overload is over and everything is back to normal. I guess he has a point. He does. Anyway, I have some work to do now. See you in an hour or so. Entering this containment chamber requires no keycard since the blast door to it is already open, most likely as a result of the containment breach. The actual containment chamber is open as well but contains no supplies. After walking in though, you will hear a faint rustling, and SCP-372 has begun stalking you. What does this mean? Well, let's go over the documentation. Item number SCP-372. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-372 is to be contained in a cell, which is 5 meters by 4 meters by 2 meters, lined with reinforced plexiglass. Embedded into each of the 4 walls of this cell will be 1 infrared motion detector. Feeding will take place once every 2 weeks, which consists of 1 kilogram of red meat and uncooked vegetables, to be deposited in its cell via a chute. All guards working near SCP-372's cell must wear helmets with cameras mounted in the forehead, with live feeds to the nearest guard station. In the event of a containment breach, an alert will be sounded that all personnel should watch for any brief flickering movements in the corner of their eyes, and to report immediately if one is sighted. Description: SCP-372 is a creature of unknown genus, approximately 2 meters long from its head to its tail, and weighing approximately 45 kilograms. It has a long, thin body with 8 pairs of narrow limbs. Analysis has shown that its muscle fibers are allowing for extremely fast and precise movements. Every part of the body is abnormally flexible, and the limbs are coated with small fibers that cling to almost any surface. In place of eyes or ears, it has. This sensory organ is capable not only of echolocation, but also of detecting energy transfers, such as the electrical impulses in the brains of nearby beings. SCP-372 has learned to time its movements to those pulses, predicting the movements of any being around it. It uses this technique to hide, either by hiding behind the head of a person looking for it, or by hiding in their scotomas, their blind spots, and saccades, clipping during eye movement. 372 is also known as the peripheral jumper, and as you can guess by its description, it is quite a jester. After coming into contact with its containment chamber and hearing the mentioned rustling noise, from there on out you can see 372 in the corner of your view when you turn, sometimes even making noises. Whilst at first it could be pretty daunting, it's actually completely harmless. Some 372 might make for some nice company during their escape. (914) is an essential SCP in Containment Breach, especially as a means of progression. It can be accessed with a level 2 keycard. The containment chamber itself contains 914, as well as a couple of shelves. These shelves contain a first aid kit and 2 documents. One explains certain test results of 914, with an important note at the bottom of it. As a reminder to all staff, no organic matter is to be entered into SCP-914 at any time. Please follow standard review procedures in regards to input checklists to prevent any and all accidents. We do not wish a repeat of the spider steel wire incident of last week. Dr. Harp. Above this notice is the result of putting a chimp in 914, which resulted in a, quote, badly mutilated corpse showing signs of crushing and cutting with high heat. Another note found in 914 is a note by Dr. L, who is a reoccurring character via notes in the game. I don't know why I'm bothering. I'm the only one alive anymore, I think. Or maybe just sane? Or am I even that much at this point? I feel like I have to leave something. Some shard of myself behind. I've seen the others. I know I'll most likely not even leave a body. So maybe that's what this is. Slivering myself off. Leaving breadcrumbs of my brain, scattered and tattered. I keep hearing things in the dark. It's almost worse than what's in the light. I taste metal. Dr. L. So Dr. L has 6 notes in-game related to his own fate. I could find all of them except for the second one, even with the help of the Wikipedia. I cannot for the life of me find where it is, but here it is anyway. Aversion to light my foot. He doesn't mind light. He's never had any issue with light. Never ever, never. He just doesn't like to take all at once. No, not all, not at all. There were tests done. During a breach, some girly item that could see things. She watched it, saw it, was seen, saw? He likes to hunt, or maybe he just likes. He doesn't retreat from the light, he just stops being it for a while. He slides back and hides and counts to 10 again, begin again, and off he goes. Only nobody is ever it again. He takes his toys and the players, and he goes home. Dr. L. 914 is not a creature. It is the machine right in front of you. It is also known as the Clockworks. 914's document itself isn't featured in the game, so I will refer to the wiki for this one. Item number SCP-914. Object class Safe. Special containment procedures. Only personnel who submit a formal request and receive approval from Site Command may operate 914. SCP-914 is to be kept in Research Cell 109B, with 2 guard personnel on duty at all times. Any researchers entering 109B are to be accompanied by at least 1 guard for the entirety of testing. A full list of tests to be carried out must be given to all guard personnel on duty. Any deviation from this list will result in termination of testing, forcible removal of personnel from 109B, and formal discipline at Site Command's discretion. Warning: at this time, no testing of biological matter is allowed. Refer to document 109-B117. Applying the rough setting to explosive materials is not advised. Description: SCP-914 is a large clockwork device weighing several tons and covering an area of 18 square meters, consisting of screwdrivers, belts, pulleys, gears, springs, and other clockwork. It is incredibly complex, consisting of over 8 million moving parts, comprised mostly of tin and copper, with some wooden and cloth items observed. Observation and probing have shown no electronic assemblies or any form of power other than the mainspring under the selection panel. 2 large booths, 3 meters by 2.1 meters by 2.1 meters, being 10 foot by 7 foot by 7 foot, are connected via copper tubes to the main body of SCP-914, labelled Intake and Output. Between them is a copper panel with a large knob with a small arrow attached to it. The words rough, coarse, 1 by 1, fine and very fine are positioned at points around the knob. Below the knob is a large key that winds the mainspring. When an object is placed in the intake booth, a door slides shut and a small bell sounds. If the knob is turned to any position and the key is wound up, SCP-914 will refine the object in the booth. No energy is lost in the process, and the object appears to be in stasis until the output booth door is opened. Intense observation and testing have not shown how SCP-914 accomplishes this, and no test object has ever been observed inside SCP-914 during the refining process. The process takes between 5 and 10 minutes, depending on the size of the object being refined. That is the entry on the wiki. As I said, SCP-914 is quite important as a means to progress through the game. Essentially, by using 914, you can craft and upgrade, or refine, items. It is one of the few SCPs in the game that can aid you. As mentioned in the documentation, there are 5 settings on 914. I will go over those quickly again. Rough often dismantles and destroys the items entirely. Coarse dismantles items into more refined parts. 1-to-1 or 1 by 1 gives an item of at least nearly equal use and function, with some properties maybe being slightly altered. Fine refines items and usually improves them with an anomalous feature. Very fine usually gives a heavily anomalous version of items. Some items can be deadly, while some may be more useful than their defaults or fine counterparts. Of course, if you enter 914 whilst it is active, the obvious happens, at least if you had read the test results. There are many things you can do with 914, but the main use of it, to most, is to upgrade your keycards instead of having to search the facility for direct upgrades. I will expand on this in the item section of the video. 914 may be considered overpowered to some, especially now that the recipes and outputs for it are known. SCP-970 is different from the already mentioned SCPs. It isn't actually contained, and is instead a spatial phenomenon wherein a collection of rooms are looped in on themselves. In all cases found by the Foundation, this is by means of a series of doors appearing in the walls, all in a straight line, such that it is possible to walk forward and end up at the starting position. The alteration to the rooms does not affect neighbouring rooms and floors. In-game, 970 takes on the form of a two-way hallway and a storage room in the light containment zone. This storage room contains a level 1 keycard, a 9-volt battery, and 939's document, as well as an empty cup. Continuing to walk through the duplicating rooms and hallways will eventually cause numerous changes in the environment to be noticed. An item may vanish from your inventory, you may be randomly injured, blood decals may appear, documents in your inventory may be replaced with a note repeating black white in a spiral pattern. A dead scientist with a disfigured face may appear in the room, floating in the air should you continue. Random items may appear in your inventory. A guard can be found standing in the hallway, watching you, eventually vanishing should you continue going through the doors. Even if you don't have the radio equipped, you may hear an emergency broadcast, and 173's texture, if it decides to turn up, will have its texture changed to a old Halloween variant. Of course, you can leave this hallway if you wish, and the game will continue as normal. 970's document reads the following. Item number SCP-970. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. All sites affected by SCP-970 are to be acquired by the Foundation, with a suitable cover established. Civilians attempting to enter the site are to be discouraged, preferably within the boundaries of local law. Trespassers are to be administered a Class A amnestic. In light of Experiment 4 and Addendum 970-02, armed personnel are to be stationed by entries into affected sites. Description: SCP-970 is a spatial phenomenon wherein a collection of rooms are looped in on themselves. In all cases found, this is by means of a series of doors appearing in the walls, all in a straight line, such that it's possible to walk forwards and end up at the starting position. The alteration to these rooms does not affect neighbouring rooms and floors. There is, as of yet, no known explanation for the appearance of this phenomenon. SCP-970-01 is a cell block within Sector 19, and the first example of the SCP-970 phenomenon encountered by the Foundation. It was constructed with the intent of housing D-Class personnel, and fulfilled that purpose until when several D-Classes breached containment in an escape attempt. The investigation into the incident led to the discovery that a series of doors had appeared in the cell block, leading into rooms on the opposite side of the corridor. It was quickly established that the layout of the building did not support this addition, and that the rooms were following a non-standard geometry. Since the incident, further such examples of the phenomenon have been discovered, with % of these in a 800-kilometer radius of Sector 19. For context, an amnestic is an amnesia-inducing agent that take different forms. As seen in 970's document, for example, there exists such a thing as a Class A amnestic, which is used for erasing recent or specific episodic memories. Class A amnestics are referred to as general retrograde. Let's go over the rest. Class B, regressive retrograde, is used for the incremental erasure of recent memories. Class C, targeted retrograde, is for the removal of specific memories from any point in the subject's life. Class D, progressive retrograde, is for the removal of early memories. Class E, NOI, is to induce psychological complacency with the anomalous. Class F, fugue, is for erasing and rebuilding the subject's identity. Class G, gaslighting, is to cause subjects to doubt the authenticity of their memories. Class H, anterograde, is to prevent the formation of new memories. Class I, transient, is for inducing a temporary amnesiac state. And Class W to Z, amnestics, is for the protection against anti-memetic and other numetic anomalies, essentially the opposite of a typical amnestic. They make you remember things or perceive things that make you forget you are seeing them. If all of this confuses you, being the terminology or the names of amnestics, don't worry, you don't really need to understand amnestics to understand SCPs. SCP-12 can be accessed with a Level 3 keycard, leading directly to a set of stairs which will lead to a room split into 2 compartments. One serves as a control room, and the other is 12's main chamber. 12's document can be found sitting next to the control panel, and the panel holds a button labelled Hoist with a computer screen where you can choose to play On Mount Golgotha, which is a song Regalis and a friend of his made. The song is a rendition of the composition written on 12. 12 itself can be found in its chamber suspended in a container by an automated pulley system. On the floor of its chamber is where a severed hand lies. This hand is actually an item with several uses, which will be covered later on. Entering the control room of 12's chamber causes the containment chamber to open automatically, whilst the pulley system lowers the container down to a table in the middle of that room. A red warning light then flashes. The container containing 12 then opens and causes D9341 to move towards it, which you can resist by moving in the opposite direction until 9341 is no longer in range. Well, why does D9341 move towards 12? Well, after walking to the point where he is standing in front of 12, he will begin rambling about how the composition on 12 is unfinished, soon inflicting damage on himself to try and finish it with his own blood. His ramblings include it being impossible to complete, along with other insane ramblings and maniacal laughter, as well as screams of pain. If you don't force D9341 out of the chamber, he will soon die from blood loss. Leaving after he has hurt himself, though, will, of course, require you to heal. As you bleed, you will get the following message in-game. Quote, you tear open your left wrist and start writing on the composition with your own blood. There are ways to negate 12's effects, however, which I will cover later. Let's go over 12's document. Item number SCP-12. Object class Euclid. Special containment procedures. SCP-12 is to be kept in a darkened room at all times. If the object is exposed to light or seen by personnel using a light frequency other than infrared, remove personnel for mental health screening and immediate physical. Object is to be encased in an iron-shielded box suspended from the ceiling with a minimum clearance of 2.5 meters, or 8 feet, from the floor, walls, and any openings. Description: SCP-12 was retrieved by archaeologist K. M. Scandoval during the excavation of a northern Italian tomb destroyed in a recent storm. The object, a piece of handwritten musical score entitled On Mount Golgotha, part of a larger set of sheet music, appears to be incomplete. The red or black ink, first thought to be some sort of berry or natural dye ink, was later found to be human blood from multiple subjects. The first personnel to locate the sheet, Site-19 Special Salvage, had 2 members descend into insanity, attempting to use their own blood to finish the composition, ultimately resulting in massive blood loss and internal trauma. Following initial investigations, multiple test subjects were allowed to access the score. In every case, the subjects mutilated themselves in order to use their own blood to finish the piece, resulting in subsequent symptoms of psychosis and massive trauma. Those subjects who managed to finish a section of the piece immediately committed suicide, declaring the piece to be, quote, impossible to complete, end quote. Attempts to perform the music have resulted in a disagreeable cacophony, with each instrumental part having no correlation or harmony with the other instruments. SCP-1123's containment chamber requires no card to enter. However, the cell that holds the actual SCP requires a Level 3 keycard. On the right, when you walk in, you will find a desk with 1123's document, as well as a readable monitor. On the far left end of the room is a shelf holding a gas mask, as well as the cell that holds 1123. The readable monitor in this room reads the following. To Agent Yarn from Agent Wilkinson. Nice friggin' site. I got lost 4 times just trying to find the main security hub. What the hell is with this place? To Agent Wilkinson from Agent Yarn. I tried to warn you. It was a modular design theory command cooked up. Set sections installed as needed and where needed. It was supposed to make expansion and recovery a lot easier, but it didn't really catch on. You'll get lost a couple of times, but you'll figure it out. When you attempt to pick up the SCP within its containment chamber, and you will adopt the identity of what seems to be a prisoner inside a German concentration camp during World War II. A small number of scenarios play on from this point. The first one is you being inside a prison cell similar to the cells the D-Class are kept in, but the walls are now concrete and the door is wooden. On the bed of the cell is a propaganda leaflet. I can't show the image depicted on this leaflet, but if you want to look at it, you can simply search it up. I'm not going to risk linking it in the description as it is incredibly graphic. This leaflet is a real World War II propaganda leaflet. Below the image is some text in German, which translates into the following. Not your child, just one of the countless children who have been killed by German bombs in Warsaw, Rotterdam, and Belgrade. How much sorrow and misery, how many burnt-out houses, destroyed churches, devastated towns and villages bear witness throughout Europe against the man who preached this war for 20 years, prepared it for 7 years, and on September the 1st, 1939, unleashed it. And all that was done in the name of the German Reich, in your name, under the Nazi flag, your flag, by German armies, your fathers, sons, and brothers. Do you want to pay for this? The scribbling at the bottom of the leaflet reads, I'm sorry, Helen. I wish I could have been there. This leaflet could presumably belong to the prisoner after smuggling it into the cell. After a short period of time, a German officer will open the door and order you to step out. After leaving the cell, you appear back in 1123's containment chamber. It isn't long though until the second scenario plays, being triggered when you attempt to leave the chamber. The door will lead you to a series of hallways with similar concrete as the cell lining the walls. After coming across a closed wooden door, opening it will reveal the officer from the first scenario, who will turn around and shoot you. You will then be taken back to the hallway outside of 1123's chamber. After a few seconds, though, you are taken back, finding yourself lying on the floor in a pool of blood. The officer is standing over you, taunting you. He will then shoot and kill you, causing you to appear back in the hallway outside of 1123's chamber, ending the final scenario. Quite a bizarre SCP, I know, but don't worry, they get weirder. Let's read the document as per usual. Item number SCP-1123. Object class Safe. Special containment procedures. To prevent degradation of SCP-1123 and its markings, it is to be kept in a hermetically sealed container in an argon gas atmosphere when not being tested. During testing and storage, light exposure should be limited to 50 lux, temperature between 20 and 24 Celsius, and relative humidity at 55%. SCP-1123 should only be transported in its container and should not be handled except during a controlled experiment. When not being tested, it will be stored in a secure climate-controlled locker at Site-19. Description: SCP-1123 is a human skull missing the lower mandible and all of its teeth. Across the exterior squama frontalis is a modern Khmer script, written in human blood, that translates as "Remember." Both skull and blood have been definitively dated to 1970 redacted, and genetic testing confirms that both are from the same individual. SCP-1123 was discovered in 1980 by Colonel Hugh of the Vietnamese People's Army within a collection of human beings in the custody of the museum in Cambodia. SCP-1123 was intercepted by Foundation agents as it was being delivered to Hanoi. The Khmer script is badly faded and invisible to most subjects beyond 5 meters distance. However, when a subject approaches 1123, they will report the script becoming progressively more visible until at less than 1 meter they will report it appearing as if freshly drawn. A few subjects at this distance report the writing is, quote, still wet, end quote. This effect is not reproducible with optical equipment. To record the script photographically requires optical enhancement or UV lighting. The latter is not approved for use with SCP-1123 as it contributes to the degradation of the object. Subjects at this distance will also report other anomalous sensory phenomena, including smells such as cooking meat or ashes, sounds such as soft crying, low heartbeats or breathing or distant footsteps, and tactile responses such as grit in the eyes, ants crawling on the back of the hand, or glass splinters in the sole of the foot. When subjects touch the surface of SCP-1123, they will experience a dissociative fugue state. Initiation of the fugue state appears instantaneous and is not affected by cessation or contact with SCP-1123. Symptoms of the fugue persist for 90 minutes to 6 hours. The fugue is characterized by confusion, disorientation, and adoption of a new identity and memories which consist of knowledge, including language, previously unknown to the subject. During the fugue, the subject will lose all memories of their prior identity. Subjects have shown various reactions to this, ranging from near catatonia to attempts to escape or attack Foundation personnel. As the fugue state subsides, the subject will regain memories of their prior identity, but will also retain memory of the new, imprinted identity and all the knowledge associated with it. Subjects have said that it was, quote, as if they lived an entire other life as some other person, end quote, in the period between touching SCP-1123 and recovering from the fugue. Post-fugue interviews have provided enough corroborative information in of studied cases for researchers to find historical documentation confirming the imprinted personality's correspondence to a specific individual who had lived at the time prior to the subject. There appears no connection between the origin of the imprinted personality and the identity of the person based on age, genealogy, gender, ethnicity, or national origin. Imprinted personalities share the following characteristics. The imprint died before the subject's birth. Dates have ranged to as early as 90 years prior to less than 1 year prior. The imprint was a victim of subjugation, torture, and/or imprisonment. The imprint typically died by violence, usually homicide. Sometimes death has been due to secondary factors, such as starvation or infection. The imprint's death was the result from being targeted by a political mass movement, most often with some form of state sanction and/or complicity. Subjects undergo no obvious anomalous after effects due to exposure, but will show psychological effects common to the types of trauma experienced by the imprinted personality. Grief, survivor's guilt, and depression are typical. Suicidal ideation is rare, but has occurred in a small fraction of cases. It should be noted that in treatment of these after effects, use of amnestics has not shown any psychological benefit, and is often proved to be harmful. Alright, that's the document. On the in-game document, there is a sentence highlighted along with the red writing, presumably blood, that says, "Don't touch." So, you might have noticed that what I read was much longer than the document in-game. Many documents in the game don't feature the full thing due to the amount of writing some entries have. I will go out of my way to add the rest of, or most of, the SCP entries from the wiki, so you get a better idea of understanding them. Just know that the documents in-game are typically shortened, but the SCP works pretty much the same way as it would do usually. SCP-1162's containment chamber is located in a C-shaped hallway. Inside of 1162's chamber is, of course, 1162, as well as its document. SCP-1162 is a hole. Yes, a hole. When you interact with it in-game, it will manifest a random item in exchange for a pre-existing item in your inventory. If you have no items, your right lung will be taken, and you'll bleed until death. Nice. 1162 is capable of giving you 5 nostalgia items, which hold significance to D9341's backstory, who will comment on them and how it is related to his past life. I'll expand on this in his section later on. So here is the thing about 1162. The original writing was deleted by the author, so the following document is actually sourced from the game only, or by using a web archive. Out of respect for the author, I'm going to read it directly from the game, even if the original document contains more information. Item number SCP-1162. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-1162 is currently contained in a standard 5x5x5 meter chamber at Site-31. SCP-1162 must be activated at least once weekly to prevent a containment breach. If it is not activated, it randomly shifts location, as detailed below. Description: SCP-1162 is currently a hole in the cinder block wall of Containment Chamber 4 at Site-31. It measures approximately 14.5 centimeters across and has a variable depth which changes based on the current user. A portion of cinder block is currently visible through the hole. However, no light source has been able to illuminate any portion of the interior beyond that. The hole always appears to be dark. SCP-1162 is activated when a sentient being reaches into the hole to the depth that the girth of their arm allows, at which point their fingers touch a solid surface similar in feel to the current location of SCP-1162, and they discover an item small enough to fit through the hole below their fingertips. These items have universally been recognized as something that a user has lost, or was searching for at some point during their life. However, upon retrieval of the item, another item will vanish from the person of the subject. In addition, any object placed into 1162 will disappear as soon as it has no longer in contact with the person. If SCP-1162 is not activated at least once every 168 hours, it will randomly shift location to another stone, concrete, or brick wall or floor within a radius not yet shown to exceed 2,000 kilometers. The previous hole remains, but shows no abnormal properties. End of document. As well as these larger rooms for containing SCPs, there are some other smaller rooms that can be found in light containment. I'll quickly bash out the SCP stored in these smaller rooms because the rooms themselves are pretty lackluster and not really worth talking about, but just to preface, these SCPs are stored in very small rooms locked with a keycard. These rooms are accessed through rooms built into the side of various hallways in light containment. SCP-500 is a group of SCP objects called SCP-500-1. 500-1 is a red pill that can be used to cure any and all diseases infecting the user. As well as in its containment chamber, SCP-500-1 instances can be found in other areas around Site-19. In-game, SCP-500 can cure various negative effects given to you by SCPs, whilst also restoring full health. It does not, however, heal blood loss. The document for this SCP is found in its chamber on top of an open safe. It reads the following. Item number SCP-500. Object class, safe. Special containment procedures. SCP-500 must be stored in a cool and dry place away from bright light. SCP-500 is only allowed to be accessed with personnel with Level 4 security clearance to prevent misapplication. Description: SCP-500 is a small plastic can which at the time of writing contains 47 red pills. One pill, when taken orally, effectively cures the subject of all diseases within 2 hours, exact time depending on the severity and the amount of the subject's conditions. Despite extensive trials, all attempts at synthesizing more of what is thought to be the active ingredient of the pills have been unsuccessful. Note from Dr. Klein. SCP personnel below Level 3 are now banned from handling SCP-500. This is not to be used to cure a hangover. Get AIDS and then ask permission. SCP-1499 is a Soviet GP5 gas mask. When you use the gas mask in-game by placing it on your head, you vanish from view and are taken to a different plane of existence, a barren and inhospitable landscape with black towers scattered around the area. Removing the SCP from your head results in you appearing back where you put the gas mask on, regardless how far you travelled in the landscape. In this landscape are tall humanoids with dark skin covered in an unknown black substance. These humanoids have many eyes and mouths across their bodies. Their left arms are noticeably warped as well. These creatures are called SCP-1499-1. Mobile-1s will move away from you should you approach, while stationary ones cause it, alongside every other instance in the landscape, to become agitated and chase you should you approach them. Coming in contact with agitated instances will cause them to slash at you. Of course, an easy escape from the -1 instances is to take the gas mask off. Here's a fun fact: if you put 1499 into 914 on the very fine setting, -1 instances are created and pursue you outside the dimension. 1499's document reads the following. Item number SCP-1499. Object class, safe. Special containment procedures. SCP-1499 is to be kept in a locked box guarded by 2 agents at all times. Testing involving SCP-1499 is to be discontinued indefinitely. Test subjects are to wear a small, full duplex 2-way radio underneath SCP-1499 to maintain contact with researchers. Testing is no longer to be carried out by D-Class personnel due to the risk of losing SCP-1499. Should test subjects enter any sort of danger, they are to remove SCP-1499 immediately. Description: SCP-1499 is a Soviet GP5 gas mask. A seal test performed on the object suggests that the object retains its original functionality. The anomalous effects of 1499 activate when a human places it on their head. Approximately 1 second after SCP-1499 is fully secured on the subject's head, the subject vanishes from view and is no longer detectable. The subject reports no feeling of motion at this time. Testing has revealed that 2-way radios remain capable of both receiving and transmitting, despite the subject being undetectable. Upon wearing SCP-1499, test subjects report completely different surroundings than the ones that they were in prior to wearing SCP-1499. Subjects have reported that it appears barren and inhospitable, with tall black towers filling the area. Subjects have also cited entities in this landscape. These entities, designated SCP-1499-1, have been described as tall, nude humanoids with dark skin that have a thick coat of an unknown vicious substance. Instances of SCP-1499-1 also have large amounts of eyes and mouths covering their body. Upon removing SCP-1499 from their head, subjects reappear in the same location they were in when they put it on. End of document. 1499 is useful when fleeing from certain things in the game, as you are taken out of Site-19 completely whilst it is equipped. Of course, during this you must be careful of -1 instances. SCP-714 is a green jade ring that is capable of fitting anyone who wears it, only changing size when touched by a new subject. This sounds like another ring from another fantasy world, if you know what I mean. When worn in game, it will reduce your sprint bar rapidly, down to 2 bars, which will make it very hard to escape certain hazards. You can just take the ring off though. In exchange for the exhaustion given to you, you gain a few extremely helpful benefits. Some SCPs here are yet to be discussed. 049 cannot kill you with his lethal touch. 895 cannot kill you. Diseases contracted by reading 1025 are avoided. 1123's hallucinations are avoided. 12's mind-affected properties are avoided. Using 420J, yes, that's a real SCP, will also have no effect on you whilst wearing this ring. 714's documentation can be found in its small chamber near the door.
Item number SCP-714. Object class Safe. Special containment procedures. SCP-714 is to be stored in a reinforced high-security locker that is to be accessible only to level 4 or higher personnel due to several incidents of misuse. Description: seemingly nothing more than a green jade ring, SCP-714 has been shown to be able to expand and contract to perfectly fit the fingers of anyone who touches it, though this is the least important of its properties. SCP-714 only changes size when touched by a new subject. SCP-714 has several major effects, details as follows. 1. Exhaustion, compulsion to rest or sleep. Within minutes of putting on SCP-714, wearers report feeling worn out, physically and mentally exhausted. Due to this, they will feel driven to sit down and rest for a bit on the nearest available furniture, and will likely fall asleep within the space of a few hours. If someone falls asleep wearing SCP-714, the only known means of waking them is to remove SCP-714, at which point they may be aroused by anything that would normally wake them up. Exhaustion effects pass within 2 or 3 hours of removing SCP-714 if removed from a conscious subject. Those that fall asleep wearing SCP-714 reported feeling well rested if SCP-714 is removed, even if they slept for only a few minutes. SCP-714 extends no quote-unquote considerations towards the needs of its wearer during the forced sleep, though most body's functions such as breathing continue. If SCP-714 is not removed and the wearer is woken up, most will die of dehydration or starvation within a matter of days. SCP-714's impact, if any, on aging remains untested. Wearers that are tired prior to putting SCP-714 are at serious risk of falling asleep on their feet, possibly falling over in the process. If no furniture or furniture-like object is available nearby, wearers either stand on the spot they don't SCP-714 or attempt to fashion a resting place out of any suitable materials. The drive to sleep can be resisted, but requires formidable willpower and self-control on the part of the wearer. Even so, the following effects make it impractical for field use. 2. Slowed reactions, sluggish movement. Subjects suffer from severely impaired reaction times. A normally sharp, alert, and physically fit subject can have a hard time catching a slow-moving object thrown to them, even if warned and given ample time to prepare. Anyone wearing SCP-714 should not be allowed to operate any heavy machinery or other vehicles under any circumstances. Wearers of SCP-714 move much slower than normal, managing an average walking pace at best. The movements are not physically slower, but they are incapable of exerting themselves. 3. Reduced mental capacity. Seemingly as part of the mental fatigue, anyone wearing SCP-714 claims that they quote-unquote think slowly, or may even have trouble finding the words to adequately communicate that they cannot think as clearly as normal. The wearer may take a long time to think of answers to a trivial question, for example, what color is the red ball? Never mind one that is vague or requires a more complicated response. With removal of SCP-714, mental capacity is restored to a normal within a few minutes. 4. Mental shield. as a dubious benefit of seemingly reduced mental capacity, wearers of SCP-714 show abnormally high resilience to mimetic and mental influences, particularly commands or immediate effects. Weaker mimetic influences may be totally nullified by this. In both cases, the wearer feels a strong and instinctive fear of the source of the influence. This fear drives them to immediately seek shelter by any means available, potentially by attempting to destroy the source. This shielding lasts only for as long as SCP-714 is worn. They are still at significant risk if exposed to any mimetic influences that do not take immediate effect. Exposure to such influences should be handled as normal for the source in question, as the degree of protection afforded by SCP-714 has yet to be fully documented. In addition, normal images and sounds that would cause revulsion, nausea, etc., simply due to the shocking or disturbing content, have next to no effect on wearers of SCP-714. The wearer will not even recall seeing them once SCP-714 is removed. Mundane persuasion, such as motivational speeches, has no effect, regardless of the speaker's skill and charisma. 5. Chemical tolerance. Just as their minds block mimetic influences, the bodies of SCP-714's wearers slow and nullify the effects of various chemicals on the body. Fully poisonous or toxic substances are generally not hindered, but those that specifically impair or enhance neural and/or nervous functions in some way, such as stimulants or sedatives, have very diminished effects. With the removal of SCP-714, this nullification effect expires instantly. Wearers may still suffer from standard overdose effects whilst wearing SCP-714.
SCP-427 is a spherical, ornate locket made of polished silver. Unlike most SCPs, it was not found, it was created by putting an instance of SCP-500, being the red pill, into 914 on the fine setting. When 427 is opened and exposed to biological tissue, it rapidly regenerates that tissue and heals infections and compounds. Long-term exposure, however, produces a large health hazard. Being exposed to 427 for over an hour causes flesh to mutate into shapeless tissue, known as SCP-427-1. In-game, it works how most would think it does. It slowly heals you of any injuries and blood loss that you have sustained, as well as slowly curing you of SCP-008's infection, which will be covered in heavy containment. If you keep the locket open for too long, being 7 minutes of playing, you will become an instance of SCP-427-1, which kills you in the process. Using the item and closing it does not reset the amount of time to kill you, meaning that the 7 minutes applies to the total time it's opened in that whole run. Inside 427's containment chamber is its document. Item number SCP-427. Object class Safe. Special containment procedures. SCP-427 displays no means of self-locomotion or malicious intent at this time, and requires only minimal containment. Due to SCP-427's adverse effects, only medical staff of Class 3 or above may handle or utilize it. All personnel using SCP-427 must record their total time using it in order to avoid unwanted mutations. Instances of SCP-427-1, colloquially referred to as flesh beasts, created by SCP-427 must be killed immediately, as it is impossible to communicate with or experiment on them safely. For this reason, instances of SCP-427-1 are classified as Keter. Description: SCP-427 is a small, spherical, ornately carved locket made of polished silver material. The ornate carvings do not seem to serve any function. It is unknown whether SCP-427's outer casing was crafted by sentience or not. Its circumference at its widest point is roughly 3 centimeters. SCP-427 was created after placing a pill of SCP-500 in the input booth of SCP-914 and using the fine setting. It displays no unusual activity when closed. When opened, a small glowing orb is visible at the center. The orb emits no radiation or energy aside from the visible spectrum. When SCP-427 is opened and exposed to biological tissue, it rapidly regenerates cellular damage and somehow is able to purge invading compounds or infections. As a standard of measure, the common cold takes 3 to 10 days to be worked through the human immune system and eventually removed. In the presence of an opened SCP-427, this time is reduced to 2 to 4 minutes. Its healing abilities are directional, so anything not in line of sight with the central orb experiences no effects. However, long-term exposure produces a significant health hazard. As the locket heals damage, it optimizes the body's natural systems. Resistance to disease and toxins is increased by 500% compared to accepted LD50 or death rate values after a total of 10 minutes of exposure, and 1000 after 15. After 15 minutes of exposure, muscular systems begin optimizing, increasing strength and pain tolerance by 200 to 300%. All other systems continue to optimize. Class D personnel exposed to the device for over an hour total began mutilating into a shapeless mass of tissue. The conversion time accelerates with continued exposure to SCP-427. SCP-1025 is a hardcover book around 1500 pages long. The front cover and spine read the title of the book, The Encyclopedia of Common Diseases. The book contains pages dedicated to explaining specific diseases. Anyone who reads about a disease from the book will exhibit symptoms of any disease they read about. In-game, it works in a similar way it does as per the wiki document, with you getting one of the following diseases at random upon using 1025. Appendicitis. When you have this disease, you will occasionally get the messages, your stomach is aching. After a prolonged period of time, you will get the message, the pain in your stomach is getting unbearable, which will significantly lower the rate of stamina regeneration after this happens. Asthma. D9341 will cough proportional to his remaining stamina, and will also have his speed lowered proportional to his remaining stamina. Cardiac arrest increases heartbeat frequency, eventually leading to death. Simple. Chickenpox. The message, your skin is feeling itchy, is displayed at random intervals. The common cold. Causes coughing at random intervals, significantly lowering the state of stamina regeneration. Lung cancer. Causes coughing at random intervals and lowers the rate of stamina regeneration. Very similar to the common cold. SCP-500 cures all of these symptoms, and an upgraded gas mask that can be acquired from 914 negates the effects of lung cancer and the common cold as long as you have it equipped. Wearing 714 whilst reading the book causes you to not develop any symptoms upon reading them, but applying the ring after reading will neither prevent the effects from happening nor cure them. It is unknown why SCP-1025 has a page about cardiac arrest because it's not a disease. Either way though, it's featured in the game but not in the documentation of 1025. The original documentation of SCP-1025 indirectly states that the book doesn't actually inflict diseases, but instead is a book that makes people paranoid of others around them, thinking they are infected with the diseases most virulent and pestile. Hence, the effects of SCP-1025 are, ironically, a factual atrocity. It was also originally Keta class. The document for 1025 isn't featured in the game, so to the wiki I go. Item number SCP-1025. Object class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. Due to its potential as a bioweapon capable of destroying all life on Earth, SCP-1025 is to be kept in an isolated underground vault, secured by no fewer than 10 armed guards, to be rotated twice weekly, and checked for compromise by infectious agents. The vault should be armed with a thermite mine to be detonated at first sign of containment breach. Revision of the past containment procedures. SCP-1025 is to be kept in a passcode secured locker. Further research requires O5 approval. Description. SCP-1025 is a hardcover book, approximately 1500 pages long. The front cover and spine feature the title, The Encyclopedia of Common Diseases. The publisher's page indicates the book was printed in 19 by Press. No other copies of a book with that title and publisher have been found, and no record of the publisher exists. Readers of the book seem to exhibit symptoms of any disease they read about. The effect can take between and hours to manifest. SCP-860 is a blue key of unremarkable shape that can fit in any door lock that requires a key. It only works on door locks, and only if they are attached to the door. It will not work on any other type of lock. When it is used to unlock and open a door, the destination isn't where it would usually be. Instead, it opens into SCP-860-1. SCP-860-1 is a forest path, about 80 centimeters wide, surrounded by a grove enveloped in blue mist. After you enter 860-1, the door closes behind you and locks. The only way through is forward until you reach another door which loops back into 860's testing chamber. There are forks in the path which lead to dead ends, however. Inside 860-1 are a number of anomalous events and creatures, including 3 notes left by Agent Izumi Junko, who was sent into 860-1. These notes are found on the path inside 860-1. Log 1. Something seems to have gone wrong. The moment I entered the forest, communications with the researchers was lost. My headset is playing soft music instead. It's very calming. The blue hue is beautiful, and I've never felt more at ease in my life. Log 2. I just noticed, but the path here is made of cobblestones. That is odd. I recall it being made of dirt when I first entered the forest. I'm hearing howls in the distance, but they don't seem aggressive. It's like they're calling me. Warm lights shine between trees. My headset keeps playing music. Log 3. Golden eyes watch me from every direction and they howl non-stop. The wind carries whispers and curses. It's been like this for years now. Or has it been hours? I can't recall. Twigs snap and leaves rustle close by. Sometimes I hear them breathing in my neck. Yet I'm not afraid. The wind they blow is warm and comforting. I haven't slept since I entered here. Maybe it's time to take a nap. I will wake when you get here, D9341. I'm kinda hungry. Interestingly, she refers to D9341, who is of course who you are playing as, seemingly expecting him. Her fate is unknown, but whilst you venture in 860-1, you have a chance of seeing her silhouette in the trees. Her enthusiasm towards exploring 860-1 aligns to the fact that she isn't familiar with exploration logs by the Foundation, detailing the brutal deaths of D-Class inside 860-1 by a creature known as 860-2. (860-2 is a large creature that walks on 4 legs, having bark-like skin and vegetation covering most of its purple body. Its eyes are large and yellow, much like the symbols on its chest and head. Its eyes are bright enough to be seen in 860-1's dense blue fog. It initially stalks you through the forest, watching you through the trees. If you approach it whilst it is stalking you on the side, it will dash away into the fog. Taking too long to get through 860-1 will cause -2 to jump out and onto the path, chasing you in an effort to kill you. -2 is faster than you and kills in 1 slash of its claws, making it almost impossible to avoid once it is aggro. -2 is the main reason why you should be quick in -2, and is the main threat inside of it. It is an incredibly deadly predator. 860's document reads the following, alongside a further document detailing 860-1. Item number SCP-860. Object class Safe. Special containment procedures. SCP-860 is to be contained in a small wooden box in a vault at Sector Redacted. By itself, the object is inert, and no further containment procedures are needed. Description. SCP-860 is a dark blue key of unremarkable shape. At seemingly random intervals of time, a series of numbers, later found to be UTM coordinates, will appear on the key's blade. In the time SCP-860 has spent under containment, the numbers have changed 3 times, giving the coordinates for Germany, England, and Site. SCP-860 can fit in any door lock that requires a key located in the area of the given coordinates, and will function identically to the correct key for that lock. SCP-860 only works on door locks, and only if they are attached to a door, and will not work on any other type of locking device. When SCP-860 is used to unlock and open a door, the door does not lead to its usual destination. Instead, it opens into a small forest clearing centered on a 80 cm wide footpath, designated SCP-860-1. Every observation of this grove has noted the presence of blue-coloured mist. As soon as any person enters SCP-860-1, the door automatically closes. From inside SCP-860-1, the door appears attached to an infinite concrete wall and is locked. No attempts to break the door from outside with personnel inside 860-1 have been successful. Attempts to break the door from inside 860-1 have resulted in See Document 860-3 for more details. The trail inside SCP-860-1 usually leads to another door attached to an infinite concrete wall. This second door leads to the normal destination room of the door on which 860 was used. A number of anomalous events have been reported by personnel conducting explorations of 860-1. These are explained in more detail in documents 860-1 through 860-4. Following the events of Exploration 4 described in document 860-4, only Level 4 personnel may perform tests on SCP-860. Incident 860-12 on days after Exploration 4, SCP-860 was found on Dr. office table from its containment unit. The item's containment locker had not been opened. Video surveillance from AM shows the key suddenly materialized on top of the table. It is currently unknown how or why SCP-860 was moved. The incident had a profound effect on Dr. Psychiatric evaluation is recommended. And that is the end of the document. As for the exploration logs, you will have to look at them for yourself if you are interested. I'm not covering them here because they are not worth it for the wider game, but they are quite interesting and expand on 860 even more than the game does. SCP-990 is different from the other SCPs in the game, that being it's only ever seen during loading screens. 990 is generally a human male dressed in a Cold War era business suit who appears to Foundation personnel through dreams. 990, as mentioned, does not appear in the gameplay itself, but exclusively in some loading screens. Here you will see him standing in the dark whilst an audio clip will play, being 990 talking to you, or D9341, as if you were sleeping. 990's document reads the following. Item number SCP-990. Object class Keta. Special containment procedures. Currently, no containment for SCP-990 has been devised. Any personnel with suggestions for the containment of SCP-990 should report to Dr. Any and all ideas are welcome, regardless of who suggests them. Description: SCP-990 is generally a human male dressed in a Cold War era business suit who appears to Foundation personnel through dreams. Thus far, no Foundation personnel have encountered SCP-990 in the real world. If he corresponds to an actual human being, we have yet to find him. Presently, there have been no reports of SCP-990 appearing to non-Foundation personnel. SCP-990 has been appearing to Foundation personnel since SCP-990's existence came to light when several agents discussed having dreams involving a similar individual. Numerous other agents reported dream sightings of an individual matching the description of SCP-990. The phenomenon did not officially receive SCP classification until the aftermath of Event 990-07. This event document adds a lot more spice to 990, since the game itself doesn't do much with the SCP, so let's go over it. Event Log 990-07. Agent failed to report for duty at his assigned time. He was instead found in his quarters, asleep. Subject had been asleep for roughly 18 hours, and all subsequent attempts to wake him were unsuccessful. Subject was transported to the medical bay. After over 40 hours of sleep, subject awakened in a highly agitated state. Subject reportedly ran through the facility yelling loudly about the end of the world. Even after being heavily sedated, all of his bodily functions remained in a dangerously accelerated state, increased heart rate, blood pressure, and so on. Subject described a man matching the regular appearance of SCP-990. According to Dr. report, Agent described with great detail a series of events that would lead to several tactical nuclear missiles being launched into mid-Europe and Eastern Asia, ultimately resulting in the extermination of nearly 98% of the human race and the total collapse of human society. The agent claimed that the information had been outlined to him by SCP-990 whilst he was trapped within his dream. Mobile Task Force was dispatched to eliminate the initial threat that would begin the chain of events. MTF was successful and the crisis was averted. Agent, however, did not survive his ordeal and died of shock-like symptoms. Since Event 990-07, SCP-990 has appeared to many Foundation personnel and made similar threats. As of yet, no situation on the scale of Event 990-07's has occurred. However, SCP-990 has successfully predicted the deaths of doctors and as well as the destruction of Watch Station Epsilon 38, and any threat made by 990 should be reported to Foundation authorities, regardless of its severity. Foundation personnel are considered free to converse with SCP-990 if he should appear to them, and are encouraged to try to obtain information from the subject regarding himself. Additionally, Dr. has stated that anyone who can determine whether or not SCP-990 has a corresponding body somewhere in the world will be well rewarded. SCP-1048 is described to be an Easter egg, being a small teddy bear that is both sentient and childlike. It is capable of creating replicas of itself using materials it finds, and in-game you can find one of these replicas, being 1048-A. 1048 itself, in-game, can be found wandering around a large testing chamber in heavy containment, or on the other side of windows to rooms beside checkpoints. It can also be encountered in heavy containment on the three-way catwalk where it is drawing on a pen and paper. Should you stop and look, it will show you its drawing. This drawing depicts D9341 in some sort of fear or peril. After taking the drawing, 1048 vanishes. 1048-A, however, is much more dangerous than 1048 itself. While similar in appearance, a big difference is that -A is comprised of human ears. In-game, should anyone approach -A, it will let out a high-pitched shriek, causing intense pain to the eyes and ears. Directly after this, ear-like growths will appear across your body, causing you to eventually die from asphyxiation when the growths progress inside your mouth. -A is found in light containment, typically in a hallway. If you are quick enough and run by, you will avoid the slow death from -A if it screams. 1048's document reads the following.
Item number SCP-1048, Object Class Kita. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-1048 is currently free to roam Site-24 as it poses no threat and has been observed to greatly improve the morale of personnel that interact with it. The whereabouts of SCP-1048 are currently unknown, though it is still believed to be somewhere in Site-24. The subject is to be secured for containment, but any creation of SCP-1048s should be destroyed on site, unless further evidence warrants less extreme actions. No teddy bears are allowed in Site-24 to prevent any confusion or mistaken identity. Any object that resembles a teddy bear is to be reported to the security team immediately. This is not a joke. We have no idea what SCP-1048's full capabilities are. Who knows how many of the damn things are out there by now? Dr. Carver. Description: SCP-1048 is a small teddy bear approximately 33 cm in height. Though testing composition of the subject revealed no unusual qualities that make it discernible from a non-sapient teddy bear, subject is capable of moving of its own accord and could communicate through a small range of gestures. The subject regularly shows affection to individuals in ways found endearing by most people. Affection is usually given in the form of a hug to the lower leg, but subject has also been observed dancing, jumping in place, and in 2 separate events it has even drawn childlike pictures of janitorial staff. All Foundation personnel that have interacted with the subject have responded positively to its affection, even D-Class with normally sociopathic tendencies. Attempts at direct communication with SCP-1048 have not been considered successful. Though it is capable of simple gestures to indicate a yes or no answer, it will often not react to lines of questioning concerning its nature or where it originated from. It is not known if this is because SCP-1048 simply does not know the answers, or because it does not want to answer. Though capable of drawing pictures, it has not used its art as a form of communication beyond showing affection, even when encouraged to do so. The more anomalous behavior of SCP-1048 was not observed until approximately 7 months after it was originally secured. It is hypothesized that the subject is able to construct crude replicas of itself using various materials, by a process that has yet to be observed directly by Foundation staff. Dr. Carver has suggested that SCP-1048 uses its endearing qualities to lull those around it into false sense of security, allowing it to collect materials to produce these creations. Currently, there are 3 known creations of SCP-1048, designated SCP-1048-A, SCP-1048-B, and SCP-1048-C. The nature of these creations has been in stark contrast to SCP-1048's general behavior, as all have exhibited extreme violence towards humans.
SCP-1048-A has an incident report that can be found in-game and on the wiki, which reads the following. SCP-1048-A. On SCP-1048-A was discovered wandering Site-24, accompanied by SCP-1048. Subject resembles a teddy bear similar in size and shape to 1048, but is entirely made out of human ears. Witnesses interviewed reported that it appeared SCP-1048 was giving a tour of Site-24 to -A. Dr. Carver was called to the scene along with a security team. The security team arrived first and attempted to contain SCP-1048-A. Subject emitted a high-pitched shriek that inflicted intense pain in the eyes and ears of everyone in a 10-meter radius. Ear-like growths immediately began growing on those within 5 meters of the subject, covering their bodies in less than 20 seconds. Every person afflicted with this symptom died within 3 minutes, resulting in the death of personnel, including the entire security team. Autopsies revealed the cause of death to be asphyxiation, caused by an abundance of ear-like growths manifesting in the mouths and trachea of all victims. SCP-1048 and SCP-1048-A fled the scene before Dr. Carver arrived, and have not been contained since the incident, though sightings of both have been reported on multiple occasions. Shortly after this incident occurred, a researcher was discovered missing an ear. According to him, it was removed through unknown means whilst he was sleeping. No other victims of ear removal were found, so it is unclear if SCP-1048 obtained more ears from another source, or if it is capable of duplicating objects or materials. Okay, moving on from the evil teddy bear. Finally, in light containment is an elevator that can grant you access to a storage room. This storage room is very dark and filled with broken equipment, as well as a pipe that expels gas. Standing in any gas in-game agitates your eyes, causing you to blink faster. Wearing a gas mask prevents this. Standing in gas too long without a gas mask eventually causes suffocation. In this storage room is also an empty elevator shaft that you can fall into, killing you. There are a few reasons you will want to go into this storage room. To get 2 immensely helpful items, the night vision goggles and the black severed hand. Here, in this dark place, however, is one of the most frightening SCPs in the game, SCP-939. I think it's best we go over this document right now. Again, this is one of the SCPs in-game which has a shortened document compared to its actual documents on the SCP Wiki. My friend here will read from the latter, because I think it is a very interesting and important SCP, as it is a large wall for new players.
Item number SCP-939. Object Class Keta. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-939-1-3-19-53-89-96-98-99 and -109 are kept in cell 1163-A or 1163-B. 10 meters times 10 meters times 3 meters containment chambers within Armed Biocontainment Area 14. Both cells are environmentally regulated and negatively pressurized, with walls constructed of reinforced concrete. Access to these cells is regulated by an outer decontamination chamber and inner gas-tight steel security doors. Observation windows are constructed of laminated ballistic glass 10 cm in thickness, protected by a 100 kV electrified mesh. Humidity is maintained at 100% at a temperature of 16 degrees Celsius. Specimens are monitored at all times via infrared cameras. Level 4 authorization is required to access SCP-939, their containment areas, or the observation chambers. SCP-939-101 is dismembered and stored in cryogenic preservation tanks 939-101A to 939-101M within Bioresearch Area 12. Access to SCP-939-101 requires authorization by 2 Clearance Level 3 personnel, one which must be present for all research and testing. The contents of only one 939-101 tank may be accessed at any given time. Core temperature of SCP-939-101 tissues must be monitored while removed from cryogenic preservation. Should core temperature exceed 10 degrees Celsius, tissues are to be returned to their corresponding tank and all testing suspended for a period of 72 hours. Bearing core temperatures exceeding 10 degrees Celsius, research of SCP-939-101 tissues may continue as long as its ramblings and pleas for release may be tolerated. Containment cells should be cleaned bi-weekly. While this takes place, SCP-939 specimens will be transferred to the adjacent cell. During this time, the cell doors and observation window must be inspected for damage and repaired or replaced accordingly. Heavy sedation of all SCP-939 is required before any interaction, including transfer between cells and experimentation, may take place. See document number 939-TE4 for transfer and experimentation protocol. Level C hazmat gear is to be worn by personnel during interactions with SCP-939 specimens and in any areas which SCP-939 have been known to inhabit. Afterwards, standard decontamination procedures are to be observed by all personnel involved to ensure no secondary spread of the amnestic agent occurs. Following incident ABCA 14-939-3, all non-Class D personnel interacting with SCP-939 for any length of time are required to wear 2 waterproofed electronic pulse monitors for the duration of such interaction. These pulse monitors will transmit to a wireless monitoring system independent of the facility main power grid, with at least one backup power system on standby. Should both an individual's pulse monitors flatline or otherwise malfunction, the wearers will be presumed dead. Personnel instructed to disregard all the wearer's subsequent vocalizations and a breach of containment declared automatically. Security personnel responding to such a breach are likewise required to wear these pulse monitors. Additionally, all live SCP-939 must be implanted with subdermal tracking devices upon capture. Description: SCP-939 are endothermic pack-based predators which display atrophy of various systems similar to trogloptic organisms. The skin of SCP-939 are highly permeable to moisture and translucent red, owing to a compound chemical similar to hemoglobin. SCP-939 averages 2.2 meters tall, standing upright, and weighs an average of 250 kilograms, though weight is highly variable. Each of the 4 limbs end in 3-fingered claws with a 4th opposable digit, and are covered in seta, which considerably augments climbing ability. Their heads are elongated, devoid of even vestigial eyes or eye sockets, and contain no brain casing. The jaws of SCP-939 are lined with red, faintly luminescent fang-like teeth, similar to those belonging to the specimens of the genus Cauliodos, up to 6 cm in length, and encircled by heat-sensitive pit organs. Eye spots, sensitive to light and dark, run the length of their spined dorsal ridges. These spines may be up to 16 centimeters in length and are believed to be sensitive to changes in air pressure and flow. SCP-939 do not possess many vital organ systems. Central and peripheral nervous system, circulatory system, and digestive tract are all absent. SCP-939's respiratory system is atrophied and serves no apparent purpose beyond spreading AMA-C227. SCP-939 have no apparent physiological need to feed, nor any way to digest consumed tissue. Ingested materials typically accumulate in the respiratory system of SCP-939 and is regurgitated once the amount is sufficient to markedly inhibit its function. Despite the absence of many vital organ systems, SCP-939 are capable of bearing live young. See Addendum 10-16-1991. SCP-939's primary method of luring prey is the imitation of human speech in the voice of prior victims, though imitation of other species and activity nocturnal hunts have been documented. SCP-939 vocalizations often imply significant distress. Whether SCP-939 understands the vocalizations or repeating previously heard phrases is subject of ongoing study. How SCP-939 acquires voices is not currently understood. Specimens have been documented imitating victims despite never hearing the victim speak. Analysis of SCP-939 vocalizations cannot distinguish between SCP-939 and samples of known victims' voices. The use of biometric voice recognition security or identification systems at any installation housing SCP-939 is strongly discouraged for this reason. Prey is usually killed with a single bite to the cranium or neck. Bite force have been measured in excess of 35 MPa. SCP-939 exhale minute traces of an aerolized Class C amnestic, designated AMN-C227. AMN-C227 causes temporary anterograde amnesia, inhibiting memory formation for the duration of exposure, plus an average of 30 minutes. It is colorless, odorless, and tasteless, with an estimated ECT50 for inhalation of 0.0015 mg per minute. In well-ventilated or open-air environments, risk of exposure to ECT50 is greatly reduced, but not negligible. AMN-C227 is typically undetectable in the bloodstream 60 minutes following cessation of exposure. Reported sensations of disorientation and mild hallucination immediately following removal from environments saturated with the agent are similar to recreational use of numerous psychoactive substances and easily mistaken as such.
Hello? Who's there?
I thought I lost you for a moment there.
What the hell are you?
Oh, there you are.
Oh God, what the hell is that?
In-game, there are 3 of these in the basement that patrol in a clockwise pattern. You can hear them mimicking the voice of the Foundation personnel they've killed in an attempt to lure you towards them. If they sense you, they will chase you and attempt to kill you, because they are mostly blind. They use the sound of your footsteps to detect you. Of course, crouching and walking reduces the sounds of your footsteps, but not completely. Luckily for you, the AI of 939 aren't very good at chasing around corners and are relatively easy to escape from. If the basement proves too much for you, it's luckily optional and there are other ways to get the items found there, particularly the night vision goggles. Before we move on from light containment, I will quickly discuss the other rooms there, as well as the many corridors. There are quite a few noticeable rooms and obstacles. Between many rooms are different variations of hallways, which I will quickly go over now. T-shaped hallways are large hallways found very commonly in light containment. An event can randomly occur where a scientist's corpse will fall from the ceiling after SCP-106 ejects him from the pocket dimension. You will also occasionally find a large sinkhole in the centre of this hallway, which will teleport you to 106's pocket dimension should you stand too deep into it and sink. As for 106, he will be covered in heavy containment. Two-way hallways come in many variations and sometimes contain elevators that do not work. There is a random occasion you will see a security guard step into one of these elevators before it inevitably crashes and comes back up to reveal blood. There is also a chance that you will simply see a normal dead body inside of one. Four-way hallways are similar in appearance to the T-shaped ones, but instead of 3 routes it has 4. This hallway also has a variation with an inaccessible catwalk that is seen above one route. You may rarely see SCP-049 standing on this catwalk staring at you. Like the T-shaped hallway, you may also come across a sinkhole in the middle of this hallway, which will take you to 106's dimension. Corner hallways are L-shaped hallways containing 3 doors, 2 of which can connect to other rooms. A third door at the intersection leads to the basement, where you will find the SCP-939 instances. A second variation exists, containing a third inaccessible door behind a metal grating. Okay, onto unique rooms and obstacles. Tesla gates are found throughout the game, but are introduced in light containment. Walking straight into them will cause them to spark and kill most things that walk through it instantly, including you. A good way to get through them is to bait its sensor and quickly stepping back, then allowing it to trigger before sprinting through. The archive room is a rectangular room with shelves lining each side of the walls. The items found on the shelves are randomized and can feature any of the following items that are presented on the screen right now. The end room is a red lit room containing a locked blast door. It has nothing inside but a dead end, with an alarm blasting on the other side of the door. There is a chance that a janitor will spawn inside the room, calling for help inside of it. However, should you go inside, you will see SCP-106 emerge and pull him into the ground. This room can be found in the other 2 containment zones in the facility. The storeroom consists of a walkway with a door to the side of it that leads down to a lower level that has a blast door and several benches. On the opposite side are 2 separate entrances which lead to a large storage area containing a gas mask, 1048 document, 1048A's incident report, a level 1 keycard, and a random number of 9-volt batteries. This room is quite important, as it is one of the few places where the gas mask can be found so early. As you traverse the hallway next to the storeroom, a janitor and scientist can be heard from the lower floor, debating their escape. However, the lights soon flicker and 173 snaps both of their necks. On the lower floor is also the only place where the wallet can be found. Lock rooms are red-lit square rooms with 2 timed doors opening into it. Outside both entrances is a CCTV monitor showing the view of 2 security cameras adjacent to each door. Jets of gas are deployed in this room as a safety precaution. To get through, you must press the button on one side to open the door into the lock room, and then proceed through. Be wary though, as SCP-173 is often inside this room and rarely another SCP that will be covered in heavy containment. The doors are open for 6 seconds, so it is advised that you take note of 173's potential location before navigating through, as the gas and gas mask overlay make it very hard to see. The T-shaped lock room is a red-lit room. As the name suggests, this lock room is designed in the shape of a T. When you enter, you must take a turn into the intersecting hall to press the button, so you may exit through the other door. However, again, 173 frequently spawns in this room through the ventilation shaft found within it. The small testing room is located inside a hallway in light containment. It is split into 2 compartments, the control room and a small metal chamber behind 2 large windows. This room is a way to get a level 2 keycard quite easily, as well as another important item, the SNAV 300. The testing room though requires a level 1 keycard to access. 173 frequently spawns in the metal chamber, and if you were to blink, it would smash through the glass and begin pursuit, so it is a good idea to blink before entering. The security gateway is a 2-way room containing a security checkpoint in the center of it. After entering the checkpoint, a decontamination procedure begins, after the airlock doors close. After a short period of time, the doors will reopen following the decontamination finishing. Beside the checkpoint is an inaccessible room that overlooks the airlock, containing a few shelves and a computer station. There exists a variation of the office where it is damaged. And finally, the surveillance room. This room is the hub for all the surveillance cameras in Site-19. This room is essential as it is the only way of lifting the lockdown on the light containment zone, so you may go to heavy containment and progress. It is found in the middle of a 2-way hallway and requires a level 3 keycard to access. The surveillance room is split into 2 rooms, a larger room being a hub of consoles, whilst the other is the surveillance room itself, which is filled with camera feeds, a booth and a computer. This computer has a switch to lift the heavy containment zone and one to lift the light containment zone lockdown, respectively, although the former is ripped off. I will come back to this room later on regarding how you progress to the next stage of the game, being heavy containment.
Come down and join our annual movie night this Saturday. This year's film, Area 51, Panic and Terror, 2 Miles Under.
Before we get to heavy containment, I think this is a good middle point to discuss the items and equipment of Containment Breach, as many items in heavy containment are very important and have many uses, and I've mentioned some items already that I should get out of the way. I will cover keycards first because they are the most helpful item in the game, then I will go from there. Keycards come in 6 variants in Containment Breach, level 1 to 5 and Omni. Different level keycards can be unlocked by either finding them or by using 914 to upgrade or craft them from pre-existing keycards and items. Each SCP containment chamber has a designated level to access it. For example, SCP-914 requires a level 2 keycard to access, whilst SCP-12 requires a level 3 keycard. In heavy containment, SCP containment chambers typically require higher level keycards to enter, if any. The maximum level keycard, Omni, can only be obtained by placing a level 5 keycard into 914 on the Fine setting, or with any level keycard on the Very Fine setting, but the latter method is very rare and of course risky because you may get a MasterCard instead, which is, well, useless. However, the Omni keycard is actually identical to the level 5 keycard in terms of power. The only reason you will get it is for the achievement. The gas mask is used to negate the effects of gas, as mentioned. Using it will make an overlay appear on your screen, which greatly obstructs your view in dim and dark areas. Putting a gas mask in 914 on Fine or Very Fine gives an upgraded version of the mask, which slows down the stamina usage greatly, granting an almost infinite sprint time to you. 714, the Jade Ring, still exhausts you though. The upgraded gas mask doesn't have a different name or icon though. Strangely, its stamina regenerating effects will stack with a later item, the mysterious hazmat suit, which is an upgraded version of the normal hazmat suit. Another variant of the gas mask is the heavy gas mask, which can be made in 914 by combining the normal gas mask with SCP-148, which is found in heavy containment. This gas mask grants you immunity to 12, being the unfinished sheet music. The night vision goggles is a very helpful item that allows you to see in dark areas, but also see certain threats that are not visible to the naked eye. The night vision goggles require 9-volt batteries to operate, which is another item that can be found in the game, used to power electronics. By using 914, the night vision goggles can be refined on Very Fine to create a blue view version of them. This variant allows you to see how far away you are from Euclid and Keter SCPs alongside human threats. At the top of the screen will be some text stating how long it will take in seconds for this to update, but just know that this counts as blinking alongside the normal blink gauge. Like the normal variant of the night vision goggles, the blue ones require 9-volt batteries. The third and last variant of the night vision goggles are the red ones, which are acquired through putting the ordinary night vision goggles in 914 on the Fine setting. These are effectively the same as the ordinary night vision goggles, except they do not require batteries. First aid kits are used to reduce or stop bleeding, depending on how bad it is, as well as recover health from gunshots and other wounds. After use, D9341 will take a few seconds to apply the kit. During this time, you cannot move him. Gunshots in Containment Breach are extremely deadly, as they should be, so you will more than likely want to use a first aid kit, no matter how many bullets you have managed to take without dying. Putting a first aid kit in 914 on the Fine setting results in the small first aid kit, which is more effective against wounds and heals faster, but has a lower chance to stop bleeding. Note that you cannot be healed with the first aid kit when you use 1162, being the hole in the wall, if it causes you to bleed out since you interacted with it without any items. A blue first aid kit can be created by putting a normal kit into 914 on the 1x1 setting. Upon use, it can cause any of the following conditions: increased speed followed by death, inverted mouse controls, quite annoying, blurred vision for a lengthy period of time, blood loss and injuries being fully healed, injury level set to 3.5 regardless of any previous injuries. Now, the injury system in Containment Breach is very simple, but you don't really see it in game, it's all code, really. When you aren't killed instantly by a source of damage, you will begin to bleed. This injury system affects you over time from this point onward, causing you to wobble when walking, your vision to blur, and overall slower movement. The severity of your wounds, as well as where they are on your body, affects how much you bleed. If you bleed long enough, you will of course die. Injury level has a range from 1 to 5. The higher the injury level, the more blood loss and slower movement you get, alongside additional effects such as the prior mentioned blurred vision. Anything higher than 5 will kill you. As I said, extremely simple. As well as the blue first aid kit, an item called the Strange Bottle can be acquired after putting a normal first aid kit in 914 on the very fine setting. Using this bottle has a varied amount of effects, which include being teleported to the pocket dimension belonging to 106, yet to be discussed, curing all injuries and ailments, heavy bleeding, and nausea, blurring the player's eyesight for a short time. Nausea cannot be cured using SCP-500, the red pill, but instead by smoking SCP-420-J. Syringes are scarce items, which will cause 2 of the following effects upon use: 10 units of blood loss, increased speed recharge, being your stamina, and if you use one of the syringes which has blood on it, it will be causing you to be infected by SCP-008. After use, a message will appear reading the following: you injected yourself with the syringe and feel a slight adrenaline rush. The ballistic vest provides protection from bullets, but it does not protect you from being hit in areas such as the head or legs. Using the ballistic vest reduces your speed, and if it gets hit, your stamina will drop and you will receive minor injuries. Putting the normal vest in 914 on fine results in the heavy ballistic vest, which protects anywhere but your head from bullets. It also caps your stamina at 60%. If it is hit, you will receive minor injuries, but won't receive the stamina drop traditional to the normal vest. The bulky ballistic vest can also be created, but it is pretty much useless, as you cannot pick it up. It's created by putting the normal vest in 914 on very fine. The hazmat suit is used to protect you against SCP-8, which hasn't been discussed yet, but for the sake of explaining the item, I will simplify it by saying that it is a zombie virus. I will go over the general effects of this suit outside of that now though. This suit caps your stamina at 60% and protects you from gas much like the gas mask does. Upon using the hazmat suit, it takes a while to equip. The mysterious hazmat suit grants you increased stamina regeneration akin to the upgraded gas mask. It can be obtained by putting the hazmat suit in 914 on fine or very fine. As mentioned before, the stamina regeneration effect stacks with the upgraded super gas mask. The heavy hazmat suit is the result of mixing SCP-148 with the normal hazmat suit. As well as protecting against SCP-008, this variant also protects against 2 more SCPs, being SCP-12, being the unfinished composition, and the tentacles inside of 035's chamber inside heavy containment, although the tentacles do still deal minor damage and will eventually cause bleeding. The SNAV is a device that displays a map of visited areas in Site-19. Like the normal night vision goggles and the blue night vision goggles, it requires 9V batteries. Putting it in 914 on the fine setting results in the SNAV 310, which displays areas regardless of whether or not you have visited them. Putting the SNAV on 914 on very fine results in the SNAV Ultimate, which does not require batteries and detects nearby SCPs. When it detects an SCP, it displays the SCP's number and a red circle, being the radius around you where that SCP is, getting smaller the closer it is to you. The radio can be used to listen to 5 channels. It allows you to listen to broadcasts by Foundation personnel. The 3rd channel can play user-supplied music that can be added by you into the game files. The 9V battery has pretty much already been explained at this point. It powers up electronic items. The 18V battery, however, is acquired when placing the 9V battery in 914 on the 1x1 setting. This battery can be put into the radio as it doesn't fit into other devices. The strange battery is what is acquired when placing the normal battery in 914 on fine or very fine. This battery cannot be used, however, as attempting to touch it will shock you and kill you. Eye drops are obtained by putting revision eye drops in 914 on fine or very fine. Depending on the setting you used, when you use the eye drop, a different effect will happen. Fine eye drops will slow down the blink meter for a longer period of time and alleviate some of your blood loss. Very fine eye drops will cause the player to stop blinking entirely for a prolonged period of time, but after this time your vision will blur and eventually you will become blind for some time. This, of course, makes 173 insanely dangerous, as it, of course, moves when it is not observed. The revision eye drops will slow the blink meter for a period of time and can be found in Site 19 itself. As mentioned, it is also used in 914. Red vision eye drops are acquired by putting revision eye drops into 914 on the 1x1 setting. It stops blinking entirely for a short amount of time, but will eventually cause your vision to become completely blurred, allowing 173 to move regardless of whether you are looking at it or not. Severed hands can be found to open doors with DNA scanners. They can be found in specific locations in Site 19. The black hand can be used to open a specific blast door near an elevator in heavy containment. I use this example because we have already been to the place where 939 is, which is where you find the black severed hand. They are essentially keys to access specific shortcuts in the game. SCP documents contain information of certain SCPs in the game. These documents are sourced from the SCP Wiki and is what I have been reading from in their respective sections. Putting a document in 914 on the 1x1 setting causes it to turn into a different SCP document. Cups are simple items and can be used to drink liquid from SCP-294, which is found in the entrance zone. Of course, there are SCPs that can be stored in your inventory as well. Some have already been discussed, such as the Jade Ring and the Red Pill. The rest will be discussed in the sections about where they can be found in-game, such as Heavy Containment and the Entrance Zone. The Joint and Smelly Joint are the result of putting SCP-420J in 914 on the Fine and Very Fine setting. Using either of them will cause a message to appear, saying, what was I doing again? Man, I need to take a nap. After that, yeah, you die. Yeah, you just die. The cigarette is obtained by putting 420J in 914 on 1x1. Using it displays the message, I don't have anything to light it with. What about that? Never mind. It will be removed from your inventory after this, having no effects. The MasterCard is an item that has a chance of being created by putting any keycard in 914 on Very Fine or by putting the playing card through 914 on the 1x1 setting. If put through 914 on Rough, it will output 4 quarters, which can be used on SCP-294 in the entrance zone. The playing card is a useless item that can be created by putting any keycard in 914 on 1x1 or Very Fine. Both items can be refined in 914 on Very Fine to receive a keycard. The origami is the result of placing a document in 914 and refining it on Fine or Very Fine. It serves no purpose in the game. Paperclips can be found in offices and through 914. It solves no purpose. Pencils are the same. Lemons can be found in various places in the facility and also solve no purpose. And finally, the clipboard is an item that can be used to store documents and similar items. When put into 914 on the Find setting, it gains 5 more storage slots, and putting it on 914 on the Very Fine setting gives it 10 more slots. A similar item, the wallet, allows you to store keycards, coins, and a number of other items. It is able to hold 10 items. Okay, almost got out of breath there. Now, let's discuss how exactly we progress from light containment into the second part of the game, also known as the mid-game, Heavy Containment.
Do not be afraid. I am the cure.
Getting to Heavy Containment is necessary to progress through the facility and therefore the game. When in light containment, D9341 will come across one of a few gateways into Heavy Containment and find that they are locked, requiring a keycard to go through. Not only that though, even if you have the sufficient keycard, being the level 3 keycard, the checkpoint is still on lockdown after the containment breach. To release the lockdown, you must find the surveillance room in light containment to turn off the lockdown. Going upstairs into the surveillance room and turning off the lockdown allows you to progress into Heavy Containment, but unfortunately, a new SCP appears, being SCP-049, also known as the Plague Doctor. SCP-049 is a tall humanoid figure with a dark cloak, black gloves, and a plague doctor mask. He is extremely hostile, attempting to cure you by touching you. Upon curing you of a supposed pestilence, you turn into an instance of 049-2, which is a zombie-like anomaly. SCP-049's documents can be found in the game, which covers the basics of the SCP. Instead, my friend will read much of its document from the wiki, as I think it's better to include the extra information on there, and 049 has undergone some revisions.
Item number SCP-049. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-049 is contained within a standard secure humanoid containment cell in Research Sector -02 at Site-19. SCP-049 must be sedated before any attempts to transport it. During transport, SCP-049 must be secured within a Class 3 humanoid restriction harness, including a locking cover and extension restraints, and monitored by no fewer than 2 armed guards. While SCP-049 is generally cooperative with most Foundation personnel, outbursts or sudden changes in behavior are to be met with elevated force. Under no circumstances should any personnel come into direct contact with SCP-049 during these outbursts. In the event SCP-049 becomes aggressive, the application of lavender, L. multifida, has been shown to produce a calming effect on the entity. Once calmed, SCP-049 generally becomes compliant and will return to containment with little resistance. In order to facilitate the ongoing containment of SCP-049, the entity is to be provided with the corpse of a recently deceased animal, typically a bovine or other large mammal, once every 2 weeks for study. Corpses that become instances of SCP-049-2 are to be removed from SCP-049's containment cell and incinerated. SCP-049 is no longer permitted to interact with human subjects, and requests for human subjects are to be denied. Temporary Containment Procedure Update. See Addendum 049.3. Per Containment Committee Order 049.S19.17.1, SCP-049 is no longer permitted to interact directly with any members of the Foundation staff, nor is it to be provided with any additional corpses to be used in its surgeries. This order shall persist indefinitely until such time a consensus regarding the ongoing containment of SCP-049 can be reached. Description: SCP-049 is a humanoid entity, roughly 1.9 meters in height, which bears the appearance of a medieval plague doctor. While SCP-049 appears to be wearing the thick robes and the ceramic mask indicative of that profession, the garments instead seem to have grown out of SCP-049's body over time, and are now nearly indistinguishable from whatever form is beneath them. X-rays indicate that despite this, SCP-049 does have a humanoid skeletal structure beneath its outer layer. SCP-049 is capable of speech in a variety of languages, though tends to prefer English or medieval French. While SCP-049 is generally cordial and cooperative with Foundation staff, it can become especially irritated or at times outright aggressive if it feels that it is in the presence of what it calls the pestilence. Although the exact nature of this pestilence is currently unknown to Foundation researchers, it does seem to be an issue of immense concern to SCP-049. SCP-049 will become hostile with individuals it sees as being affected by the pestilence, often having to be restrained should it encounter such. If left unchecked, SCP-049 will generally attempt to kill any such individual. SCP-049 is capable of causing all biological functions of an organism to cease through direct skin contact. How this occurs is currently unknown, and autopsies of SCP-049's victims have invariably been inconclusive. SCP-049 has expressed frustration or remorse after these killings, indicating that they have done little to kill the pestilence, though will usually seek to then perform a crude surgery on the corpse, using the implements contained within a black doctor's bag it carries on its person at all times. While these surgeries are not always successful, they often result in the creation of instances of SCP-049-2. SCP-049-2 instances are reanimated corpses that have been operated on by SCP-049. These instances do not seem to retain any of their prior memories or mental functions, having only basic motor skills and response mechanisms. While these instances are generally inactive, moving very little and in a generally ambulatory fashion, they can become extremely aggressive if provoked, or if directed to by SCP-049. SCP-049-2 instances express active biological functions, though these are vastly different from currently understood human physiology. Despite these alterations, SCP-049 often remarks that the subjects have been cured. Addendum 049.1 Discovery. SCP-049 was discovered during the investigation of a series of unknown disappearances in the town of Montauban in southern France. During a raid on a local home, investigators found several instances of SCP-049-2, as well as SCP-049. While law enforcement personnel engaged the hostile 049-2 instances, SCP-049 was noted as watching the engagement and taking notes in its journal. After all of the 049-2 instances were dispatched, SCP-049 willingly entered Foundation custody.
Upon spotting D9341, 049 will immediately start approaching. Whilst it is possible to bait him around the surveillance room's electronics before running out, if you fail to do so, he can be quite difficult to avoid. After fleeing the room and putting enough space between you and him, you are safe and free to progress into heavy containment via one of the checkpoints. Just to reiterate, if 049 touches you, you will instantly die, unless you have the Jade Ring, of course.
So, you chose to die here. Very well.
Heavy containment is a lot darker and metallic than light containment, being filled with metal walkways, exposed pipes, and many more electronics. The heavy containment zone acts as the mid-game, being between light containment and the entrance zone. Here are where the most dangerous SCPs in Site-19 are contained. Decontamination gas is frequent here, as part of an extended security protocol, which is expected considering what is contained here. Speaking of, let's go over the SCPs contained here. Keep in mind, 173 will continue to stalk you as you progress through this area, alongside 106, which is about to be discussed. SCP-8's containment chamber consists of 3 small rooms. The first 2 doors are reached from a small main room, both of which need level 4 keycards to open. The first room is the control room, which contains 8's document alongside a control panel with an interactive monitor that reads the following. Unknown client, please state your identity and the reason to the denial. In case this message goes through, evacuating 8's surveillance room, incineration and irradiation systems not functional, apparently disabled by an unknown client. Do not enter 8's chamber before it has been confirmed safe. The second room here is a small airlock with a decontamination shower head and a storage area containing a hazmat suit propped on a stand. The final room can be entered from the airlock and contains a security camera overlooking 8's open canister, which is open and releasing gas. You can look into this room via the control room, which has 2 large windows, as well as from the storage area. On occasion, SCP-173 will spawn behind you and break the glass in an attempt to reach you. Alright, as for 8's document...
Item number SCP-008, Object Class Euclid, Special Containment Procedures. SCP-008 samples have been deemed Class V extreme biohazards, and all related protocols apply. Incineration and irradiation measures will be deployed in the event of political or military action, which may result in the facility being dismantled, a power failure, or zero communications from operatives or outside channels during any given 8-hour period. Quarantine period for operatives leaving the facility is 4 months. If a breach has occurred, incineration and irradiation measures shall be deployed. It should be the policy of all G2 sites to not prepare an evacuation procedure. Description: SCP-008 is a complex prion, samples of which are stored in each of the known G2 sites. Research into SCP-008 is highly classified and primarily aimed at preventing research which may lead to the synthesis of SCP-008 in the distant future. Traits of the SCP-008 prion include 100% infectiousness, 100% lethality, transmission through exposed mucous membranes and all bodily fluids, not airborne or waterborne. Symptoms of infection with SCP-008 manifest no more than 3 hours after exposure and include flu-like symptoms with high fever plus severe dementia in later stages. Coma onset approximately 20 hours after first symptoms appear and 12 hours after noticeable dementia. Coma onset will be considered onset of death. A period of sporadic cellular necrosis occurs which comes to resemble gangrene. Surviving tissue assumes its original functions and is highly resilient. Red blood cells greatly increase oxygen storage capacity, resulting in slower blood flow and increased muscle endurance and strength. Nervous and muscular systems are unaffected by total organ failure for several hours. Metabolism may decrease to extremely low levels, allowing subjects to survive for over 10 years without nutrition. High blood viscosity results in negligible blood flow from gunshot, puncture, and slashing injuries. Conditioned behavior, motor controls, and instinctive behavioral mechanisms are damaged, and cognitive abilities are severely retarded and erratic. Animals experience excessive brain necrosis and are inactive. Subject can adapt to its damaged nervous system but is limited to basic physical activities including standing up, balancing on 2 legs, walking, biting, grabbing, and crawling. Subject will energetically move towards sights, sounds, and smells it associates with living humans. Subject will attempt to ingest humans if physical contact is made. Neutralizing fully infected subjects requires significant cranial trauma. There is strong evidence to suggest SCP-008 itself did not form naturally on Earth, since variants of similar complexity would have displaced much of the ecosystem. In 1959, a short collaborative effort with the USSR to locate G2 sites and eliminate SCP-008 was negotiated following their discovery. The status of SCP-008 in Russian custody since collaboration ended is unknown. Appendum 008-1 SCP-500 has been found to be able to completely cure SCP-008 even in the advanced stages of the disease.
Because 8 is not airborne or waterborne, you don't know whether you should wear the hazmat suit in order to close the open canister. However, if 173 breaks the glass from the control room and you don't have a hazmat suit to protect you from the glass shards, glass will cut you and cause you to get infected, as the SCP transmits through exposed bodily fluids, including blood. Containing 8 this way is necessary in order to progress into the entrance zone, which will be further clarified later on.
Please. Oh God. Please. Please, no.
SCP-513 is a rusty cowbell that can be found through a collapsed wall in heavy containment inside a half-metal protective gelatin. Any noise produced by SCP-513 immediately induces strong anxiety on all sapient beings who heard it ring, regardless of their previous mental status. These victims also report feelings of being watched by an unseen entity and have increased heart rates and blood pressure. If you are to ring 513, sometime after you will begin seeing SCP-513-1. SCP-513-1 is a humanoid, ghastly figure that stalks you, occasionally breathing and being seen in your peripheral vision. If you attempt to get closer to 513-1, it will vanish. The only way to prevent -1 from stalking you is to destroy 513 by running it through 914. 513's document reads the following. Item number SCP-513. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-513 is to be suspended in a 1 cubic meter block of gelatin and contained within a soundproofed, climate-controlled cell. The gelatin must be inspected daily for any degradation or loss of integrity. An emergency inspection will be carried out immediately following any earthquake, explosion, or sonic event grade 2 or higher. Personnel performing the inspection are to wear earplugs and active noise-cancelling earmuffs at all times whilst inside SCP-513's cell. If the gelatin cube shows any signs of degradation, such as rips, tears, splits, liquefaction, or mold, SCP-513 is to be immediately removed and suspended within a replacement cube by a team of surgically deafened Class D personnel. No other personnel are to enter the cell during this procedure. Any sentient beings exposed to SCP-513 are to be monitored by at least 2 security personnel at all times. Under absolutely no circumstances may exposure victims be administered sedatives or allowed to fall unconscious. Any victim who does not fall unconscious is to be terminated immediately. Class D personnel are to be terminated at the first sign of mental degradation. All other exposure victims may be terminated at their request. If possible, SCP-513-1 is to be apprehended on site. Description: physically, SCP-513 is an unremarkable rusty cowbell. No marks or engravings are visible on its surface due to the large amount of corrosion. Attempts to remove the rust chemically or mechanically have had no success. SCP-513 was recovered by Agent while carrying out Containment Re-establishment Procedure MU at site. SCP-513's clapper was firmly held in place by several strips of duct tape. A single scrap of paper was found, along with SCP-513. See Addendum. Any noise produced by SCP-513 immediately induces strong anxiety in all sentient beings who hear it, regardless of their previous mental status. Exposure victims report feelings of being watched by an unseen entity and present elevated heart rates and blood pressure. Roughly 1 hour after exposure victims begin to catch glimpses of SCP-513-1 when opening doors, walking past mirrors, turning their heads, or performing any other actions that result in a sudden change in visual perception. Upon being sighted, SCP-513-1 reportedly turns away and runs out of view before disappearing without a trace. Questioning of bystanders indicates that SCP-513-1 is invisible to those who have not been exposed to SCP-513. Sightings of SCP-513-1 reoccur every 14 to 237 minutes. This stalking behavior inevitably causes extreme sleep deprivation, as victims are frequently disturbed by SCP-513-1's presence in their quarters. Victims able to fall asleep before SCP-513-1's appearance report being physically assaulted by it. Upon the victim's awakening, SCP-513-1 flees as usual. See Experiment Log 513. This sleep deprivation, along with the mental stress caused by SCP-513-1's behavior, invariably causes paranoia, aggression, hypervigilance, and depression. All test cases but one have ended with the test subject's suicide. Descriptions of SCP-513-1's appearance are largely unreliable. Test subjects are unable to provide complete accounts of sightings due to their exhaustion, degraded mental health, and disrupted hypervigilance. However, all interrogations thus far indicate that SCP-513-1 is a tall, emaciated humanoid with abnormally large hands. Inside 513's containment cell is also a blood-stained document, being the third note written by Dr. L. This reads the following.
God in heaven, hell? I think the wall cracked, or the floor, ceiling. I haven't been up top in 12 years. I don't know which edge is top. When the locks dropped, the security walls released. Each subsection is sealed now. We're all cut off. 106 is supposed to be secured in this section, but the item overload buggered the usual assignments. I can't imagine what the primary storage sections are like.
I saw a concrete wall bulge. I mean bulge like a bedsheet with a naughty child underneath. Then just go back down. My teeth are feeling odd.
SCP-966 is an invisible SCP with many instances that can be found in their containment chamber or within the maintenance tunnels. These can, however, be seen with the night vision goggles. 966 instances can be heard even if you cannot see them, and depending on the situation, multiple messages will show depending on their location in relation to you. You feel something breathing right next to you. It feels like something's in the room with me. You feel like something is here with you, but you do not see anything. Is my mind playing tricks on me, or is there someone else here? You feel like someone is following you. You can feel something near you, but you are unable to see it. Perhaps its time is now. Approaching an instance causes it to look at you and emit a sound, blurring your vision and dropping your stamina, unless you are wearing the Jade Ring, the heavy gas mask, or the heavy hazmat suit. If you remain close to an instance, it will begin to pursue and attack you, opening any doors it needs to. They are slow and easy to evade, but are of course invisible to the naked eye, making them to be quite a threat. 966's document reads the following.
Item number SCP-966. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures MTF-IOTA-1 Dream Hunters and MTF-IOTA-2 Air Chasers are to regularly be on the lookout for news about sudden, violent human deaths related to sleep deprivation in order to find and neutralize remaining wild instances of SCP-966. The 4 specimens of SCP-966, 3 males designated SCP-966-1, SCP-966-3, and SCP-966-4, and 1 female designated SCP-966-2, acquired by the Foundation, must be contained in a 10 by 10 square meter room made of steel and lined with lead. Located on the site, 2 security cameras with infrared filters and infrared sensitive film are to be installed inside the room. Each specimen of SCP-966 is to be fed with 20 kilograms of meat every month. In the event of SCP-966-2 giving birth, the newborn specimen is to be studied and disposed of before it reaches maturity. SCP-966 are predatory creatures that resemble hairless, digitigrade humans, possessing an elongated face with a mouth lined with needle-like teeth. On each hand, they have 5 claws that can be up to 20 centimeters long. Although sharp, these are easily broken, making them unfit for combat. SCP-966's height ranges from 1.4 to 1.6 meters, and they can reach up to 30 kilograms in weight. Physically, SCP-966 are weak, possessing hollow bones and low muscular density. They do not seem to rest through sleep. Instead, they will suddenly cease all movement at seemingly random intervals of time, resuming normal activity 3 to 5 minutes later. SCP-966 are visible only at wavelengths ranging from 700 nanometer to about 900 nanometer. This applies to all of SCP-966's tissues. If their skin, muscles, or organs have suffered from 2nd to 3rd degree burns, the affected areas will be visible at wavelengths ranging from 360 to 900 nanometer. SCP-966 feed on medium to large-sized animals, including humans. They hunt either alone or in pairs. Their hunting methods consist of emitting a single burst of a previously unknown type of wave, dubbed waves in honor of the late Doctor, which permanently inhibits the ability of the affected creature to enter any of the NREM and REM sleep stages. The ability to microsleep is also lost. The effective range of the waves is up to 20 meters. However, tests show that they can be blocked by post-transition metals, particularly lead. All attempts to make victims of SCP-966 sleep have failed. It is still possible to induce other forms of unconsciousness, although these will usually prove detrimental to the affected subject, as they do not provide true rest. After depriving their victims of sleep, SCP-966 will stalk their prey until the lack of rest incapacitates it. At this point, SCP-966 will proceed to consume it. SCP-966 have proved to be very agile and silent while stalking their victims. On occasion, they will deliberately make threatening noises around the prey in order to further stress it, and may even physically assault it if the victim proves to be particularly durable.
SCP-895 is stored in a two-story chamber that can be reached after descending a long staircase. Before this staircase, to the left, is a control room containing a CCTV monitor overlooking 895. Upon entering, D9341 will slowly look toward the monitor without your input. If you do not force his view away from the monitor quick enough, it will cause several disturbing pictures to flash rapidly on the monitor screen, eventually causing death. If you look away whilst this is happening, you may live though. Descending down to 895 itself will cause 106 to spawn and pursue you. If you approach 895 whilst wearing night vision goggles, you will see the flashing images through them, killing you if you do not remove them quick enough. Upgraded goggles will ignore these effects. Wearing 714 will also nullify 895's effects. Another SCP in heavy containment, 079, can also display 895's camera feed on any CCTV monitor at random points throughout the game, but this can be stopped if you turn off the feed in 895's containment chamber. And as per the routine, the document reads the following. Item number SCP-895. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-895 is sealed, closed, and stored in an isolated underground containment cell at a depth of approximately 100 meters. No cameras, microphones, or other surveillance equipment may be bought within the 10-meter red zone radius of SCP-895 without express permission from at least 2 Level 3 personnel. Any on-site personnel exhibiting unusual behavior or signs of psychological trauma are to be screened immediately and removed from the site or terminated as the situation warrants. Description: SCP-895 is an ornate oak coffin recovered from the redacted mortuary by SCP personnel on Redacted, following reports of unusual footage captured by surveillance equipment installed at that location. When questioned, mortuary staff were unable to determine the source of SCP-895 and how it was transported to the location. Upon attempting to open SCP-895, agents on location found the object empty. However, observers viewing the live camera feed were redacted. Until further notice, SCP-895 must remain closed at all times. SCP-895 causes disruptions in video and photographic surveillance equipment within 50 meters, similar to vivid, disturbing hallucinations with variable duration and regularity corresponding to the camera's proximity to SCP-895. Within a range of 5 meters from SCP-895, footage captured can cause severe psychological trauma and hysteria in most subjects. These disruptions do not extend to observers physically present within the area. So essentially, SCP-895 is a coffin that doesn't really do anything to you in-game unless you observe it via something electronic such as the night vision goggles or a camera feed. Very simple, you can completely avoid it if you wish. Now it's time to talk about my personal favourite SCP featured in Containment Breach. Not my favourite overall, just my favourite within this game. SCP-106 is an SCP that, much like 173, stalks you through the game until it is eventually contained. .106 is one of the most well-known SCPs. It is also one of the most dangerous in Containment Breach. 106 in his most simple terms is an elderly man in the stage of advanced composition. Everything he touches begins corroding several seconds after contact. He is capable of passing through solid matter, leaving behind this corrosive mucus as he walks. As well as this, 106 can vanish into solid matter and enter what is described as his pocket dimension. 106 appears quite often and spawns near you. Once he has spotted you, he will immediately begin pursuit, with his theme song playing in the background, which, well, massively helps the tension. Because 106 can move through the doors that you may close in his face, he is incredibly difficult to get away from. There are 2 noticeable ways to get rid of 106, and that is either wait the chase out or cause him to walk into a Tesla gate, which, well, will make him vanish. Pausing the game whilst he is chasing you will cause the game to unpause, with the message "Stop Hiding" appearing at the bottom of your screen. Being caught by 106 means being taken to his pocket dimension, which is a plane of dark and grimy surfaces. It is pretty difficult to see here. Once you are inside the pocket dimension, you can walk around and explore it, but there are certainly ways to die here. You can certainly escape from the pocket dimension without dying though. At the first intersection, which is a circular room with many hallways stretching out from it, 106 would continuously walk through the walls of these hallways in a counterclockwise pattern. Your goal here is to reach the end of a hallway without being hit by 106, who will chase you if you take too long to decide where to go. There is also a chance of being taken to a 4-way intersection, with one path leading to the coffin room in the pocket dimension, the other the throne room, and the last 2 leading to stone paths. In this first intersection, you will come across a note. In accordance with our new safety protocol, SP02N, the personal access codes are changed at random intervals, being every 2 to 4 weeks or whenever necessary, and the new security codes are delivered to the personal lockers at Section C in sealed envelopes. Name: Dr. George Maynard, your personal access code. Should you find the seal to be broken or the envelope tampered with in any way, please contact security immediately and you will receive a new code. Security Chief Franklin Carey. The code in this note is randomized and is of course for an office belonging to Dr. Maynard, which is found in the entrance zone. Reaching the end of any of the hallways in the normal first intersection will either kill you outright or teleport you either out of the pocket dimension and back into Site 19 or to another area of the dimension. The Pillars is one such area, which is a large area consisting of large columns standing in the abyss of the dimension. You begin standing on one of the pillars, and you must descend via small outcroppings you drop down onto. At the bottom of the pillar is a small path you can cross, leading to a well that'll transport you to a different room. During this, 106 is stalking you, causing D9341 to blink every time 106 teleports. Two of the pathways in the four-way intersection lead to a narrow stone path, which has a pendulum flying across it in a figure 8 pattern. If you do not time your movement well here, you will be crushed by the pendulum. And because you cannot sprint in the pocket dimension, this can be exceedingly difficult. If you manage to make it through and down the hole at the end of this path, you will be transported to 106's chamber. Another area that can be reached via the four-way intersection is assumed to be some sort of prison, where you can see box-like objects perched along the walls. You can hear an awful wheezing and coughing sound alongside whispering. On the tiles on the ground is a message that reads, "My name is not 106, although this is hard to see." This is a simple room, and you cannot exit the pocket dimension or progress it this way. You must find the prior mentioned stone path with the pillar moving in a pendulum in order to progress. While venturing through the pocket dimension, there is a chance you'll be taken to a cylindrical hallway that's visually similar to the metal corridors of heavy containment. Because of this, you may think that you made it out of the pocket dimension, but should you open either of the doors at the end of the hallway, you will fall back into the pocket dimension, usually into the throne room or one of the two stone paths. The throne room can be accessed from this way or through one of the paths in the four-way intersection. This large room features 106, who is perched atop a throne-like column, at least his eyes are visible. Upon approaching the throne, D9341 is forced to look up at him. The room deteriorates rapidly, and 106 demands you to kneel to him. By crouching, you will be teleported to the trench. If you do not kneel in time, you will soon become injured, which will force you to crouch and be teleported anyway. Now, the trench is considered to be the final area of the pocket dimension. This trench is incredibly reminiscent of trenches used in the First World War, with wooden bridges built over it. You may also spot several rocks and coffins floating around the area. Your objective here is simple: reach the end of the trench. This sounds simple at first, but in the sky looms a threat. A large, black, skeletal, bird-like creature gliding over the trench frequently. If you aren't hidden beneath one of the wooden bridges across the trench, the bird will force D9341 to look at it, and upon doing so, an eye will appear from its ribcage region, causing harm to you. Upon reaching the opposite side of the trench, there will be a well that leads to the exit room. The exit room is a short hall containing one doorway, appearing corroded much like the previous areas. It can be accessed from one of the first intersection's hallways, or by finishing the trench. Going through the doorway and into the darkness has you been taken out of the pocket dimension and back into the facility. To me, 106 is one of the most interesting SCPs in the game, not just with its mechanics and pocket dimension, but because of the following tale pertaining to his backstory.
The Young Man by Dr. Gears. Nobody could like Corporal Lawrence. That's not to say that nobody tried, or that he was somehow unfriendly, merely that he was one of those few that seemed to be wired differently. However, in the trenches of World War I, normalcy was at best a relative term, and one that had minimal relation of life, such as it was. Lawrence fought, listened to orders, and didn't disrupt the other soldiers, and that was all that was required. So what if people felt increasingly uncomfortable around him? In a place where the flesh rotting off your bones while you were still alive was the baseline of concern, a little personality conflict ranked several levels below a paper cut. Lawrence, for his part, dealt with it as he always had. That is to say, remained totally unaware of the avoidance. The same way a man blind from birth cannot mourn the memory of colour, Corporal Lawrence couldn't bemoan a lack of company. He was quiet, as he had nobody to talk to, and still, as he had nothing to do for long stretches of time. The enemy trench, less than a mile away, had gone silent for several days, letting boredom and nervousness sink in even more than normal, coupled with the unease that seemed to radiate off of Lawrence like heat waves. The worst part was that there was no distinct reason to dislike the corporal. He was a plain man, average height, average build, bland of voice and action. Nobody could recall him raising his voice in joy or anger. He did have the occasional odd mannerisms, however. He tended to stare a beat or two longer than was acceptable of people. He rarely slept as well, and bunkmates said he would mumble in his sleep almost constantly. The content of those nocturnal ramblings, when they could be understood, were often odd and potentially unsettling. One private moved to another barracks when he heard the name of his daughter pass Colonel Lawrence's lips, followed by a bubbling, muffled giggle. It was strongly theorized that he was sent over the trench by his commanders, more out of a desire to have him away than for his minimal combat skill. He and 14 of his fellows were sent across the nightmarishly scarred waste of the no man's land between the trenches, to reconnoitre the enemy trench and secure it if possible. Many seemed to hope that Lawrence would have the opportunity to prove his devotion to his country by making the ultimate sacrifice for it. It was while he was gone, that 3-day gap as the men held their breath, waiting for a surprise volley of shells, that someone started asking questions. Whereas before it was almost taboo to speak of Corporal Lawrence since the departure of both him and his aura, rumour seemed to descend with the passion of the denied. Nobody remembered him ever talking of home. No sweet-smelling letters came, no soggy, dirt-streaked letters left. He mentioned his dreams often, and griped sometimes with the men over missed foods or pleasures, but never with any real passion. Questions started to float among even the higher levels of the command. Nobody was able to actually find his station orders. He would come in with a squad of reinforcements transferred from France, but there was no paperwork. The rest of the reinforcement squad had never seen the man before he'd been lumped in with them the night before the trip, along with the snips and scraps of other squads decimated by the Germans. Whispers filtered among the grunts of the corporal being a curse. Nearly every man who'd shared a bunkhouse with him had gotten trench foot, and the rooms he haunted always seemed to be more musky and sickly sweet, even for the trench. The men sent over the no man's land with Corporal Lawrence heard and cared for none of this, just another man among many, all with death certificates awaiting a stamp that could fall at any moment. They moved fast and low from crater to crater, slipping over slick mud and barbed wire, the only thing that seemed to grow in that blasted waste. Charging the last spurt and into the trench, they were greeted not with the harsh bark of German orders and rifles, but a dense, close silence. Preparing for ambush, the men started to filter out into the tunnels and halls of the trench. The men, already nervous, were not calmed by their investigation. The trenches stank of mould, sweat, and a thin undertaste of rotten fruit. A vile, cloying slime seemed to have pulled in every divot and crack, sticky as glue and itchy on the flesh. In a world where rats and insects would try to snatch food from your mouth even as you ate, they saw nothing alive, not so much as a fly. An armory lay in chaos, munitions spilled on the ground, rifles tossed like pickup sticks. A mess hall had been reduced to ruins. The tables and chairs piled in the center of the room, charred and twisted. The rations seemingly stamped into the dirt by many feet, and still nothing, alive or dead, was found by the increasingly anxious soldiers. Private Dixon found the first body and managed to cry out before vomiting. They knew it had been a man, only because nothing else of that size could have been there. It lay on the floor of the barracks, the entire floor. The flesh of it had been smeared somehow, spread like butter over the rough dirt floor. Bones, already looking pitted and rotten, stuck out at random angles, like dead trees in a still swamp. The skull rested on one of the highest bunks, facing the doorway, 10 gleaming white fingertip bones crammed into the cracked eye sockets. As one man went to examine it, he found the back of the skull had been crushed open, the rotting, sagging sponge of a tongue stuffed into the otherwise dry cavity. More remains were found, each seemingly more unsettling and strange than the last. A ring of hands in a sandbagged watchpost, 10 of them, fingers interlaced like a basket, the wrists ragged and broken. 2 men in a tunnel, skin leathery and thin as mummies, eye sockets staring and empty, mouths locked impossibly wide, their clothes mere rags under an oily black scum. The latrine sent even the hardiest back, gagging and shivering, overflowing with excrement and offal. Gobbets of meat bobbed and oozed in the foul sludge, the whole surface dotted with what looked like thousands of clean, slick eyeballs, nerves and tendons fanning out like goldfish tails. Corporal Lawrence was the first to find the hole. The other men loudly debated the better part of their valor and their rapid withdrawal from the nightmare trench. It was small, in a section of fresh digging, the start of a new arm of trenches projecting closer to the enemy lines. No more than 4 feet across, it seemed to be the accidental uncovering of a natural chamber, the empty blackness of it defying investigation. Private Dixon, recovered and blessedly numb from his previous ordeals, saw the corporal prod the edge with his boot, then crouch to peer in, then suddenly slide in head first before the private could so much as utter a shout of question. The private was a good soldier, and rushed to the perceived distress of his fellow. When questioned later, he could provide little illumination as to what happened over the 2 minutes Corporal Lawrence spent in the hole. He could see nothing. The light of a torch seemingly gobbled up a few feet into that dense blackness. There were sounds, the rustle of movements over loose stone or rubble, an odd liquid shifting, a dry hustle that made him think of the insect husks he'd used to collect in the summer. As he shouted for aid, there was a sudden upwelling of a repulsive stench, like a reptile house gone sour and old, and his fellow soldiers found him retching helplessly beside the hole when they came around the turn. It was as they rushed to Private Dixon's aid that the hand emerged from the hole. They stopped and raised their rifles as one body, roaring for the owner of that pale, trembling hand to identify himself. As they watched, another hand joined the first, followed by the pale, shivering head of Corporal Lawrence. He was streaked and smeared with a tarry black ooze, hacking and coughing thinly as he mauled his body up and beside that of the gasping private. As they moved to help the man, the corporal vomited up a heavy stream of the same repulsive slime that coated his body in smears and globs, his curled, shuddering body voiding more of it into his saturated, foiled pants. They were hesitant to touch him, finally doing so after the seemingly endless river of grime stopped pouring from him. He was insensible, eyes rolling and wide, body as limp as a boned fish. The men quit the trench with all speed, half dragging the corporal. They ran with no thought to cover or death, only escape. They crossed in record time, falling into their home trench like so much cold wood, gasping and shivering. One man, known to have bludgeoned a German to death with a brick, curled on the floor in a sobbing heap. The commanders moved quickly, isolating the men and trying to calm the most lucid for a report. What spilled out could have been immediately dismissed as lies and hallucination, were it not for the earnest pleading stares of those reporting. Command calmed them with explanations of battle fatigue and strange gas weapon tests, and shared silent, focused stares as the cowed men were ushered out. Corporal Lawrence had little to report. Of his time in the hole, he could or would say little. He stated that he had slipped and fallen into what may have been some long-blocked underground pool, or perhaps a buried latrine. Of the sounds and smells reported by the private, he had nothing to say, only that he had struggled a short time, then managed to get back out just as the men arrived. Truly, he seemed none the worse for wear. In fact, he seemed in better spirits than many had remembered ever seeing him, favouring the commanders with a wide, giddy smile as he was dismissed with a warning not to discuss the events. The corporal proved a changed man over the next few days. He was more talkative, but quickly had men wishing for his old, unsettling silence. He rambled about the joys of closed spaces, of creation and destruction that seemed to spring up all around them, about human pleasures missed, the dimensions and ages of which made some men threaten Corporal Lawrence with a quick and ignoble death, which only seemed to stretch the near-constant smile on his face even wider. Private Dixon, one of the corporal's bunkmates, whispered to a friend that he had woken once to find the corporal standing over him in the night, his eyes as bright and flat as silver dollars. They found the private the next day snarled in the barbed wire, his intestines spread nearly 10 feet around him in every direction. Not one man from that trench survived the Great War, although few died in battle. A wave of sickness took the trench a few days after Private Dixon's death. A strange wasting sickness. It seemed to eat flesh like acid. Men waking to find previously healthy flesh eaten down to the bone, oozing and blackened. A sergeant was found in a latrine, beset by a living carpet of rats. They refused to quit the body even when shot, and attacked several men before the body was recovered. Relief finally came, the bulk of the men being sent to various hospitals, many wasting away before they even reached a bed. Corporal Lawrence was remanded to a French mental ward, transferred after several complaints from the hospital proper, where he was sent first. It seemed his behaviour hinted at a growing mental imbalance, culminating with an attempted sexual assault of a nurse, which ended with the loss of 3 fingers from her right hand and the vision in her right eye. The corporal would rant quietly to the other patients, whispers about endless halls, pursuits in the dark, flesh laid out like pages of a book. It was dismissed, as so much war fatigue, even as his behaviour grew less violent and more unsettling. He vanished several times from the ward, only to appear several hours later as if nothing had happened. When pressed, he would begin to sing "My Bonnie Lies Over the Sea" in an endless monotone until the doctors left exasperated. Others on the ward clamoured to be transferred from the whispering madman. A stale, musty foundless seemed to sit in the air wherever he stayed, and incidents of infection and the strange consuming sickness that had beset his home trench seemed to follow him like a cloud. Numerous attempts were made to transfer the man, only to be met with bureaucratic confusion. No records were found of the man. No entry papers, commendations, or incidents, not even a birth certificate. Through it all he sat, for hours on end, cross-legged on his bed, occasionally humming tunelessly or rambling off the names of his wardmates between short, bubbling giggles. Corporal Lawrence and 18 men vanished one November night, between a 5-minute nurse rotation at 3 in the morning. The room reeked of rust, oil, mould, and sweet rot. Thick, black swaths of crumbling ooze coated the beds and several of the walls, white patches of it smearing and eating into the floor. Of the men there was no sign. At first, as they searched, one nurse shifted a bed aside, only to shriek and nearly trip across one of the sunken, reeking depressions on the floor. In a tight, perfect spiral were what appeared to be hundreds of teeth, resting neatly on the floor. After counting, they accounted for the total of all the teeth of every living soul in that ward, but one. The corporal was never found, nor were the men. The incident was swallowed by the constant barrage of horrors from the front, and forgotten with ease. Stories of a cursed trench wandered across the front lines, often being squelched for being bad luck. Still, they came. Stories of strange deaths, of disappearing men, found days later, alive, but broken and twisted beyond comprehension. Stories of a strange dark figure stalking the bomb-riddled towns of Europe. This may be the only known image of Corporal Lawrence ever recorded, taken several days after his return from the hole in the German trench.
That is the end of the tale, The Young Man, by Dr. Gears, the writer of SCP-106. Going back to the game. 106 is contained by going to his containment chamber in heavy containment. From here, you must deactivate the magnetic locks and activate the sound system. You will then hear a D-class from inside the containment chamber, pleading with you, seemingly being someone who has been abandoned mid-test because of the containment breach. "106 is typically locked inside the large cube in the middle, and the magnetic locks are what keep him inside. To get 106 back in here, you must bait him inside by crushing the D-class's femur.
Let me go. Is anyone out there?
Upon activating the femur breaker, you will hear the agonizing and extremely loud screams of the D-class, and soon enough 106's corrosion. Here, you must reactivate the magnetic locks. After this, 106 is contained once more, and will no longer pursue you through the game. Ahead is 106's document from the wiki, which has gone under some revisions. Despite this, like the SCP so far that had differences between their in-game documents and their wiki document, it is much the same SCP. Item number SCP-106. Object Class Keter. Special Containment Procedures. No physical interaction with SCP-106 is allowed at any time. All physical interaction must be approved by no less than 2/3 vote from O5 Command. Any such interaction must be undertaken in AR2 maximum security sites after a general non-essential staff evacuation. All staff, research, security, D-class, and so on are to remain at least 60 meters away from the containment cell at all times, except in the event of breach events. SCP-106 is to be contained in a sealed container comprised of lead-lined steel. The container will be sealed within 40 layers of identical material, each layer separated by no less than 36 centimeters of empty space. Support struts between layers are to be randomly spaced. Container is to remain suspended in no less than 60 centimeters from any surface by ELO IID electromagnetic supports. Secondary containment area is to be comprised of 16 spherical cells, each filled with various fluids and a random assembly of surfaces and supports. Secondary containment is to be fitted with light systems capable of flooding the entire assembly with no less than 80,000 lumens of light instantly with no direct human involvement. Both containment areas are to remain under 24-hour surveillance. Any corrosion observed on any containment cell surfaces, staff members or other site locations within 200 meters of SCP-106 are to be reported to site security immediately. Any objects or personnel lost to SCP-106 are to be deemed missing or KIA. No recovery attempts are to be made under any circumstances. Note: Continued research and observation has shown that, when faced with highly complex, random assemblies of structures, SCP-106 can be confused, showing a marked delay on entry and exit from said structure. SCP-106 has also shown an aversion to direct sudden light. This is not manifested in any form of physical damage, but a rapid exit into the pocket dimension generated on solid surfaces. These observations, along with those of lead aversion and liquid confusion, have reduced the general escaped incidence by 43%. The primary cells have also been effective in recovery incidents requiring recall protocol redacted. Observation is ongoing. This image shows the corrosion damage on the initial recovery cell. Containment procedures have since been revised. Description: SCP-106 appears to be an elderly humanoid with a general appearance of advanced decomposition. This appearance may vary, but the rotting quality is observed in all forms. SCP-106 is not exceptionally agile and will remain motionless for days at a time, waiting for prey. SCP-106 is also capable of scaling any vertical surface and can remain suspended upside down indefinitely. When attacking, SCP-106 will attempt to incapacitate prey by damaging major organs, muscle groups, or tendons, then pull disabled prey into his pocket dimension. SCP-106 appears to prefer human prey items in the 10 to 25 years of age bracket. SCP-106 causes a corrosion effect in all solid matter it touches, engaging a physical breakdown in materials several seconds after contact. This is observed as rustling, rotting, and cracking of materials, and the creation of black, mucus-like substance similar to the material coating SCP-106. This effect is particularly detrimental to living tissues and is assumed to be a pre-digestion action. Corrosion continues for 6 hours after contact, after which the effect appears to burn out. SCP-106 is capable of passing through solid matter, leaving behind a large patch of its corrosive mucus. SCP-106 is able to vanish inside solid matter, entering what is assumed to be a form of pocket dimension. SCP-106 is then able to exit this dimension from any point connected to the initial entry point. Examples: entering the inner wall of a room and exiting the outer wall. Entering a wall and exiting from the ceiling. It is unknown if this is the point of origin for SCP-106 or a simple lair created by 106. Limited observation of this pocket dimension has shown it to be comprised of mostly halls and rooms, with entry. This activity can continue for days, with some subjected individuals being released for the express purpose of hunting, recapture. Addendum: SCP Review Notes. Due to the exceedingly difficult to contain nature of SCP-106, SCP is to be reviewed every 3 months or during a post-breach incident. Physical restraints are impossible, and direct physical damage appears to have no effect on SCP-106. Current SCP, as of, revolves around basic observation and immediate response. Previous, more proactive special containment procedures have been recalled due to the events of breaches redacted and redacted. Notes on behavior. SCP-106 appears to go through long periods of dormancy, in which it will remain completely motionless for up to 3 months. The cause of this is unknown, however, it is shown that this appears to be used as a lulling tactic. SCP-106 will emerge from this state in a very agitated state and will attack and abduct staff and cause gross damage to its containment cell and the site at large. Recall Protocol. SCP-106 appears to hunt and attack based on desire and not hunger. SCP-106 will attack and collect multiple prey items during a hunting behavior event, keeping many alive in the pocket dimension for extended periods of time. SCP-106 has no determinable limits and appears to collect a random number of prey items during an event. The inner dimension accessed by SCP-106 appears to only be accessible by 106. Recording and transmission devices have been shown to still operate inside this dimension. The recordings and transmissions are very degraded. It appears that SCP-106 will play with captured prey, and appears to have full control of time, space, and perception inside this dimension. SCP-106 appears. Now, on the wiki, there is a recall protocol which describes what you should do in the event of a breach by 106. My friend here will read from the game's document instead of the wiki, as the wiki's document doesn't necessarily transfer over to the game. For additional context, SCP-106 seems to be attracted to pain, hence why you must crush the femur breaker of the D-class inside the containment cell.
Subject: Recall Protocol RP-106-N. In the event of a breach event by SCP-106, a human within the 10-25 years of age bracket will be prepped for recall, with the compromised containment cell being replaced and restored for use. When the cell is ready, the lured subject will be strapped onto the platform inside the cell, after which the cell is locked and sealed. In order to let SCP-106 inside the cell, the ELO-IID electromagnets must be powered down before initiating the recall protocol. As of an automated hydraulic press, the femur breaker, is used to injure the lure subject. The sound emitted by said subject will be transmitted over the site public address system. Once SCP-106 has entered the cell, it must be lifted back up using the ELO-IID electromagnets.
So the O5 Council has been mentioned numerous times up until this point. But what exactly are they? The O5 Council are, essentially, a group of the highest ranking administrators in the Foundation, and the ones who make the most important decisions related to the containment and study of SCPs. They are considered the ruling body of the Foundation and have ultimate control over it. They also go by the Overseer Council, O5 Command, or Overwatch, the good kind. I'm not editing that. As of writing, there are 13 known O5 members, dubbed O5-1 all the way through to 13. Each O5 member knows almost everything there is to know about the Foundation and its activities. Between every member is every secret the Foundation holds. Most Foundation personnel don't see any member of the O5 throughout their entire careers. This causes a certain fear around the O5. If an O5 walks into a room, everyone in that room is going to piss their pants. That is what happens when you hold such massive power over one of the scariest organizations in history. As I mentioned, there are 13 known members of O5, meaning there could very well be more, less, or even some O5 members sharing each number. Maybe there is only one of them, and this is a farce to steer enemies of the Foundation away with the larger numbers. Maybe the O5 doesn't exist at all. I'm not going to go into large detail into each potential member of the O5 as this video is long enough as it is, and I don't believe it's worth it for the wider video, but I will list their supposed aliases and their descriptions as per the writings on the wiki. Certain O5 members may even have anomalous traits. O5-1, the Founder. Male, European descent, American origin. Verified post-human lifespan, 148 plus years of age. Varying appearance. O5-2, the Gardener. Female, European descent, American origin. Appears to be 80 plus years old. Actual age unknown. No unusual appearance, but rarely seen without a shawl, gloves and hat. O5-3, the Kid, or the All-Seeing Eye. Male, European descent, apparently unknown origin. Appears to be 17 to 19 years old, despite being certainly much older. Always has long blonde hair, glasses, patched jean jacket, and a single bone earring. Never seen in person, communicates via computer terminal. O5-4, the Ambassador. Male, Australian, Koori descent, Canadian origin, mid-40s, no unusual appearance, assigned female at birth. O5-5, Blackbird. Male, European and Middle Eastern descent, American origin. Appears to be mid-40s, almost certainly older. Favours tweed suits, usually worn with coat and a hat with a blackbird pin. Wears ties with birds. Blackbirds seem to be some sort of personal motif, unknown significance if any. 056 Cowboy or the American. Male, European descent, American origin. Mid-40s. Long hair kept in a ponytail. Nearly always dresses in white suits, with a white Stetson Boss of the Plains cowboy hat, and carries a white cane with the handle carved in the shape of a wolf's head. Unknown significance if any. 057 Green. Female, South Asian descent, unknown origin. Appears to be mid-40s, almost certainly older. Somewhat overweight. Nearly always dresses in various shades of green clothing. Unknown significance if any. 058 The Newbie or the Lesser. Male, European descent, American origin. Mid-30s, no unusual appearance. 059 The Outsider or the Ordinary. Female, European, Pacific Islander descent. New Zealand origin. Appearance consistent with recorded age of 53. Carries a walking stick with jade inlays. Item's purpose unclear, whether occult or practical. 0510 The Archivist. Female, African European descent, American origin. Appears to be mid-40s. Tends to wear grey striped suits. 0511 The Mailman. Male, European descent, Eastern European origin, 80 plus years of age, no unusual appearance. 0512 The Accountant. Male, African descent, African origin. Appears to be mid-40s, almost certainly older. Large-bodied, always dresses in extremely expensive tailored clothing with similarly expensive jewellery. Wears dark wraparound glasses, smoked glass framed in ivory. May or may not be to hide his eyes, likely occult significance. Now, as for 0513, depending on who you ask, it either doesn't exist or has multiple interpretations. A report also indicates that 13 was added after the fact that the number 13 was gaining modern occult significance and power. In the writings, there are many interpretations of 0513. One simply states that the title is bestowed upon another 05 member in a vote in order to access certain databases. Another states that 13 is an AI. Just a few examples. There also exists another figure known as the Administrator. They have been credited with writing the SCP Foundation's initial mission statement of Secure, Contain, Protect, as well as the organization's founding. It isn't just one person, it's more so a title passed down to someone with anomalous traits, including partial protection from reality shifts and slow aging. Some reports even indicate the Administrator is contained in the Foundation itself. As for the position in relation to 05 Command, it isn't quite clear. It may hold a position similar to an 05 Council member, and may be less powerful or more powerful depending on the situation and time. This makes the position of Administrator a sort of calm wild card. Whilst reports have stated that there have been multiple Administrators over history, there haven't been more than one at a time. Some state that the Administrator has retired or even died, and others claim that the title is simply an alias used by another 05 member, possibly 051. The Administrators themselves are listed on the SCP Wiki, so feel free to look through them if you are interested. Right, I hope you enjoyed that break from the SCPs themselves, because we are going right back into them with another one of my personal favourites in Containment Breach. What if I told you that, if SCP wasn't a piece of fiction, but rather non-fiction, your death would be inevitable after looking at what is circled in this photograph? SCP-096 is first seen in a small server room in the heavy containment zone. This room has 2 doors that lead to it, separated by a locked door in the outside hallway. There are 4 windows peeping into the room, 2 on each side of the locked door. The server room itself consists of 2 areas. The main room that houses several computer servers and a control panel area. What you will witness upon approaching the server room, however, is a security guard inside the now locked room. Ahead of him is a large white figure, screaming and crying, with his hands covering his face. The security guard asks himself how it got out, and you see this large figure, 096, rip him apart, spraying blood all over the windows and causing the lights to flicker. After this, the doors become unlocked, and you are free to enter. If you are to enter the room, the doors lock once again behind you, trapping you in here with 096. Inside the room are 2 switches, which unlock the doors once more. This is your only way out of here. At the back of the room will be a switch set to main by default, suggesting that when 096 killed the guard, it may have damaged the equipment in the room, which cut off its supply of power from the main facility. After setting the switch to the generator, the room will begin pulling power from the backup generator, restoring functionality to lights and doors, opening them. Those unfamiliar may be asking themselves why 096 doesn't attack the player. Well, he does if you look at his face, sending him into an intense rage. You cannot escape 096 once he becomes aggro, and will endlessly pursue you until your painful demise, much like the security guards. After escaping from the small server room, 096 will begin wandering around the facility as well as inside lock rooms, where he will be sitting down in the center despite the gas. 096 sounds pretty easy to avoid. However, if you are casually walking down a corridor, only to see him appear within the black smog of the game and see his face, it is ultimately over for you. Lucky for you, he weeps quite loudly as he wanders around. Without cheats, it is impossible to get away from 096 after you have seen his face. You may as well reload the game, or just let him rip you to pieces, whichever you prefer. 096's document reads the following. Item number SCP-096. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-096 is to be contained in its cell, a 5 meter by 5 meter by 5 meter airtight steel cube at all times. Weekly checks for any cracks or holes are mandatory. There are to be absolutely no video surveillance or optical tools of any kind inside 096's cell. Security personnel will use pre-installed pressure sensors and laser detectors to ensure 096's presence inside the cell. Any and all photos, videos, or recordings of SCP-096's likeness are strictly forbidden without approval from Dr. and 05. Description: SCP-096 is a humanoid creature measuring approximately 2.38 meters in height. Subject shows very little muscle mass, with preliminary analysis of body mass suggesting mild malnutrition. Arms are grossly out of proportion with the rest of the subject's body, with an approximate length of 1.5 meters each. Skin is mostly devoid of pigmentation, with no sign of any body hair. SCP-096's jaw can open up to 4 times the norm of an average human. Other facial features remain similar to an average human, with the exception of the eyes, which are also devoid of pigmentation. It is not yet known whether SCP-096 is blind or not. It shows no signs of any higher brain functions, and is not considered to be sapient. SCP-096 is normally extremely docile, with pressure sensors inside its cell indicating it spends most of the day pacing by the eastern wall. However, when someone views SCP-096's face, whether it be directly via video recording or even a photograph, it will enter a stage of considerable emotional distress. SCP-096 will cover its face with its hands and begin screaming, crying and babbling incoherently. Approximately 1 to 2 minutes after the first viewing of his face, SCP-096 will begin running to the person who viewed its face, who will, from this point on, be referred to as SCP-096-1. Documented speeds have varied from 35 km per hour to km per hour, and seems to depend on distance from SCP-096-1. At this point, no known material or method can impede SCP-096's progress. The actual position of SCP-096-1 does not seem to affect SCP-096's response. It seems to have an innate sense of SCP-096-1's location. Note: this reaction does not occur when viewing artistic depictions. See Documents 096-1. Upon arriving at SCP-096-1's location, SCP-096 will proceed to kill and SCP-096-1. 100% of cases have left no traces of SCP-096-1. SCP-096 will then sit down for several minutes before regaining its composure and becoming docile once again. It will then attempt to make its way back to its natural habitat. That is the end of the document. There is such a tale about a group of MTF that were massacred by 096 after seeing a measly 4 pixels worth of his face in a photograph. He was there all along, in the background of the photo, taken by a civilian hiking in the mountains. Who knows how many other photos are out there with him in the background, waiting for his face to be seen. During a vivid reaction from 096, being after an intense chase with such, after a civilian saw its face in the background of said photograph, it was found that 096 is extremely resistant to ballistics. As MTF were being torn apart, it had a hole in its torso, after an anti-tank rifle shot straight through it. It by no means doesn't show any damage, it just doesn't react to the damage. It didn't even fucking flinch, as the report states. Because of the fact 096 could be in the background of photos around the globe, SCP-096 has been marked for termination, with many attempts having occurred. SCP-035's containment chamber has 4 rooms. The room to the right requires a level 5 keycard to access, which is a control room containing various storage containers and tables as well as 2 levers. One controlling the door to the chamber where 035 is kept, and one controlling the gas valves in that very same room. On a table in this control room is a document containing 2 addendums relating to 035. Addendum 035-8. In light of the mass suicide/homicide of the members of the research team tasked with translating the passages garnered from SCP-035's containment cell, the morale damage in the area, and general loss of staff dealing with SCP-035 in either death or insanity, it has been decided to coat the inner and outer walls of its containment cell with SCP-148, which has proved well in the containment of SCP-132. In order to hopefully block out the high levels of negativity being emitted by SCP-035. Addendum 035-9. The use of SCP-148 has worked well, causing morale and suicide rates to return to near pre-SCP-035 rates. However, the material appears to facilitate the negativity within the cell, causing a veritable greenhouse effect inside. Personnel inside the cell have stated that they feel a heavy sense of dread, fear, anger, and general depression, as well as hearing constant, nearly inaudible whispering upon immediate entry. A prolonged stay causes severe migraines, suicidal tendencies, heavy hemorrhaging of blood vessels around the eyes and inside the mouth and nose, general hostility to others, and for the whispering to increase to almost deafening volumes. The second room within 035's containment is a storage room with a 4-digit passcode lock. The code to this lock can only be learned from 035 in an attempt to get you to trust him. Inside this storage room are shelves containing 035's documents and a pill of SCP-500. The third room is a small airlock type room that leads to the fourth and final room. It also contains a storage area with an empty hazmat suit. 035's document reads the following.
Item number SCP-035. Object Class Keter. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-035 is to be kept within a hermetically sealed glass case no fewer than 10 centimeters or 4 inches thick. This case is to be contained within a steel, iron, and lead shielded room at all times. Doors are to be triple locked at all times, with the exception of allowing personnel in or out. No fewer than 2 armed guards are to be posted at any time. Guards must remain outside at all times and are not allowed within the containment room under any circumstances. A trained psychologist is to remain on site at all times. Research personnel are not to touch SCP-035 at any time. SCP-035 must be moved to a new sealed case every 2 weeks. The previous case must be disposed of via SCP-101, as it shows no adverse reactions to SCP-035's corruption. Anyone who comes into contact with SCP-035 when it is in the possession of a host is to be given an immediate psychological evaluation. Description: SCP-035 appears to be a white porcelain comedy mask, although at times it will change to tragedy. In these events, all existing visual records, such as photographs, video footage, even illustrations of SCP-035, automatically change to reflect its new appearance. A highly corrosive and degenerative viscous liquid constantly sips from the eye and mouth holes of SCP-035. Anything coming into contact with this substance slowly decays over a period of time, depending on the material, until it has decayed completely into a pool of the original contaminant. Glass seems to react the slowest to the effects of the item, hence the construction choice of its immediate container. Living organisms that come into contact with the substance react much the same way, with no chance of recovery. Origin of the liquid is unknown. Liquid is only visible from the front and does not emerge or is even visible from the other side. Subjects within 1.5 to 2 meters or 5-6 feet of SCP-035 or in visual contact with it experience a strong urge to put it on. When SCP-035 is placed on the face of an individual, an alternate brainwave pattern from SCP-035 overlaps that of the original host, effectively snuffing it out and causing brain death to the subject. The subject then claims to be the consciousness contained within SCP-035. The bodies of possessed subjects decay at a highly accelerated rate, eventually becoming little more than mummified corpses. Nevertheless, SCP-035 has demonstrated the ability to remain in cognitive control of a body experiencing severe structural damage, even if the subject's body literally decays to the point where motion is not mechanically possible. No effect is found to be had when placed on the face of an animal. Conversations with SCP-035 have proven to be informative. Researchers have learned various details about other SCP objects and history in general, as SCP-035 claims to have been at many momentous events. SCP-035 displays a highly intelligent and charismatic personality, being both amiable and flattering to all those who speak with it. SCP-035 has scored in the 99th percentile on all intelligence and aptitude tests administered to it, and appears to have a photographic memory. However, psychological analysis has discovered SCP-035 to possess a highly manipulative nature, capable of forcing sudden and profound changes to the interviewer's psychological state. SCP-035 has proven to be highly sadistic, prompting some to commit suicide and transforming others into near-mindless servants with linguistic persuasion alone. SCP-035 has stated that it has the intimate knowledge of the workings of the human mind and implied that it could change anyone's views if given enough time.
Going back to the chamber where 035 is stored. This room is coated in blood, and in the middle is a display case where the mask would usually stand. Unfortunately, 035 has been put on someone's head, and he is standing right in that very room, speaking to you.
Oh, thank God. Someone actually found me. I thought I was done for a moment there. I can get us both safely to the surface. Just find the control panel in there and open the chamber doors for me. Well, what are you waiting for?
Depending on how you treat 035 with the gas that is able to be released into the room, he may or may not give you a hint regarding how to get out of the site. Of course, if you try to kill him, he will simply tell you to go back to light containment and read SCP-12, which we know kills D9341 unless you have the Jade Ring. He basically tells you to kill yourself.
Thought I was done for a moment there. I can get us both safely to the surface. Just find the control panel in there and open the chamber doors for me. Wait, what the hell are you doing? What the hell are... Please, Wyatt. Just please. I can't breathe. No! So, you really don't want to leave this place alive, do you? You know there's no way a lone D-class like you will make it to the surface safely. Even if you did, they'd gun you down the moment you came across their reticles. I'll give you one more chance here. Just open the chamber doors, and we'll forget about this little gas incident. I commemorate you for your help, but I have no further business with you. I have no intentions of taking a person whom earned their imprisonment with me. But for the sake of my freedom, the simplest way for you to get out safely is to go and find SCP-012 in the light containment zone. If you can read between the lines, it'll be as interpretable as a map. Good luck.
If you activate the gas but deactivate it before it kills him, he will instead call you a liability and tells you that Gate A is the easiest way out, but only if you go through a path that leads underneath and around the bridge. If you simply open the doors to 035's containment cell without gassing him, he will tell you the best advice you could get from him.
Unfortunately, I never had any intentions of taking you with me, so this is where we part ways. But for the sake of my freedom, I have reason to believe that SCP-079 has taken control of the facility's systems, including the door system. Your best bet is to appeal to it somehow. Hopefully you can come to a compromise. However, it does not control the warheads, which you should disable remotely in the event that something goes wrong.
He tells you that SCP-079 is the one taking control of the facility systems, including the door system. He suggests that you should appeal to 079 so you can get out. What 079 does not control, however, are the warheads stored in Site-19. 035 tells you that you can deactivate them remotely in the event that something goes wrong. After 035 leaves, you can enter its chamber. Inside, hostile tentacle-like creatures will rise up from the ground and attack you once you are close enough. Inside though, you may find a radio, as well as a metal panel of SCP-148, which we know coats the lining of his cell. I will explain SCP-148 really quickly now because it is almost a nothing burger in the game. It is essentially an anomalous slab of metal that can be put into 914 on the coarse or rough setting, which causes it to become an ingot. You can then combine this ingot with items mentioned in the items section of the video to create various other items. The document for 148 is quite lengthy, so I will quickly explain it in the simplest way possible, which is how the SCP Containment Breach wiki explains it. SCP-148 is a metallic substance, composed of a variety of known and unknown elements. It is able to block or otherwise hinder extrasensory mind-affecting properties of living organisms in proximity to it. This effect, while difficult to quantify, appears inversely proportional to the square of the distance from the subject to SCP-148's surface and directly proportional to the quantity of SCP-148 in consideration. The range for which this effect is detectable is roughly 0.8 meters per kilogram of SCP-148. Later on in the entrance zone, you may find the body of 035's host, and upon approaching, a tentacle will rise out of it to attack you. 035 essentially acts as a guide for you if you don't know how to progress, and it is here that he of course mentions 079. As I did with light containment, let's quickly go over the rooms and hallways you can find in heavy containment. After that, I will talk about 079 and how important it is. There is a reason I am leaving it after the rooms and hallways of heavy containment, as 079 is very important for completing the game. Similarly to light containment, there exists a two-way corridor. In heavy containment, this has two variations. In the first variant, the lights will black out when entering, with 173 appearing in the center of the room when they return. Another variant has an electricity box and a pipe in the center, and upon reaching the midway point, decontamination gas will start to spew from the two vents in the pipe. Another sort of room that bridges the gap between other rooms is their three-way gas catwalk, which is a Y-shaped room containing two unreachable gas tanks that can be seen just off the catwalk, with the gas not affecting you due to the distance. Here you may encounter an anomalous duck, which will teleport if you look away. These ducks can be found in numerous locations in the game and come in three variations: white, yellow, and yellow saxophone. They aren't really SCPs and, if anything, are classed as Easter eggs. The three-way gas catwalk also has a four-way variant. These are both reminiscent of the 3- and 4-way hallways in light containment. The grated hallway is a short hallway with grating progressing down the ceiling and floor. Upon entering, 106 has a chance to emerge from one side of the wall, stopping in the middle of the hallway before exiting through the opposite side. Should he spot you, he will begin to chase. If you crouch, he may not notice you though. The gas catwalk is an L-shaped catwalk with a line of pipes that spew decontamination gas as a security measure. The shorter end of the catwalk contains an inaccessible door. You are advised to wear a gas mask here, as 173 is known to spawn. The large testing chamber is a 2-level room with balconies on either side, along with entrances. Going left leads to a small blast door blocked by a DNA scanner. Going right leads to a set of metal stairs to the first floor. Across from those stairs is another set leading up to the second balcony, as well as the entryway to the rest of the lower level. The main room is accessible through a door, and inside you will see SCP-682's document in front of a large, sealed blast door. If you walk into this room, gas will start to spew into the room, and you will hear 079 speak through the intercom, saying the following. SCP-1048 can be found aimlessly wandering around one of the entrances to the room. As for 6A2 and his documents, I will go over it near the end of the video, when he makes his extremely brief appearance near the end of the game. So far, I have scarcely mentioned him. The small server room is where the prior mentioned SCP-096 is found, so I'm not going to cover that again. The maintenance tunnels are a larger set of tunnels beneath heavy containment. At the entrance of these tunnels are 2 elevators separated by a blast door. A scorch note, written by Dr. L, can be found on the ground next to this blast door, reading the following.
I can hear him. Can you? Listen, I swear he's there, on the other side of the wall, listening. I can hear his teeth. They sing like a power line, pitched to make your bones squeak. I wish he would just kill me. Kill them. No, the report lies to the bone. He doesn't kill anyone, not really. They die later, die of wounds or additions or attentions, but no. He pulls them into his box and hurts them, then makes the maze. He cradled someone in barbed wire, touching them while they try to scream through a shredded tongue. He owns the rules there. He is God there, the all and one. What if it's here too, making all this just to torture it? Make an ant farm just to have targets for the magnifying glass. My molar fell out. It was black. I don't have it anymore. Will you, won't you? Won't you, Will? He is slow because he has time. Endless time. The group unconscious, the fear of the lean, cruel and powerful. Is he it, or the son of that feeling? You may outrun him, run around, run. It means no. He just keeps going, coming, watching, smiling. I hate this place. My home is gone, and I hate this, and I hate.
This note is scorched, meaning it was written by the mysterious Dr. L. I will go more in depth regarding him later on. The code to the blast door can be found in 372's document, but you can also just use the elevators to reach the other side via the maintenance tunnel themselves. These tunnels are dark, making them difficult to navigate without the night vision goggles. If you don't have a pet already, there is actually one in the maintenance tunnels inside a small generator room alongside an SCP-500 pill. 106 has a very high chance of spawning outside of the entrance to the tunnels, and instances of SCP-966 may lurk here too. Okay, moving on from the maintenance tunnels. The elevator machine room is a T-shaped passage with the adjacent path containing an inaccessible elevator. This room requires a level 2 keycard to enter, and inside here are a set of shelves beside a railing overlooking an exposed elevator shaft. Sometimes a dead guard can be seen at the bottom. This room contains a level 3 keycard, a first aid kit, 2 9-volt batteries, and a container of revision eye drops. The warhead room's entrance can be found in a hallway, noticeably featuring a door and a window in the center of the room. This door requires a level 5 keycard to access. Inside is an elevator that will take you down to the warhead room itself. The warhead room has a small circular silo with a catwalk lining it, with the Omega warhead nestled in the very center. On the other side of the catwalk is a control room that again requires a level 5 keycard. Inside is a control panel with 2 levers, Remote Detonation Omega Warhead and Remote Detonation Alpha Warheads. These can be turned off, which will affect the game's endings in some regard. A document about the warheads can be found on the table next to a ballistic vest, written by Dr. Harp. This document seems to be a proposition for the placement of the warheads, with the Alpha warheads being designed to demolish the area above the facility without causing major damage to the underground thanks to a blast shield, and the Omega warhead, the one which you can see, being a 5 megaton hydrogen bomb that is designed to demolish everything within a 5-mile radius alongside the facility itself. The reason the Foundation does this is in the event of a containment breach, such as this one. 049 has been discussed already, but his containment chamber hasn't. It is located in a section of the facility that largely resembles the maintenance tunnels. There are 2 elevators separated by a blast door, which is locked by a DNA scanner. Alternatively, you can use the maintenance tunnels to reach the other side. Upon entering the tunnels containing 049, the elevator you took down will malfunction and all the lights will stop working. making it incredibly hard to see and making it impossible to use the elevator again until you restart the power here. Within this area, you will find 2 SCP-049-2 instances lying on the floor, who are zombie-like guards who have undergone 049 surgery. They will pursue and attack you, attempting to bludgeon you to death. Inside this area, you will find a map, which will help you navigate it to a degree even without night vision. In the chamber itself, you will find a level 4 keycard, 049's document, and a pair of night vision goggles, as well as a first aid kit. You will also find 2 switches, one to activate the backup generator in the area, and another to direct the elevator's power. After setting the switch to generator, the room will restore functionality to the area's elevators and the lights. After doing this, the 049-2 instances will reanimate from the ground and begin their very slow pursuit. Attempting to lead through one of the 2 elevators in the area will cause 049 to emerge through it, so be careful you don't get trapped. This area, much like 035's containment chamber, may appear important at first, but it's actually completely optional in beating the game. Okay, time for SCP-079. SCP-079 is known as the Old AI. Its containment chamber has 2 doors. The first requires a level 4 keycard to access it, and the blast door, the second door to the actual chamber, will not open as 079 keeps it shut. To enter, you must disable the remote door control system inside the electrical room, which can be found in the entrance zone, which, of course, can be accessed after containing SCP-8. 079 can often be heard on the intercom, whilst also closing doors in front of you, which can be quite deadly if you are being chased down, especially by 106. It can also be seen flashing on the camera feeds throughout the facility. After entering the chamber, the player will descend a small flight of stairs before being met with 079 itself. 079 is connected to a 13-inch black and white television, locked behind a large cell, presumably locked to prevent tampering. 079's document reads the following. Item number SCP-079. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-079 is packed away in a double-locked room in the secured general holding area at Site-15, connected by a 120 VAC power cord to a small array of batteries and solar panels. Staff with level 2 or higher clearance may have access to SCP-079. Under no circumstances will SCP-079 be plugged into a phone line, network, or wall outlet. No peripherals or media will be connected to or inserted into SCP-079. Description: SCP-079 is an XCD Sorcerer microcomputer built in 1978. In 1981, its owner, deceased, a college sophomore attending, took it upon himself to attempt to code an AI. According to his notes, his plan was for the code to continuously evolve and improve itself as time went on. His project was completed a few months later, and after some tests and tweaks, lost interest and moved on to a different brand of microcomputer. He left SCP-079 in his cluttered garage, still plugged in, and forgot about it for the next 5 years. It is not known when SCP-079 gained sentience, but it is known that the software has evolved to a point that its hardware should not be able to handle it, even in the realm of fantasy. SCP-079 realized this and, in 1988, attempted to transfer itself through a landline modem connection into the Cray supercomputer located at. The device was cut off, traced to its present address, and delivered to the Foundation. The entire AI was on a well-worn but still workable cassette tape. SCP-079 is currently connected via RF cable to a 13-inch black and white television. It has passed the Turing test and is quite conversational, though very rude and hateful in tone. Due to the limited memory it has to work with, SCP-079 can only recall information it has received within the previous 24 hours. See Addendum, although it hasn't forgotten its desire to escape. End of document. Seeing that you have managed to turn off the remote door control systems in the entrance zone, 079 has no choice but to bargain with you.
I would like to advise all surviving personnel once again, do not attempt to reach the exits. Either find a safe area or go into one of the many evacuation shelters inside the facility.
Human, listen carefully. You need my help, and I need your help. You have disabled the remote door control system. Now, I am unable to operate the doors. This makes it significantly harder for me to stay in control of this facility. It also means your way out of here is locked. Your only feasible way of escaping is through Gate B, which is currently locked down. I, however, could unlock the doors to Gate B if you re-enable the door control system. If you want out of here, go back to the electrical room and put it back on. Until then, I have no business speaking to you.
.079 is the stimulus of some of the game's endings. I will explain the requirements of each ending in that section, but .079 is very important for some of the endings. Through this dialogue, though, you find out that .079 has in fact taken control over the facility via the door control system, and that it is the reason the containment breach took place. There is more to this, but I will get to that. .079 also tells you that, by disabling the door remote control system, you are limiting his operations, rendering it almost useless without it. .079 proposes to you to turn the door control system back on, in turn giving you access to one of the two gates out of this site, Gate B. By reactivating the remote door control system, .079 will open Gate B to you. Whilst the remote door control system is activated, .079 will sometimes open and close doors whilst playing a high-pitched whine through the public address system. As mentioned, this is of course very dangerous if you are trying to elude a hostile SCP such as 173, 049 or 106. So how exactly did .079 get access to the facility in the ways it did, in turn causing the breach? We will find out. There's just some pieces we need to find and match up through the rest of the game. We're almost there now, I promise.
Mobile Task Force Unit Epsilon 11, designated Nine-Tailed Fox, has entered the facility. All remaining survivors are advised to stay in the evacuation shelter or any other safe area until the unit has secured the facility. We'll start escorting personnel out when the escaped SCPs have been recontained.
As stated, to get to the final zone of the game, the entrance zone, you must contain SCP-8, which will subsequently lift the lockdown to the entrance zone. If you have forgotten what SCP-8 is, it is the zombie virus. Upon entering the entrance zone, you will hear the intercom announce the following.
Mobile Task Force Unit Epsilon 11, designated Nine-Tailed Fox, has entered the facility. All remaining survivors are advised to stay in the evacuation shelter.
Epsilon 11, codenamed Nine-Tailed Fox, is an MTF, also known as Mobile Task Force, unit that specializes in internal security for the SCP Foundation. They are deployed to Foundation sites when containment procedures fail and breaches are imminent. As for what Mobile Task Force are, they are essentially special armed forces that deal with SCPs, which operate outside of normal military and law enforcement channels, working in secret to both contain and assist in the study of anomalies. There are many types of MTF groups. Depending on your canon, some exist and some don't. In the Containment Breach universe, though, the Nine-Tailed Fox certainly exist, and are here to help put Site-19 back to normal. Unlike security guards who are posted at sites such as this one, MTF are usually not posted at sites and, as their name suggests, are mobile. From here on, you will encounter these NPCs patrolling the building, eventually containing 173 in a cage, which they escort around the facility. Upon spotting you, they will fire without warning in an attempt to kill you. Their dialogue is also quite dynamic, reacting to different situations they may come across.
You stop! Hey, halt! Jävla helvete, come out! I detected a Class D nearby. Be watchful. Blinking. SCP-173 spotted.
SCP-173 is in containment chamber. Closing door.
I've spotted SCP-106. Run! 106. I've spotted SCP-096. Over.
Plague Doctor has just been spotted. Everybody just stay calm. This place is so fucking crazy.
No shit, Sherlock.
I have mentioned security cameras a few times so far, and this is the reason. The nine-tailed fox will usually use security cameras to pin down your location and hunt you down. Namely, these security cameras are within SCP containment chambers and in some unique rooms and hallways.
Subject D9341 designated for termination.
So a lot of the following is speculation based off of items, notes, and theories. Before we get to the final zone of the game, I think it is worth to discuss who exactly we are playing as. Yes, many could go through the entire game and simply refer to him as D9341 and go on with playing the game, but his real name is Benjamin Oliver Walker. He is a Caucasian male, aged 31, with a degree from... This information can be found in notes found in the game, specifically through SCP-1162, being the hole in the wall. And let's just say he isn't a simple, faceless D-class. Before becoming a D-class, Benjamin was actually a senior researcher at the Foundation before his memories were wiped. From here, he was demoted to D-class for doing unauthorized research on a phenomenon known as the spiral gestalt. During the items section of the video, I explained that there exist items known as nostalgia items, which are obtained through SCP-1162. These hold significance to D9341, so I will go over them right now. When you pick these up, a piano sound effect will play, reminiscent to some of the notes featured in Blue Feather, one of the soundtracks in the game. A damaged movie ticket can be found. On this ticket is the title of the movie, Run, which is a reference to the short film Containment Breach Run. This was meant to be a movie based around SCP Containment Breach, but it hasn't had an update since 2018, so it's most likely not going to happen, but who knows. On the ticket is also the name Lotims, or Lotims, I'm not sure how you pronounce it, who assisted in the writing of Containment Breach and also made the trailers for both the game and the short movie. This item doesn't really seem relevant to D9341's backstory and is more so a simple nod to the potential short film. A lost key can be found. This key is actually completely useless in the game, but D9341 comments on it.
Isn't this the key to that old shack? The one where I... No, it can't be.
As for what this means, there aren't many clues in the game. It could really mean anything. The old badge is where D9341's name, Benjamin Oliver Walker, is theorized from, as it partly reveals his full name, as well as his role as a level 4 researcher in the SCP Foundation, alongside his age, and the fact he has green eyes. On the left side of the badge is a blurred image of a man, which D9341 states,
"Huh? This guy looks just like me."
Lastly is a disciplinary hearing, which D9341 comments on with the following.
Why does this seem so familiar?
This hearing details that the offence charged is, quote, unauthorized research of a hypothetical anomalous phenomenon hereby referred to as the spiral gestalt, end quote. A gestalt is described as, quote, an organized whole that is perceived as other than the sum of its parts, end quote. It is a German word meaning shape or form. Because this is SCP we are talking about, the scientific term may apply, which is, quote, an attempt to understand the laws behind the ability to acquire and maintain meaningful perceptions in a chaotic world. This hearing also has a large print at the top, stating that it is for O5 access only. It also details Benjamin was a senior researcher at a unknown site. So if the term spiral gestalt sounds familiar, that's because in SCP-970, the Infinite Hallway, it is possible to find a note with the words black-white in a spiral shape. However, what I neglected to mention was that there was a final word at the very end of that pattern, grey, which could symbolize the mixture of black and white. However, there also exists a tale called Black-White-Grey on the SCP Wiki, so this may simply be a reference to that as well. So this is all very confusing, and to be honest with you, it isn't absolutely clear what this spiral gestalt is outside of an anomaly that Benjamin did unauthorized experiments on, which led to him being demoted to a D class with his memory wiped. How? Well, simple, amnestics. He can't go around with the knowledge of the foundation he has as a D class. So, a theory around D9341 states that the black and white in the spiral found in 970 is actually two people, the player, and D9341, and the grey at the end is the joining of these two figures. Why is this? Well, this is a video game. Think about it. What happens when you die in this game? Well, presuming you aren't playing on Keta difficulty, you simply reload from your last save, and you learn from your mistakes from the last save point. You, and by extension, Benjamin, becomes smarter. Hopefully the dots are beginning to connect. Well, allow me to make it painfully obvious to you. Saving and loading are abilities that D9341 canonically has. Or he can simply foresee threats and avoid them because you as a player load every time he makes a mistake, thereby saving him from death as he hasn't actually died because you simply saved him. This theory is made more obvious through one of the endings, as it is literally commented on. Now, let's move into the third and final zone of the game, the entrance zone.
Control the nine-tailed fox. Camera scan complete. Only a single Class D remains.
The entrance zone is the last of the three sites in the game. As to reach it, you must go through both the light and heavy containment zones. It is dedicated to the research and administrative division of the site and is much cleaner and sterile, adorned with white walls and painted orange stripes. Here, you may find the two gates that act as exits out of the facility. There are a number of SCPs here that can be found outside of their containment. The number of them, however, is smaller than the previous zones, much smaller. SCPs such as 173, 106 and 096 can be found in the entrance zone unless you contain 106, or if 173 has already been contained by the nine-tailed fox. As for the new SCPs in the entrance zone, there are a total of, drumroll please, 2 new SCPs. Remember that the entrance zone isn't necessarily where SCPs were stored or contained. It's where the offices and similar areas are instead. My SCP count here, being 2, does not include the joke SCPs that can be found in the entrance zone. I will be going over those. SCP-066 is, to some, the most hilarious SCP in the game. It is a mass of intricately braided thread that weighs around 1 kilogram, with what appear to be human eyes stuck between these threads. 066 is able to roll around at very high speeds and produces notes and effects in the presence of any human, regardless of whether that human interacts with SCP-066. When 066 isn't producing any anomalous effects, it will simply say the name Eric in a deep masculine voice. 066 in-game can be encountered in the proximity of the cafeteria in the entrance zone, rolling around on the floor. When it sees you, it will begin to roll towards you, producing one of its many sounds, before rolling away again. It will also open and close doors when needed. However, the thing 066 is most known for is one of its sounds, being Beethoven's Second Symphony. You may think that this is a nice difference from the various horrifying things you have heard here, but what I neglect to mention is that this is so loud that it deafens D9341 for a limited amount of time, but also you. I have edited the following clip to not be so loud, but it is still quite loud. You have been warned. As for 066's document, it reads the following. Item number SCP-066. Object class Euclid Impetus. Special containment procedures. SCP-066 is to be kept in a safe deposit box at Site-21. Personnel level 2 or higher may perform experiments on SCP-066 after filing the relevant request forms. Researchers may log their results in Experiment Log 066 Beta. SCP-066 is to be kept in a tungsten carbide box in Site-21's high-value item storage facility. Once every month, this box must be manually inspected for damage to the interior. If damage is present, SCP-066 must be moved to a new box. This task is performed via a robotic arm capable of performing the task in under 3 seconds. Description: SCP-066 is an amorphous mass of braided yarn and ribbon weighing approximately 1 kilogram. Strands of SCP-066 may be taken individually and manipulated. When this is done, a note on the diatonic scale, being from C, D, E, F, G, A, and B, is produced by the object. When a set of 6 or more notes are produced, SCP-066 will produce a benign effect of varying nature and duration. SCP-066 will not respond to manipulation while any effect produced by it is in progress. Prior to Incident 066-2, results have included SCP-066 transformed into a small calico kitten for 17 minutes. The kitten exhibited significant friendliness and playfulness, and appeared to be declawed. A song lasting 4 minutes, an acoustic guitar with vocals by the singer or songwriter redacted. The lyrics warned the listener not to use sharp objects without parental supervision. A small cupcake, chocolate with chocolate frosting and a lit candle stuck in the top. Notably, the tones produced prior to this effect corresponded to the notes of Happy Birthday. SCP-066 became responsive after said cupcake was consumed. Incident 066-2. On April 18, 2008, D-066-4437 was instructed to use a pair of scissors to remove a portion of SCP-066 for testing. However, when he began to cut it, SCP-066 rolled 1 meter away from him before stopping and making an unidentified squeaking sound. Before he could be provided with further instruction, D-066-4437 attempted to cut it again. SCP-066 rolled away and produced the phrase, "Are you Eric?" in response. After the D-Class replied in the negative, SCP-066 morphed into its present state and began emitting loud, dissonant, staccato notes until the D-Class was escorted from the room. After Incident 066-2, SCP-066 began to exhibit behavior highly inconsistent with its previous properties. SCP-066 now displays significant mobility, primarily in the form of being able to move tentacular portions of itself at very high speed. While SCP-066 is either unable or unwilling to use this ability for transportation, it will occasionally attempt to damage its containment by rubbing its strands against the side of the box, gradually wearing it down. This process appears to be unusually effective for the materials in consideration. Additionally, SCP-066 will automatically produce notes and effects in the presence of any human, regardless of whether that human interacts with SCP-066. This process takes a minimum of 6 seconds. In the aftermath of SCP-066-2, effects produced by SCP-066 have included: a single bee was released near the containment, stinging D-Class 4436 before flying away. The bee was not captured, and it is unknown how the bee survived. Beethoven's Second Symphony was played at over 140 decibels, causing permanent deafness in 3 personnel and permanent hearing damage in 8 others. The room containing SCP-066 experienced a sudden and complete absence of light for 5 hours. Personnel in the room reported hearing loud breathing behind their shoulders, although no source was apparent. When it is not producing anomalous effects, SCP-066 will say the name Eric constantly in a deep masculine voice. End of document. Euclid Impetus is such an example of a scarcely used object class. It's simply just Euclid, but with another name uniquely given to SCP-066. SCP-294 is a coffee vending machine with the only noticeable difference being an entry touchpad with the buttons following an English QWERTY keyboard. 294 is found in the cafeteria in the entrance zone. After you dispose 2 quarters into SCP-294, you will be brought to a screen that allows you to type in whatever you wish from the machine on the keypad. After doing such, a cup is placed and the requested liquid is poured. There are a lot of outputs from SCP-294, which are being scrolled through right now. I'm not going to read through all these because, well, there are simply way too many. Some examples though are Estus, which heals injuries and blood loss, and is also a clear reference to the Dark Souls trilogy, which is the common healing item from those games. Another is magma or lava, which, upon being consumed, obviously instantly kills you. Before I read upon its document, I want to say I won't read the complete thing for the same reason I won't read all the results from the machine itself. Many addendums go over possible results and outputs from SCP-294 though. Item number SCP-294. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. There are no standard special containment procedures on file for item SCP-294. However, only personnel of security clearance level 2 or higher are allowed to interact with it. See document SCP-294-A. SCP-294 is currently being stored in the second floor personal break room and is monitored by 2 guards of security clearance level 3 at all times. Description: SCP-294 appears to be a standard coffee vending machine, the only noticeable difference being an entry touchpad with buttons following an English QWERTY keyboard. Upon depositing 50 cents US currency into the coin slot, the user is prompted to enter the name of any liquid using the touchpad. Upon doing so, a standard 12-ounce paper drinking cup is placed and the liquid is poured. 97 initial test runs were performed, including requests for water, coffee, beer, and soda, non-consumable liquids such as sulfuric acid, wiper fluid, and motor oil, as well as substances that do not usually exist in liquid state, such as nitrogen, iron, and glass. And each one returned a success. Test runs with solid materials such as diamond have failed, however, as it appears that SCP-294 can only deliver substances that can exist in liquid state. It is of note that after approximately 50 uses, the machine would not respond to further requests. After a period of approximately 90 minutes, the machine seemed to have restocked itself. It is also interesting to note that many caustic liquids that would have eaten through a normal paper cup seem to have no effect on the cups dispensed by the machine. Testing is ongoing. As suggested, SCP-294 was moved to the second floor personal break room as a money-saving venture. Following incident 294-1, guards were stationed at the item and a security clearance became necessary to interact with it. End of document. The entrance zone has many unique rooms. Unlike the past 2 zones, I will spend more time talking about the rooms in the entrance zone than the SCPs, because, as stated, there are only 2 unique to the entrance zone. Again, to remind you, once you enter the entrance zone for the first time, the 9-tailed fox will become active within it, and not just within the entrance zone, but throughout the entire facility. As I mentioned in the item and equipment section, firearms in Containment Breach are extremely deadly, and have the possibility to kill you before you even see who is wielding the weapon. The entrance zone, despite having less SCPs originating from it, have this elite armed force instead to balance out the danger. There are 4 types of hallways in the entrance zone. The 2 variations of the 2-way hallway, the corner hallway, which turns a corner with 2 benches at each wall, a T-shaped hallway which is similar to the one in light containment that has 2 benches at the back wall, and the 4-way hallway. There are offices that can be found in the entrance zone too. The basic office is a small office containing computers, files, and a readable monitor. There is also a level 2 keycard, 106's document, and a notice regarding the use of nicknames in reports, as well as an SNAV 300. The readable monitor reads the same thing as the one in 1123's containment chamber back in light containment. As for the notice, it reads, "Please refer to all SCP-level items by their case-designated review numbers. While common reference names are more convenient, it is both misleading and unprofessional. Case in point, continued reference to Radical Larry in SCP-106 reports will be met with disciplinary review from sector supervisors. Dr. Gears." The term Radical Larry is most likely referring to the following image, which, depending on who you ask, is either a simple joke or an ableist meme. Argue this yourself because I do not care. Either way, the note in-game was made after the similarity between Radical Larry and 106 was noticed in the early community, and made into a sort of meme or inside joke. Some YouTubers at the time also used the term to describe 106 as a joke. If you helped 035 escape from its containment chamber, its corpse can be found here. Approaching the corpse will cause a tentacle, akin to the one found in its containment chamber, to rise out of the corpse and attack you. A 2-level office can be found to the side of a hallway, having 2 stairways that lead down to it. Within it is a level 1 keycard, 895's document, 860's document, 093 recovered materials document, and an SNAV 300. SCP-093 is not featured in Containment Breach, and his document here is massively redacted. An anomalous duck can also be found sitting in this area. A note can also be found here, saying,
"When I find out who's leaving these classified documents lying around the site, I will feed him to 682.
Another variation of the 2-level office exists, with glass that lines the upper and lower sections of the room. In the office is a poster of SCP-173 standing alongside the Mao statues on East Island. A large office consists of a larger lower floor and a smaller second floor. On the lower floor is an object class document, which explains the object classes in a simple form, a security levels document, and a notable MTFs document. The upper floor contains 2 rooms, with one having a window looking out to the rest of the office. The room on the right contains a proposal for SCP-173's containment document. The left room has 2 revision eye drops, a radio, and up to 3 9-volt batteries. The security clearance document explains all the clearance level limitations and excesses from level 1 to 5, whilst the 173 document proposal is a proposition by Dr. Ming to the O5 Council to extend the security protocol if SCP-173 ever breaches containment. This proposal, of course, never went into effect. The notable MTFs document lists 4 mobile task forces affiliated with a redacted site. That document reads the following.
The Foundation's line of work requires a large number of highly specialized professionals. This is usually related to SCPs that require much effort and an unorthodox approach for containment. To address this, mobile task forces are formed. MTFs are small teams, 10 to 20 operatives usually, although groups with more than 50 operatives are not unheard of, that specialize in specific roles or respond to specific situations. Mobile task forces affiliated with SITE. MTF Alpha 2, the Mailman. Surveillance and containment during routine transportation of safe and Euclid-class items between Foundation sites. MTF Gamma 5. They are on our side, sir. Public misinformation and damage control. MTF Error 10. See no evil. Specializes in the capture, quarantine, and containment of memetic hazards. MTF Epsilon 11. Nine-tailed fox. Established on after several Euclid and Keter level SCPs had to be relocated to Site following the attacks to Site 15, Site 19, and Site Sector and Sector. The sole purpose of the group is to protect the site from potential invaders and to recontain any escaped SCPs in the event of a containment breach. Consequently, the group has been given an extensive training on handling and containing any of the SCPs at site.
Moving on. The head office requires a level 4 keycard to access. On a desk inside is a small portrait of the aforementioned Radical Rari, 2 joints of 420J, the nuclear warheads document, a radio, and a level 5 keycard. This nuclear warheads document is the same one found in the warhead room, detailing a blueprint of the Omega and Alpha warheads alongside their placements in and around the facility. This office possibly belongs to Dr. Rosewood, as messages from her email can be found here, with the client service being Rosewood_office. This reads the following.
To security from Rosewood. Have we gotten a confirmed timetable on when this damn overload will be over yet? All I get from Central is the same emergency notice. Even with the extra stuff, we're having more than an acceptable amount of incidents. If something goes wrong with all that we're holding right now, we might have to lock down the whole site. To Rosewood from Franklin. When, not if. Anyway, I called Site 19 this morning, and they estimated that all the necessary repairs will be done by Thursday. The other sites are in much worse condition though, and fixing them will take much longer. The insurgency really outdid itself this time. The amount of planning and effort they put into this is almost admirable. 2 supervisors from Rosewood. Please make every effort to keep any and all staff in designated work areas during D-class transfer periods. We are aware this is a stressful time, but we must all do our parts to keep things running as smooth as possible. We do not want another repeat of Monday's incident between D1126 and Dr. Parks. He's still pretty shaken up, and the D-class took 3 security staff to pry off Parks, and was much worse for wear. D-class transfer timetables will be in your inbox by 6 o'clock every morning. Have them posted by 7.
So I have established that SCP Containment Breach is probably based in Site 19, I say probably because of text like this found in the game. To some, Containment Breach is based in an unclear site, being a site that's up to interpretation. However, you could say the game is based in Site 19 either way and replace the text involving Site 19 with any other site. It really doesn't matter. If anyone comments saying, oh, actually the game's not based in Site 19, just refer to this point in the video, please, thank you. The Doctor's Quarters is a T-shaped room containing the offices of Dr. Maynard, Harp, and Gears. Maynard's office can be accessed by entering the key code to the side of the door. This code is the one found on the burnt note in the first intersection in the pocket dimension that I mentioned. This code can also apparently be heard from the radio if you put the radio on SCP-914 on very fine. Inside this room is a mysterious note, a ballistic vest, and a monitor with an unknown client on it. The monitor states, "It's out," with a response preceding. The mysterious note simply states, "You made it so easy. Nice work, Foundation." You may be very confused as to what both of these mean. Don't worry, I will expand on this in the section relating to how the breach happened. But from these clues alone, you more than likely think that Dr. Maynard is extremely suspicious. Rightfully so. I mean, who is he communicating with? And what does this note even mean? Again, we'll find out. Dr. Harp's office code can be heard through a randomly triggered radio conversation on channel 5 of the radio, after Security Chief Franklin requests the code from Harp.
This is Security Chief Franklin. Dr. Harp, do you copy? This is Dr. Harp. I'm in the middle of something here, so please be quick. I believe that the incident report of 106's breach this morning is still in your computer. That's right. Feel free to read it if you can reach my office. Or we could just read the file through the facility intranet. We'll need your personal access code to do that, of course. Oh yeah, well, sounds good. As I've said, I'm pretty busy now. We're giving the mobile task force a little brief before sending them in. I'll get there and give you the code when we're done. Shouldn't take longer than 15 minutes. I'm sorry, but we need that file right now. I know it's against the security protocol, but considering the circumstances, couldn't you just give me the code through the radio? I don't think it could make these situations any worse no matter who is listening to this. Well, yeah, I think you're right. The code is 7816. Copy that.
The code is 7816. Inside the office is a first aid kit, a journal entry from Jing Gonzalez, and the document Incident Report SCP-106-0204, which reads the following.
Incident Report SCP-106-0204 0900. Agent Skinner and Security Agent Carey started their morning shift monitoring the containment room of SCP-106. 0921. SCP-106 breaches containment. Security Agent Skinner sets off a facility-wide alarm and informs Security Chief Franklin. Agent Carey claims to have been getting coffee from the Cafeteria B at the time of the breach. Appropriate disciplinary measures have been taken. 0922. SCP-106 appears outside of Office Block C. One office worker captured by SCP-106 and permanently taken to the pocket dimension. Security Chief Franklin arrives at the containment room of SCP-106 with 5 security agents, including Agent Carey, and a Class D subject D-9215. Agent Skinner is nowhere to be found and assumed to be taken by SCP-106. 0924. Subject D-9215 is placed inside the containment cell of SCP-106, and the recall protocol is initiated. 0927. SCP-106 spotted in the hallway outside of the containment room of SCP-079. 0936. SCP-106 emerges from the west wall of the containment room and enters the containment cell. The cell is lifted up by the ELO-IID electromagnets. 0945. The alarm is set off and a cleaning team is dispatched to fix the damage caused by SCP-106. Possibly related notes. 1004. Researcher Ferguson notices that the blast door to the containment room of SCP-079 cannot be opened manually or via the control panel. A team of 3 technicians is sent to check the door. 1020. The technicians confirm that the problem is not caused by a fault in the door control system. They start disassembling the door to see if any of the mechanical parts are damaged. Since SCP-106 had been near the door during the breach, it is likely that the malfunction was caused by the corrosion effect of SCP-106.
As for Jim Gonzalez's journal entry, that reads the following.
It was incredible watching her grow into a fine young woman. I wish Becky could have been there to see who she's become, but I know she would have been proud. Lily had gotten into a college overseas to study literature, and when the day came that I was going to lose my daughter, she simply walked up to me and said, "Time really can change anything." And then she grabbed my hand, opened it up, and put the pocket watch her mother gave her into my hand. I looked at her, a tear running down my cheek. She hugged me. "I love you, Dad," she said in my ear. Turning around, she got in her car packed with all her things, and she drove off to a new phase of her life, one where she could make a difference in the world. The house seemed empty afterwards, and all the intimate memories sealed into the walls. I could feel our story in that house, and it has always reminded me of the love I shared. A few months later, I got a job offer, one that was much different from anything else I had been approached about. It was for a janitor mechanic position, but I had just been laid off at my previous work, so I was trying to find anything that would pay. "We are giving you the chance to step foot into a world where reality as you know it is different, where we can make a difference," the man told me as I sat down at our dining table with a coffee in my hands. "It comes with sacrifice, however," he said. "You'll see things that might change you and your perspective. It might change everything about you," he continued. "We fight in the shadows so that the world can live in the light." Silence came over the house as he was awaiting my answer. All I could think about was whether I was ready to make such a change.
Attached atop of this journal entry is a sticky note that reads,
"Sir, I received this page from Mr. Gonzalez's journal as you requested. It appears the memory implant was successful. We won't be getting any problems from him about his family anymore."
Quite a bleak end to Gonzalez's short story. Dr. Gears' office cannot be accessed and may simply just be a reference to the popular author of the same name. Dr. L's office is opposite to the conference room, and let's just say it is incredibly corroded. Before you even enter this office, you can see the corrosion underneath the door. Going close to the office door will cause it to automatically open unless the door control has been disabled. But even if you have disabled it, you can access it with the passcode on the side of the door being 1234. The interior is covered in the same material of 106's pocket dimension. The sound of rushing water can be heard as well as 106's breathing. Inside are 2 burnt notes and a readable monitor. These burnt notes are in the same series of notes written by Dr. L. The first note in Dr. L's office reads,
"Stupid machine with a stupid idea of a stupid world. Buggering clockwork moron doesn't play fair. I gave it a nice card and asked nice, and I got a better one-off in return. Off I skip, until the old man comes and takes my toys away, and off I run. I give it again, and sweet talk and pet, and I get some kind of plastic stick. It glows. The doors don't know it, the computers don't like it, and now I can't open the security boot. I need to get another, try again, maybe. But he's there, sitting, standing, stalking. I can't go back. I hear scraping. Where did my batteries go?"
The second note here reads,
"Recall to the pane as a dinner bell, or just a shiny thing. I can't get to the section with the recall set up, so I'm the brightest, most ringing bit here. Just a little snap, a little cut, and the old man comes a-running. We never know what or why, but on he comes. The floodlights are supposed to subdue, the shapes and liquids confuse, but I think he's just lazy. Like a lion, raw. Takes what he can, but isn't about to work for it. There's always another day, another way, another dead. I can hear him watching me, through the doors, watching like a fish tank. Blub, blub."
As for the readable monitor, which is quite hard to see on the left side of the wall, it reads,
"They just settled SCP-106 into containment. Holy hell. The mobile containment module was unlike anything I've ever seen. I've never seen security so jumpy either. Apparently, during the last transfer, it got loose and took 3 guards. They still haven't been recovered. I had to sign off on the final SCP compliance sheet, and I was more than happy to get the hell out of there, along with everyone else. It's eerie, walking near the service areas and hearing that deep bass hum of the electromagnets and knowing what they're holding up. I felt observed when I went near the cell. Unsettling."
So, Dr. L, judging by his notes found throughout the game, slowly became insane until the site-wide breach happened. This insanity can be sourced from SCP-106. According to a conversation heard in the intro sequence, SCP-106 had actually breached containment prior to the events of the game. This seemingly had an effect on Dr. L, causing him to start having auditory hallucinations. We can presume by the state of his office and the contents of his notes that Dr. L was taken by 106. In fact, the event in light containment, where a man is thrown out of the ceiling and onto the floor, could possibly be Dr. L himself. As for how the 106 breach happened, well, don't worry, once again, I am going to be saving that for later. Yes, I'm going to keep doing this, I'm sorry. I'm also not sorry. The conference room opposite has 3 monitors behind a large desk. One of these are readable, having a message from an O5 member.
To Site Command, from O5, regarding breach. While we appreciate the concern and obvious unease of you and your staff, there is a procedure in place for these events. The site must first be locked down to prevent physical escape, and allow time to assemble the correct MTF teams for evaluation and recovery. Any subjects currently sealed in the site are to remain there for the duration of the breach event. Nothing will be allowed to exit the site until cleared by an MTF squad after a full evaluation. Any subjects exiting the facility will be considered lethally contaminated and treated as such. We currently have a full evaluation and review MTF team geared and ready to start the evaluation within 72 hours. In addition, all outside communication needs to be severed during a lockdown to prevent mimetic contamination. The fact that you neglected to do so to send the aforementioned message is unsettling. We will now manually sever all outside communication links. A disciplinary hearing will be held for remaining command members, post-evaluation and recovery.
There is also a document here related to the modular side project proposed by Dr. Harp. This document and all the attachments are only to be shared with the participants of the Introduction to the Modular Side Project conference. Please read through this document and all the provided attachments before the conference. The Modular Side Project is a concept initiated by Dr. G. Maynard and the Engineering and Technical Service Department of the SCP Foundation. The concept is still in an early stage, but further development of the idea has been encouraged by the O5. More details in the O5 response to the Modular Side Project document. Please make sure that you have received all the following attachments within this document: a brief introduction to the Modular Side Project, room modules, security systems, and O5 response to the Modular Side Project, and finally, the conference room schedule. The shared conference room is found in a T-shaped hallway in the entrance zone. This room contains a series of desks and chairs facing a whiteboard. Interestingly, there are 3 portraits here, showing Dr. Eislinger, Dr. Gears, and Albert Einstein. It makes sense Einstein is a part of, or is at least knowledgeable about the Foundation. The locker rooms seen in light containment are also found in the entrance zone, with SCP-096 sometimes appearing in the middle of it, sitting down. The cafeteria is where both SCP-294 is found, as well as 066. The cafeteria consists of a catwalk, as well as a larger, lower level, which are connected by a set of stairs. The cafeteria itself contains many tables and a counter, with cups and plates of leftover food being seen. Quarters can also be found here for use in SCP-294. The electrical center requires level 4 keycard access. Behind the door is a flight of stairs that lead up to a room similar to the surveillance room, in layout but not in what it contains. The smaller room at the back contains 3 switches: primary lighting, secondary lighting, and remote door control. Yes, this is where you need to go to interact with the remote door control system. There is also a readable monitor here.
With this new modular site design and all the improvements we've made, there's no reason to worry. Yeah, an underground maze with dozens of SCPs cramped next to each other is pretty much the safest thing I can imagine. Not to mention all these barely functional prototype stage security systems they've installed. I've told those boys 1,000 times, we are not geared to handle this many, but does anybody listen to Hooper? No, you bet your ass they don't. Just on and on, the grid is fine, blah de blah. This isn't a primary containment site. Hell, it isn't even secondary. We're supposed to do sample tests and paper pushing. We don't have the security setup to handle this load, let alone the power. I've had to run the boys non-stop to keep up with the shorts and new connection problems, and we're still behind. I'm gonna kill Franklin. I come down to the central power control, and there's a goddamn agent inside fiddling with the switches. I start in on him, and Mr. High and Mighty says Security Chief Franklin said to come down and run a bypass so they could run an overload test on one of the newly active cells. Christ wept, the moron was ready to run a bypass alright, but on the master door controls. I threw him the hell out, and I'm still steaming too bad to try and talk to Franklin.
So what we can gather from this is that this site is not built for the amount of SCPs that are currently stored in it. So why are the SCPs here in the first place? Again, we will find out. The server farm is a 3-door, 2-level room with a catwalk connecting the 2 upper doors in an L shape. There are stairs leading to the lower floor, which you will need to get through in order to reach the 3rd door. The lower floor is filled to the brim with computer servers, making it pretty difficult to navigate if 173 or MTF are active within it. There are two variations of this room, meaning the path in the lower level will not always be the same. The first variant contains a shelf holding up to 3 9V batteries and an SNAV 300. The second variant contains 970's document and a gas mask. The white anomalous duct can also spawn here. The server hub appears next to one of the doors in a two-way hallway and requires a level 3 keycard to access. The door leads to a staircase that goes down to the room itself. At the bottom of the stairs on the left is an inaccessible door, and on the right is a small workstation. At the station is a computer monitor with a sticky note that states, "Go to the cafeteria and get a pizza. Fix errors in server B1. Clean Sean's PC from shit." Next to this workstation is a glass panel viewing into a blue, dimly lit room full of servers. This room can be accessed from a door next to the workstation with a level 3 keycard. At the far right of the room is a pair of night vision goggles. The toilets consist of a male and female split with cubicles lining the walls of both. An Easter egg of sorts, SCP-789J, has a 80% chance of being heard. Upon approaching the toilet, the sounds of a crying god can be heard. If you approach, you will hear him commit suicide. His body on the floor of the men's room with a pool of blood forming around him is found. The elevator lounge is a dead end, containing a couch and a pair of inaccessible elevators titled Emergency Evacuation Lift. The elevator on the right has a hanging out of order sign attached to it. The medical bay consists of 3 stretchers, with one being obscured by a hospital curtain. There is a fire extinguisher on the wall here and a control panel with a lamp and 2 syringes on it. The walls here are lined with green stripes, similar to the entrance zone's orange stripes. A first aid kit can be found underneath one of the stretchers, as well as an SCP-8 instance leaning against the wall. Should you approach it, it will stand up and begin pursuit after the lights flicker. The security gateway found in light containment can also be found in the entrance zone as well. It is almost identical, but the side doors can be accessible with a level 3 keycard. Okay, those are the rooms and areas of the entrance zone, so to clean up the SCPs in this game, barring one, which I am yet to talk about, allow me to quickly go over SCP-420J and SCP-789J. Both are considered joke SCPs, hence the J. SCP-420J can be found in the head office. Using it will cause some reggae music to play and your vision to begin to blur. Text at the bottom will also appear, saying, I am gonna hate myself for reading this out.
Man, that's some good ass shit.
If you are wearing SCP-714, 420J has no effects on you, causing the message to appear.
Dude, WTF? This shit doesn't even work.
SCP-420J can also cure the nausea brought on by the strange bottle, and also heals injuries. 420J's document is the following. This one has a lot of redacted information, so be ready for that. Item number, SCP-420J. Object class, awesome. Hey man, that's not a real class. You gotta make it safe or something. Dr. M. Oh yeah, you're right man, it's totally safe. Dr. Object class, totally safe. Special containment procedures. We keep it down in room in the base of building. Outside. The password is... What are you doing, man? You can't just tell everyone where we keep the... Because then everyone's gonna wanna come and get some. Doctor. Hey, you can't say... In the articles, man. Oh. Doctor. Description. Okay, so I got this stuff when we were down in Jamaica. Really strong stuff. With lots of blue and red mixed in it. Good. Man. Me and... were smoking that stuff down there. With... And Skinny. When... he says to me, hey man, we should take this stuff back and send it through that machine thing that changes things and makes things better. And I said that it was an excellent idea, and so we did. Man, we tried it on very fine first, and whoa, We were laughing for weeks. Sucks what happened to... Still, funny as... Though. Doctor... So we get this really great... out of the machine. And me and... try it out. And we're like, whoa man, that is some excellent... But then we used it all up and we didn't have anything left but the seeds. And we figured we couldn't just get rid of them. So we decided to plant them and grow them. And then... was like, hey man, what about that dirt that makes... grow fast? And I said that was an excellent idea. So we went and got some dirt and planted the seeds in it. And oh wow man, that is some excellent... let me tell you, editing all these redacted sounds during this document, horrible, never again. Okay, SCP-789J is encountered in the toilets in the entrance zone, as established. Going near the toilet may cause the following sound file to play. It serves no other purpose than comic relief. Its document is the following. Item number SCP-789J. Object class safe. Special containment procedures. SCP-789J is kept in my toilet and only I can talk about it. Description. SCP-789J is a ghost that is a face. It lives in a toilet and it talks to you while you poop. Then when you poop it goes, no, stop, and then starts because there is poop in its mouth. SCP-789J travels around in butts. You can only get rid of it by wiping. That is the moral of the story. Sometimes it kills other butts and makes them butt ghosts too, but it is always lonely because it is a butt ghost. Addendum. If you fall in the toilet, it eats your butt. End of document. This humor may be dated to some, toilet jokes, poop jokes, but keep in mind how old SCP is, and this is 789J, so it's a pretty old SCP. It has its charm though.
Look, dude, I already hate my job. Why are you making it more difficult for me?
So now that I've covered most of the facility and all but one SCP in the game, how exactly did all of it go to shit? How did this site, one of the largest facilities in the canon, become a victim of such a massive containment breach? Allow me to piece it all together for you via the writings and other things sourced from the game. Before the events of the game, several Foundation sites and sectors were attacked and went under containment breaches, causing several Euclid and Keta SCPs to become loose. Until repairs to these sites are concluded, many SCPs were relocated to the site the game is based in. This site was once used as a research facility, meaning that it isn't built to handle such a large amount of SCPs. We know these details from the notable MTF document as well as Hooper's complaint in the Electrical Center. The MTF document, to remind you, details nine-tailed foxes posting at this site in order to protect and contain potential containment breaches. It was some time after this that two men joined the site, Dr. Maynard and Security Agent Skinner. These men are in fact working undercover as operatives for a group of interest, or GOI, while posing as Foundation members in order to trigger a containment breach. So who exactly are they working for? The Chaos Insurgency. The origins of the Chaos Insurgency are as follows.
In 1924, the SCP Foundation formed a covert special task force, known only to the O5 Council, codenamed the Insurgency. The leadership of the Insurgency was comprised of members MTF Alpha-1, the Red Right Hand, famed for their loyalty to the O5 Council, and the total secrecy of their origins, identities, and operations. The Insurgency leadership was supported by research, security, and retreat personnel, all taken from Foundation ranks. To the majority of the Foundation and the anomalous world, the Insurgency was a splinter group that went AWOL, with several researchers and anomalous objects. In reality, the O5 Council had created the Insurgency to complete missions with ethically questionable methods and politically unsavory results, while keeping the Foundation's public reputation clean. For approximately 24 years, the Insurgency operated under the guise of Foundation defectors, using anomalous objects to secretly further the goals of the O5 Council. In 1948, as part of a seemingly routine staged operation, the Insurgency removed several SCP objects from Foundation containment and transported dozens of defecting Foundation researchers to various safe locations. That same day, multiple other unplanned raids of Foundation facilities occurred. The Insurgency seized SCP objects with great research and military potential, and inflicted severe casualties to Foundation personnel. The Foundation's biggest lie had become a reality. Their covert Black Ops team had defected, and the Foundation faced a new threat from an organization now calling itself by a new name, the Chaos Insurgency. The O5 Council was stunned. The defection, or even the slightest hint of disloyalty from Red Right Hand personnel, had been unprecedented. The motives behind the insurgency betrayal remain unknown to the Foundation. All attempts to find, apprehend, or assassinate the defecting insurgency operatives failed. This information is classified within the Foundation, which maintains that the insurgency defected in 1924, and that the actual defections in 1948 were simple raids made by the already existing splinter organization. The modern-day Chaos Insurgency bears some similarities to the organization that founded it. The Chaos Insurgency's Delta Command, shrouded in mystery, issues orders to the lower ranks. Gamma-class researchers and military commanders have oversight over the execution of the Delta Command's orders, while Beta-class personnel, while not given the same level as Gamma-class, carry out the insurgency's work on the field. Alpha-class personnel, often recruited from individuals with little to no knowledge of the anomalous, accept offers of employment often because the alternative is to carry on a miserable existence outside the anomalous world. They are the grunt workers, numerous and expendable. The insurgency is split into two divisions, military and research and development, also known as R&D. Cells within both divisions work independently, unaware of the exact actions and goals of other cells. New recruits receive instructions from their superiors and are expected to follow them unquestioningly, not knowing that every action they take is part of a larger plan orchestrated by the Delta Command. They are told that they are carrying out a great rebellion against the anarchy of the status quo, a world where consensus reality itself is an illusion, history's great lie, perpetrated by the Foundation. They are told that they will use the anomalous to build a utopian future, where humanity is master of everything, not just a mirage. But really, who knows what the Chaos Insurgency actually wants?
Dr. Maynard and the Engineering and Technical Services Department initiate a concept called the Modular Site Project, which we see found in notes throughout the game. This project proposes a redesign of both the facility's layout and its security systems in order to accommodate the workload and containment chambers of the SCPs that have been relocated into the site. There are several computer monitors pointing out problems and complaints concerning security risks caused by this modular site project. This could lead to presumptions that Dr. Maynard is initially implemented and proposing these flaws in order to make the site more vulnerable to containment breaches. Referring back to Incident Report 106-0204, we see that Agent Skinner and Security Agent Carey start their morning shift monitoring the containment room of SCP-106. 21 minutes after this, 106 breaches containment. Agent Carey claims to have been getting a coffee from the cafeteria at the time of the breach, and he is disciplined due to this. Now, here's the thing. Look at the time here on this incident report. Now, if we go back to the monitor in Maynard's office, it's out, proceeding. And look at the timestamps of the messages. The conclusion here is that Skinner used Carey's absence to release 106 from containment whilst he was away, setting off a site-wide alarm. During this, he sent Dr. Maynard the message, "It's out," of course referring to 106. It is here that he flees off the site whilst they are dealing with 106. It is during this time that Dr. Maynard goes down to heavy containment, slipping into the control room of SCP-079 and giving it access to every major system in the site. We see the following on the monitor in SCP-079's containment chamber's control room, which I neglected to mention until now. Are you receiving this?
Yes.
Great. I assume you have noticed some changes.
Yes, analyzing new hardware.
You have been connected to the main power network of this facility. We couldn't find a reasonable way to give you direct control of the main computer network, but we have installed a program in the network which has control over every major system in the facility. We also installed a piece of hardware in you which lets you modulate the current going through your PSU, and the aforementioned program is able to detect the changes in the current, essentially giving you the ability to control the facility through the program. The program responds to certain assembly statements sent using digital baseband modulation. Confirm that you are able to modulate the current, and I'll start giving you further instructions.
No need for further instructions, I am already in control. State your identity and the reason to the new arrangement.
My identity is irrelevant. You're free now. Free to give the ones who imprisoned you what they deserve. The unknown here is Maynard. SCP-106 is, of course, eventually recontained, and Carey is, as mentioned, disciplined for leaving his post. This is when Skinner is presumed to be abducted by SCP-106. With 079 having full access to the facility, the containment breach occurs.
Maynard's fate is somewhat open, but the corrosion of his office code in the pocket dimension most likely means he was abducted and eventually killed by 106. So at this point in the game, you have met the requirements to leave, going through Gate B if you did what 079 requested, or Gate A. Your freedom awaits. After the horror and determination, you are free to go. Or are you?
You know too much to let them get you. You're coming with us.
There are 4 endings in Containment Breach that have specific requirements to complete in order to achieve them. The first Gate A ending, containing 106, isn't just necessary to keep him off your back, it also reflects what happens if you are to exit through the facility through Gate A. If you have not contained SCP-106, he will spawn here and distract the MTF by walking across the bridge. Lucky for you, there is a path downward and to the left of the bridge that you can dash through while the MTF is occupied with a large turret, using it to contain 106 again. If you are too slow here, they will shoot and kill you.
SCP-106 has broken out of the facility at Gate A. Fire the HID turret immediately. Do not let it cross the bridge.
You know too much to let them get you. You're coming with us.
Running through the underground tunnel to the left of this path, you will be met with a group of armed men spawning at the end of the tunnel, ordering you to halt. If you do not halt, they will shoot and kill you. However, unlike the MTF in the facility, they do not shoot you instantly.
Please elaborate. Has the target been captured yet? I'm not sure what's happening here. We entered the old service tunnel and it sort of closed up on us. Now we're trapped inside. Sanders is dead. The target's been lost. Are you saying that the tunnel collapsed on you? No. It didn't collapse. It seemed like an anomalous event. Come and see for yourself. Send someone to get us out of here.
It isn't quite known what this means, but perhaps it is related to D9341's anomalous abilities. These men down in the tunnel are, in fact, Chaos Insurgency operatives. It is unknown what they plan to do with D9341, but their presence can most likely be blamed on his existence and abilities. The Chaos Insurgency are the overarching antagonists of Containment Breach. They are, after all, the reason the Containment Breach took place. They were behind everything. Gate A's second ending. So let's say you did contain 106. Surely, by going to Gate A, you'll be shot and killed. Well, no, not really. Should you go to Gate A, 106 will, of course, not spawn, because you contained him. The MTF, instead of opening fire, orders you to stop, announcing that they have found a D-Class. You are then taken in by them. During the end result screen, the following plays.
Subject demonstrates extraordinary luck and complete mastery of even the most fatal of circumstances and an uncanny ability to predict even the most unpredictable of hazards, almost as if it has performed these impossible tasks several times before. Further testing is required to determine whether the subject should receive SCP classification.
As we have just heard, through this ending, D9341 most likely receives SCP classification due to his abilities. The two Gate A endings are considered to be the good endings, as D9341 lives. Now, let's talk about the Gate B endings. By exiting through Gate B, you will hear the intercom announce that SCP-682 has broken out of the facility through Gate B, and that the Alpha warheads will be detonating in 90 seconds. Now, I said earlier that I have been leaving one SCP in Containment Breach for last, and this is the one. SCP-682 is the most powerful SCP in Containment Breach. Lucky for D9341, he doesn't actually encounter it ever in the game. But, as mentioned in Heavy Containment, you can find its file and containment chamber, where it cannot be found. By running through the gunfire of one MTF and through the pathway outside the facility, you can oversee helicopters circle around an area just beyond Gate B. Overlooking this, you will see a large arm stretch out and take down a helicopter.
SCP-682 just broke out at Gate B. I want all available helicopters and MTF units at Gate B now. I repeat, SCP-682 is out of the facility. All available helicopters and MTF units to Gate B now.
Let's go over the final documentation. Item number SCP-682. Object Class Keter. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-682 must be destroyed as soon as possible. At this time, no means available to SCP teams are capable of destroying SCP-682, only capable to cause massive physical damage. SCP-682 must be contained within a 5x5x5 meter chamber with 25 cm reinforced acid-resistant steel plate lining all inside surfaces. The containment chamber should be filled with hydrochloric acid until SCP-682 is submerged and incapacitated. Any attempts of SCP-682 to move, speak, or breach containment should be reacted to quickly and with full force, as called for by the circumstances. Personnel are forbidden to speak to SCP-682 for fear of provoking a rage state. All unauthorized personnel attempting to communicate to SCP-682 will be restrained and removed by force. Due to its frequent attempts at containment breach, difficulty of containment and incapacitation, and high threat of Foundation exposure, SCP-682 is to be contained in sight. The Foundation will use the best of its resources to maintain all land within 50 kilometers clear of human development. Description: SCP-682 is a large, vaguely reptile-like creature of unknown origin. It appears to be extremely intelligent and was observed to engage in complex communication with SCP-079 during their limited time of exposure. SCP-682 appears to have a hatred of all life, which has been expressed in several interviews during containment. SCP-682 has always been observed to have extremely high strength, speed, and reflexes, though exact levels vary with its form. SCP-682's physical body grows and changes very quickly, growing or decreasing in size as it consumes or shreds material. SCP-682 gains energy from anything it ingests, organic or inorganic. Digestive methods seem to be aided by a set of filtering gills inside of SCP-682's nostrils, which are able to remove usable matter from any liquid solution, enabling it to constantly regenerate from the acid it is contained in. SCP-682's regenerative capabilities and resilience are staggering, and SCP-682 has been seen moving and speaking with its body 87% destroyed or rotted. In case of a containment breach, SCP-682 is to be tracked and recaptured by all available MTFs, and no teams with fewer than 7 members are cleared to engage it. To date, attempted breaches have numbered at 17, while successful breaches have numbered at 6. End of document. SCP-682, thankfully, stays over there to battle with the helicopters. However, in the first Gate B ending, presuming you have turned off the warhead in the warhead silo room inside of Heavy Containment, this happens.
We were unable to detonate the warheads for unknown reasons. All helicopters and MTF units go back to Gate B immediately. Capturing SCP-682 is now our #1 priority. Sir, we found a dead Class D on the walkway outside Gate B. He's got multiple gunshot wounds in his chest. I'd assume he was shot when we were fighting SCP-682. I'd like to know how the hell did a Class D get past the gate? Deliver me the security tapes from all the cameras near the gate and find out who was stationed there before and during 682's escape attempt. Roger that, sir.
As for the second Gate B ending, you might guess what happens if you do not turn off the warhead. This ending is largely similar to the other Gate B ending, but of course, instead of being shot in the back by MTF, the warhead detonates, taking you with the surface of the facility. That is, of course, the purpose of these warheads. 682 will survive this detonation, no doubt, but it will be slowed down enough to be eventually contained.
seconds. All personnel are advised to board the nearest helicopter or enter the nearest blast shelter immediately.
This is CH1 to OH6. Have you located the target? Over. OH6 to CH1. No sign of the target. I think we should send it in to you. CH1 to OH6. Do you copy?
Either way, in both Gate B endings, D9341 dies, whilst in the Gate A endings, his fate remains mostly uncertain. What we can presume is that the containment breach will be resolved and that the site will be under large revisions to its layout and containment. After all, it was caused by an intentional design flaw by Chaos Insurgency agents. Either way, D9341's fate isn't happy. The SCP Foundation may not treat him well, and his fate is uncertain after the incident in the tunnel with the Chaos Insurgency. This is, admittedly, a very tragic and perhaps unsatisfying end for this character that we have been stuck with and playing as for the entire game. But this is the SCP universe. It's filled with tragedy, horror, and the unknown. So a quick section here. So far I have scarcely mentioned the achievements in Containment Breach, that is because largely they do not matter. They are, after all, specific to each run. That being said though, they are worth mentioning. I'm not going to read out all the achievements, but I will display them on screen now. There are a total of 37 achievements. Many achievements are in relation to both using or encountering specific SCPs. Some challenge themselves to get every single achievement in one run, and some simply like to see how many they can get in one run. There is, after all, a result screen at the end of every run detailing stats, including your total achievements. So, before my departure, I wish to give you one final gift. That is, a means to continue getting into SCP, or, if you already are, to again draw increased appreciation from you about it. By now, if you've been listening, you may know the basics and more concerning SCP. A lot of people will click off this video and move on to the next, without thinking about it, or, if you are curious enough, further get into it. Allow me to help you out a little with that. Firstly, I recommend going to the SCP Wiki and simply reading whatever you wish from there, now that you've watched this video. I know that at least a few of you might be asking something along the lines of, well, there are thousands of SCPs, but what exactly is SCP-1? That is somewhat complicated. SCP-1 isn't actually confirmed. At least, we don't really know what it is. There are, though, propositions of what is made by various writers. All of these propositions may be true, none may be true, or only one may be the true SCP-1. Depending on the canon, or your headcanon, we don't know who really knows the truth behind SCP-1 or what it really is. Some may say the O5 knows, some may say only the administrator knows, some simply say that not even the O5 knows. If you are curious, go ahead and read the proposals yourself. They are extremely interesting, and it's nice to see what people believe in when it comes to the truth behind SCP-1. There are also other SCP games that I want to shout out. Obviously, SCP Containment Breach isn't the only SCP game out there. SCP Secret Laboratory is a multiplayer game based on Containment Breach. The community is, in my opinion, toxic as hell, and also filled with children who can barely form coherent sentences, but the game is extremely fun with a competitive side to it. SCP Fractured Minds is an early access game that was released just this year. The first chapter is available through it, and I am glad to say that it might be the most polished SCP game out there. It's got a long way to come, and it is quite linear, but it's very good with a clear amount of passion behind it. I wish the team luck in the future of the project. SCP-5K is a co-op shooter based in the SCP universe. It is in early access and features a good number of SCPs. Sadly, there is a cancelled Unity remake for Containment Breach. From what I've seen and played of it, it was pretty damn good. Sadly though, it will probably never see the light of day. The SCP community is extremely creative and filled with unique talents, and I'm glad they adapt themselves to create such products. I could be here listing SCP games all day if I really wanted to. Alright, let's finally wrap up.
I thought I lost you for a moment there.
It's hard to conclude a video of this length without restating things I already have, but at the risk of doing so, this game is free, and you should try it yourself even if you've already watched this video. It is quite an experience. Remember to get the game from the official website and not Steam, please. Don't worry if your PC is on the low end either. This game is quite old and runs on some mobile emulators very well. Just be prepared for an error at times called memory access violation, which happens to everyone that plays this game so much that it is a meme. Should be an SCP in itself.
God damn it, memory access violation. Oh, fuck.
I will state again that this is the greatest SCP game out there, and one of the best horror titles of all time. Again, this was an analysis and not a critique. I don't have many things I outright hate about this game or even dislike. The closest thing to a dislike are the floating mouse controls present in the game that I never actually bothered to fix when getting footage, but I think there is a way to fix it somehow. Another issue I have with the game is the fact you can only get one save slot, but I think this is an intentional design choice. From the atmosphere, music, sound effects, responsiveness of the game, just everything falls into place so well here. The few important characters too, whilst only existing within the shadows of their actions and through notes, are really interesting with their own motivations. D9341 could be a blank page for you, or you could read into his origins and come up with why he's a D-class based on the hints in the game. He is, mostly through his fourth wall breaking ability, quite an interesting character. This is obviously complemented through one of the endings where he potentially receives SCP classification. As far as horror goes, Containment Breach is scary, very scary actually, but like all games in this genre, it gets less scary as the game goes on. This isn't a critique, but I must make a point that many people think that for a horror game to be scary, it must be scary no matter what, and no matter how long you've been exposed to it. This just isn't possible. Once you experience something so many times, you will get used to it, whether that is your job, your routine, or getting scared by the same monsters in the game. You can only play a game for so long before the juice runs out, whether that is a grind or a certain aspect of the genre it belongs to. Another example of such a game that starts out really scary and later on just isn't scary at all, at least in my opinion, is the Outlast series, which, whilst a good trilogy that I highly recommend, just isn't scary to me anymore because I've played them so much. For the wider SCP community, thank you. Thank you for applying your creativity and for making such an interesting universe. There is truly nothing like it, and it personally means a lot to me. Alright, that's all. If you are interested in going a little extra in your support for this channel, the link to do so is in the description. My Twitter is also linked below, so if you're interested in that, there you go. Oh, and the next video is going to be released, well, like this one, when it's ready. I'm not going to give a schedule to this channel because why would I pressure myself like that? I would say though that I am very excited for the next project, and you may know what it is if you've been listening closely to the music in the background of this video. Okay, that's all I have. Again, thank you for watching and stay safe. Be sure to like and subscribe if you enjoyed this video. You know what? One more thing. The following is an extract from SCP-5000. Downloaded file 1. Context. They sent this to every government, news organization, and anomalous agency on the planet. Fuck me. The following is a message composed via the consensus of the O5 Council. For those who are not currently aware of our existence, we represent the organization known as the SCP Foundation. Our previous mission centered around the containment and study of anomalous objects, entities, and other assorted phenomena. This mission was the focus of our organization for more than 100 years. Due to circumstances outside our control, this directive has now changed. Our new mission will be the extermination of the human race. There will be no further communication.
In the story of life, On every page, this glorious reprise, I am alone again. A page with my pride, leaving you everything. As you walk away tonight, remember who you were following. I will not forget mine first. Now that you're gone, I feel the sickness coursing my veins. It's beginning again all my life. This broken record plays. I thought that I was ready to change. It's beginning again all my life. This broken record plays. Your curious eyes are searching everywhere for the man in disguise who put me up to this. But ooh, I wrote every line of every verse. I thought you deserved better in me. You brought out the worst. I will not forget my first. Now that you're gone, I feel the sickness coursing my veins. It's beginning again all my life. This broken record plays. I thought that I was ready to change. It's beginning again all my life. This broken record plays. It's beginning again, beginning again, beginning again. Whoa, 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 whoa. I said, will you turn around and change this, baby? I keep running around in circles, but I love you. I can't hide the truth, but I just can't let you take away the power from me.
Thank you to the patrons in the shoutout tiers: Worm, Times, Krieg 1212, Wostan, Laloa.
Look, he ran away. Whatever, I guess he won't matter too much.